Hey!
Oh.
Hey!
Oh.
Welcome to Fat Man Beyond. I'm Kevin Smith.
I'm Mark Bernardin.
Hey!
Hey.
Here we are doing a home show, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you realize this, but normally, of course, we're in the Scum and Villainy Cantina, and they're here in Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. But Hollywood has been, what do they call it, Mark? It's not a lockdown. What is it?
It's a general stay-at-home order, encouraging you to stay at home.
Yeah, well, strongly encouraging. It's like, fucking dick hair away from a lockdown. So everything has been changed.
It's a curfew, there's all of it.
You can't go to a restaurant inside or outside at this point. Only pick up delivery. So in the spirit of adhering to the rules, we don't want to break the rules and shit. We don't want to be doing a show in the Scum and Villainy Cantina, have the fucking COVID cops bust in. Dealing with enough bullshit, man. We don't need to add to his troubles. So we're doing a home show.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean it's a lesser show by any stretch of the imagination. Have we got content for you kids? We got before we'll be, we're going to be talking about going Ahsoka to mouth like crazy. We're going to be talking about the Mandalorian. We're going to talk about this. That's going to be amazing. We're going to talk about all the news that Mark's collected for us. But before we do anything, we got to talk about the people who are paying for tonight's show, the good folks at Manscaped. Look at them. Mark got it right there. Now, Mark, Manscaped, for those who are just tuning in, you get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com with the code FATMAN20.
Yes.
ATMAN20. Be the ballsiest gift giver this year with Manscaped. So make sure you go over to manscaped.com even as we're talking about this. But point of fact, we've been talking about Manscaped for weeks on our show. They're lovely people. They got a hell of a fucking product, man. It's meant for ball shaving, but I'll be honest with you, it's dick tickling as well if held the right way. But Mark has said time and time again that he uses it to shave his head.
I do.
We have the luxury of this home show. I was like, hey, man, show your fucking clippers so they know we're for real. This ain't no hustle. It's not us going like, use Manscaped, and we're over there using some other product and shit. Show them Manscaped.
Look at this, man. Ooh.
Ladies, that's the sound of pleasure right there.
Like a lightsaber.
And it's actually creating a pretty nice light effect. Turn off your fucking vanity ring light.
Okay.
Now turn it on. Oh, look at that shit. Industrial Light and Magic can't do better than that.
Nope. Look right here. I'll neuralize you.
I forgot what we were talking about. The only thing I remember is that manscaped.com is waiting for you right now, man. What do they got? They're doing stocking stuffers, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yes.
Look for the ultimate stocking stuffers for this holiday season. Well, look no further, kids. Look no further because our sponsors, Manscaped, have the tools to make you win this year's stocking stuffer or white elephant competition or Yankee swap, whatever they're called. Manscaped is the only brand dedicated to below-the-waist grooming and hygiene products, man. They got ball lotions, for heaven's sake. The great news, they just released their products all across Europe. So if you've been in Europe watching this show, not only Europe, but Canada and Australia. Manscaped taking over the world. You know why? Because there are mans everywhere. All those balls need tended to. This smart product. I always say to myself, Mark, if I could go back in time, I would have taken whatever money I made for Clerks and Mallrats. I would have invested in storage units because fucking they're everywhere. Oh my God, I would be a billionaire by now. But I would also now go back in time and invest in fucking Manscaped because it's a no-brainer. Half the population of the entire planet has balls that need tending to.
And not for nothing, 100% of the population has pubic hair. I mean, we call it Manscaped, but I bet you the ladies could use it too.
Hell yeah. With that vibrating effect, you
Oh,
could
my,
certainly use
not getting it out of ladies' hands.
a few of their products that are prime stocking stuffers this season are the Crop Preserver Ball Deodorant. Name speaks for itself, but I'll say a little bit more about it. Ball deodorant. This is a genius idea whose time has fucking come, man. Who wants to smell sweaty balls all the time? Throw some fucking deodorant on that shit, man. Good idea.
I appreciate a brand that puns as well as Manscaped does. Crop
Exactly.
Preserver Ball Deodorant, Crop Reviver Ball Toner, spray on toner that will give your balls a nice little slice of heaven with their aloe vera and hazel extract, Crop Cleanser.
What is a toner, by the way? That's just something you put on like a.
I mean, I think it keeps the skin nice and tight. Because, you know,
especially on them balls.
like them balls, you don't necessarily want a bag of raisins. You want a like nice smooth carrying case for your hard boiled eggs of nuts.
Fucking, you better turn your vanity ring light off. And say that shit all sexy, man.
I do declare, Mr. Butler. Tell me about your crop mop.
It's all hot talk in the dark, man. The Crop Cleanser body wash, a full body wash that you can also use on your hair, not just your ball hair, your head hair. Crop Mop ball wipes. You never know when an opportunity strikes, so you should always be prepared. I gotta get me some of those. Out of those. Foot duster, foot deodorant. I could really use this. My foot stank. Designed to keep the stankiest feet smelling fresh, man. It comes with Shears 2.0 as a luxury 4-piece nail kit as well. The Weed Whacker nose, ear, and hair trimmer, which provides proprietary skin-safe technology. Get rid of those nasty nose hair. Let's not forget about the best trimmer for your butt, balls, and body, which I believe Mark was holding up right there. The Lawnmower 3.0 trimmer offers a replaceable ceramic blade with advanced skin-safe technology, which helps reduce grooming accidents. But get this, these formulations are all vegan, so I'm on board. They're all cruelty-free, dye-free, sulfate-free, paraben-free, and shame-free, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to embrace the balls. They ain't going anywhere. So let's start taking care of them. Am I right, Mark?
Unless you get caught in a horrible motorcycle accident, in which case you slide up on a gas cap and you might lose a ball, but you're not going to lose the hair.
That's true, man. Good. He's talking real. That's some real talk right there. Facts.
Real ball talk.
You know what else are facts? You get 20% off plus free shipping at manscaped.com right now if you use the code FATMAN20, all one big ass word. Whether this is for your partner, your dad, your brother, your friend, or as Mark pointed out, this works on ladies too. Get them something that they will actually use, and it's almost sure to get a laugh. You know how you get people joke gifts and shit like that? And it's like, oh, thanks. I won't use this, but thanks. They would fucking use this. And if not, they could regift it to somebody and get as big a fucking reaction as you got from it, man. What are you waiting for?
If you get a crop preserver in your stocking, you'll give it a little chuckle, but you'll be feeling pretty good down below.
You actually use it too. First you'll laugh and be like, ah, so funny. And then later on one day you'll be like, yanking him up. Yeah, sure, not shit.
Like a Russian known as crops.
That's how long we could go. Get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com, ladies and gentlemen, with the code FATMAN20. Be the ballsiest gift giver this year with Manscaped. All right. Thank you to the good folks at fucking Manscaped, man.
Indeed.
Apparently, we're selling some fucking ball shavers, man.
I love our hairy group.
Either that or they're just like, look, it's not working, but we believe in you boys. So maybe one day someone will buy some car.
One of these days, you're gonna your lucky number's gonna come up.
Okay. Two things I want to talk about in our upfront before we get to blowing the Mandalorian.
All right, bring it.
Number one, there's a project that a friend of mine, Nate Quarry, is doing called Zombie Cage Fighter. I've loved this. At one point, I tried to turn it into a show, man, because I was like, in a world where they're doing the fucking Walking Dead, how can this not be a fucking show? It's about a cage fighter who is forced to, fight on behalf of his daughter. And who he fights is they put him in a cage with fucking zombies. It takes place in a post-apocalyptic world, man.
So
Right? You know what I'm saying? That's a fucking no-brainer idea. When he told me that, Nate was he was on Comic Book Men back in the day. But to me, this was like such a no-brainer idea. I was like, that's so fucking good, man. So he's got a Kickstarter that he asked me to shout out, and I'm happy to shout it out. Go to Kickstarter right now, Zombie Cage Fighter. You can watch like the whole selection for it and stuff like that. But it's he sent me a copy of the graphic novel. It's not here. It's in my bedroom, in my shelvings. I should have thought to bring it here and stuff. I dig this project, man. I 100% believe in it. He's doing this graphic novel, a collection of the completed 6-issue comic book series. So the book's done. What was it? Says pledged 55.75 of a $5,000 goal. So it looks like he hit his fucking goal already. But go support it, man. Go buy this fucking book. It is legit, wonderful idea, and it's only a matter of time before somebody smart figures out this should be a fucking TV show. Okay. That's for Nate, and that's for Zombie Cage Fighter. Speaking of comic books, and I've seen some comic books, they're beautiful. This, I'm going to read you the copy. This ain't an ad. They didn't pay for this or anything like this, but they sent me this book, and it is, I can't wait to share it, man. This is called the Marvel Made Paragon Collection. You could go to, if you want to follow along, if you're watching at home, open a side window and go to marvelmade, MADE.net for this thing I'm going to show you, which apparently you can pre-order, and it's available through December 4th. I'm not going to lie to you. This ain't for the faint-hearted. It's $199. But when I show it to you, if this is remotely on your radar, and in a world where Fat Man Beyond caters to the culture of pop and comic books in particular, this will be on a lot of folks' radar. If you're looking for the perfect Christmas gift for somebody, this might be it, man. It's starting now through December 4th. The Marvel Made Paragon Collection, the Chris Claremont Premiere Bundle. It's going to be available to pre-order on marvelmade.net. Only produced, though, this is the catch, if they get 1,200 pre-orders or more. Otherwise, they don't make the fucking book. But they make the book, and it has a hand-numbered and individually signed copy. It's part of a hand-numbered, individually signed series. Stunning high-end books and lithographs. And like all Marvel-made products, this sounds like an ad, but they sent me the copy. Each collection will be released for a limited time only. So now that I've told you what it is and what it costs and where you can go look along, people could probably, follow along online. Let me hold it up so you can fucking see this shit. They sent me a prototype because they were like, hey, man, might this be something you'd mention on your show? And I'm like, fuck yes. That is very relevant to our interest. Do I want to know more? Yes. This is the book. Now, This is the spine. Let me get in close on that.
Jeez. I would need bigger shelves.
Fuck, dude. They need to do this for everything. Okay, this is what the back of it looks like. And it says Marvel Made. This is the Chris Claremont Paragon Collection. So it looks like a thick-ass book. Now watch when I open it.
Ooh, it's a smaller-ass thick book.
That's right. It's a Russian nesting doll of books. So
Babushka books.
This is just a gigantic, gorgeous container. And the book's inside. I'm going to put it over here, or I could put it here, and then lift up the book. Okay, here comes the book that's inside. And I'll pull this thing out because I'm going to get to that as well. This is the gorgeous fucking book that's inside. It looks exactly like the oversized case. But inside the book, you get one of these, certificate of authenticity. And it's signed by C.B. Cebulski and Chris Claremont himself. This is nuts. Okay. It's numbered down below as like one of 2,000. This shit is handwritten, dude. And it ain't written to Kevin Smith. They're writing this in each copy of the book. It looks like Chris Claremont wrote, "Welcome to the X-Men. Hope you survive the experience," which is a quote from the books. So hand drawn first page, handwritten. And then inside you get X-Men 94, X-Men 129 through 137, X-Men 141 and Uncanny X-Men 142, Wolverine 1 through 4,
Ooh.
Uncanny X-Men 268, Uncanny X-Men 140.5, X-Men #1. And I think that's the contents of the book. You get an intro by Louise Simonson, gold leaf pages, and then gorgeous reproductions of some of the most important Marvel books ever published. Can you see that?
Yeah. Holy crap.
It is fucking gorgeous. Now, you know, DC does the absolute editions.
Mm-hmm.
This seems like that souped up. This seems like that, you know, put through the Marvel method and shit. It's stunning, dude. Stunning. If I knew somebody, like, I do know somebody, you know who would love the fuck out of this? Walter Flanagan.
There you go.
He don't collect comics no more, but he loves the classic shit, and he loves the presentational books, like the books that the Marvel Masterworks series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is like Marvel Masterworks, you know, fucking pumped up to look like Kingpin. And it's a collection of stuff that Claremont worked on. And then also in the back, you've got scripts. So you can read the actual scripts. And he's got a sequel, a prelude to a future past, a new piece.
Oh, wow. That is awesome.
I guess it's with, who is it? Sal LaRocca. So they did a prelude to Days of Future Past. So it's a brand new story in the back of this fucking book. What else is here? And then it looks like there's some people writing about the issues, like breakdowns. I guess, and it looks like the Claremont commentary. Chris Claremont shares his thoughts on the stories collected in this volume in conversation with Jess Harrell. So it's packed. If you're a Claremont X-Men fan, or just a Claremont fan, but if you're a Claremont fan, you're probably a Claremont X-Men fan, this is absolutely a must-have. It also comes with the Marvel-made edition, bagged and boarded comic of Days of Future Past. And then it also comes with this, which is X-Men 13, Uncanny X-Men, and it has this cover, bagged and boarded inside. And then it also has the, what looks like, I'm assuming, art cards. Yes. So there's, ooh, look at that. There's a fucking Quesada Wolverine.
Yeah, that's badass.
Yeah, Joe's an amazing artist, as we all know. This is a Salvador La Roca piece. Let me get in closer.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
This is a, I can't quite see. Phil Noto piece.
Oh, yeah. Phil Noto. God damn.
Marvel Girl. And this is another Phil Noto piece. And this is gorgeous. It's like the full cast of the X universe. So it comes with 4 of these art plates suitable for framing, as they say. This is stunning. I'm delighted they sent it to me. It'll look fucking wonderful in my house. It should look wonderful in yours. As I said, if you go to marvelmade.net now, you can pre-order this book. The whole bundle is $199. Pre-order is available through December 4th. And unless they get 1,200 orders, they don't order them. They don't make it. So
If you order by December 12th, 4th, do you know if they will guarantee you Christmas shipping?
got to imagine. No, my bad. There's information here. Bundles will begin shipping March 2021. Excellent fucking ad, Mark. You know, some people will be like, you can order it and you can give somebody a card. This is what you're getting, but they're not going to get it.
Right.
They're not going to be able to open that shit till
Wait till the Ides of March, friend.
Marvel won't be officially announcing this part until tomorrow, but they are giving our watchers, our viewers, an early heads up that a new Wolverine comic is being added to the premiere bundle. It's an exclusive comic by Chris Claremont that directly ties into the original iconic 1982 Wolverine Limited series that he did with Frank Miller. And this comic will have a cover by Steve McNiven. So they just sweetened the deal. They threw in another comic book as well that's not represented in what I just showed here. If you got a Marvel fan in your life, a Marvel comic book fan, if you're an X-Men person, if you love those movies and don't know much about the source material, if you're a comic book enthusiast, if you're a book lover who likes classy collections, I can't fucking recommend this enough. It is fucking gorgeous. I only hope that the good folks at Marvel made do a fucking Daredevil, a Guardian Angel, a Guardian Devil edition, man. That'd be fucking nice. I'll give them anything they want. I'll give them nudes if that's what they want. This is gorgeous. So that's what I got about that. You got any opening shit you want to talk about, my friend?
What did I do this past week? You know, Thanksgiving. So I ate, gave thanks. Did not see any family aside from my immediates. Other than on the Zooms.
Way to keep it fucking pure, man.
Indeed, yeah. You know, had a couple of family Zooms, which is nice. I had a birthday yesterday.
That's right. Mark Bernard's birthday was yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. How old did you turn?
I turned 49. I'm an old.
Don't look at all, man. What'd you do for your birthday?
You know, similar to Thanksgiving, not very much at all. I ate like a champ, just busted the diet wide open for some barbecue. Went for a little hike up by where I am, a place called Garden of the Gods up in Chatsworth. If you like the feel of Spawn Movie Ranch from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, this is about where that is. And it's all these old rock formations they used to use in Westerns back in the day. So that was a cute little hike. Yeah, you know, and again, saw some family, saw some friends on virtual connections only. You know, and saw that Marvel had released a very sweet little thing because I happen to share a birthday with Chadwick Boseman. We are both born on the 29th.
That's right. It was his birthday I saw online yesterday.
Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah, and Marvel, you know, in tribute of the late Chadwick Boseman, they refashioned the Marvel Studios logo in front of Black Panther on Disney Plus, so that all the faces that you normally see, hey, there's the Hulk and Black Widow and Cap or whatever, it's all Chadwick. And it's all Black Panther.
The Chadwick Boseman version of the Stan Lee
correct
logo memorial they did at the top of either Captain Marvel or one of the Avengers movies.
Yeah, it might have been the top of Endgame. But yeah, that felt very sweet and very touching. Not for my birthday. I mean, it's cool, and thank you, Marvel, for thinking of me. But I know it wasn't.
I'm saying it's for your birthday. They know how fucking powerful you are in this medium. They're like, we got to fucking placate this fool. We got to do something special for his 49. Let's start trash talking our movies, and we can't fucking tell them anymore. Yeah, that was really fucking sweet of them to do, and the flexibility to do that only in a digital streaming age.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying, unless you were to like, we re-released the movie and we put a new logo at the front. But, you know, since you own Disney Plus, you can do whatever you want with it and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's sweet, man.
That's sweet. So yeah, and you know, watched some television. I finished Ted Lasso. I don't know if we had talked about me finishing it the last time, which I loved to death. If you haven't seen, if you haven't seen Ted Lasso yet, you are missing the shiny, perfect, emotional nougaty diamond of the quarantine. It is an incredibly sweet show. It is unironically buoyant. and it's about a sport that I don't particularly care that much about. I'm not a football fan. I'm not a soccer fan, um, but it functions the same way as like Queen's Gambit does with chess. It is not about the chess. It's about the people who play the chess, and this one's about the people who play the game. And it's so lovely. So glad that I finished that up.
Is it funny?
What's up?
Is it funny?
It is very funny. There is no two ways about it. Like two or three knockdown, drag out laugh lines, jokes that land incredibly hard. But yeah, I think
do during the normal show. Like my hands were so fucking dry that I'm like,
because the Marvel Paragon edition sucked all the
really
juice
did.
out of you.
And all that paper pulled out the fucking moisture.
Yeah, I started watching a show called Wayne, which used to.
I've watched the trailer for this. It's on Amazon or something.
Yeah, it used to be one of the YouTube premiums. It was part of the Cobra Kai class, and the guy who ran or may still be running the Continental, a fellow named Sean Simmons. This was his show, sort of set in and around Brockton, Massachusetts, where he grew up, and it's a friend of mine. A friend of mine described it as like high school Conan the Barbarian, and it was the perfect description for it. It similarly is winning in some of the ways that Ted Lasso is, and that you have this main character who just believes in doing the right thing under the worst circumstances and never lies, and always does what he says he's going to do.
Kind of a Leslie Knope, if you will.
A little bit of a Leslie Knope, but also who punches people a lot. Like it's crazily hyper violent, in a sort of lovely, almost endearing way. Like, what if John Hughes really liked manslaughter?
Wayne.
Wayne, and now it's on Amazon Prime. What's that?
Where does it take place? It's reading.
Brockton, Mass.
I remember watching the trailer, and the kid had a thick Mass Hole accent.
Yeah. I told Sean that I would never watch his show while I was working for him, and now I'm not, and so I did.
Good reco, man. I'm gonna check that out. I don't know if I talked about it last week, but have you watched Moonbase 8 on Showtime yet?
I have not.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Legit funny. Armison's great. Fucking John C. Reilly's great. Tim Heidecker's great. Really fun fucking show. And I remember when they announced Space Force for Netflix, and then this guy, I saw a billboard for this, or I read an announcement for this, and I was like, I mean, why would you bother? Completely fucking different. Its own very unique thing. They must have shot it during quarantine because it's very minimal. It's just the three of them and stuff.
Smart.
But legit fucking funny, man. Like there's some shit made me cry out loud. John C. McGinn, is it? No, John C. Reilly. Sorry. John C. Reilly goes, at one point, he's like under the weather and they're trying to quarantine him and shit. And he's like, I need lemons. I need piping hot lemons. Piping hot lemons had me laughing for like really good show. Only like 8 episodes.
Nice. And like half an hour, right?
Yeah, even less. So easy. Like you're done in 3 hours or something, or 4 hours. Totally worth watching. The Undoing finished last night. Did you watch that at all on HBO?
I did. I watched all of it, and I watched the finale.
Yeah. Let's without spoiling it. Or advance word. Like if you're looking forward to watching The Undoing, or you haven't watched the end of The Undoing, maybe fucking put us on mute for a second. And when I go like this, like Durka, that means you can take the mute back off. All right, and mute now. What was the feeling on the ending? I'm like, well, it's got to be the kid. No, it's going to be her friend, the lady who's in it. And she's kind of famous, but like they didn't focus on her enough. She's got to be there for a reason. Or wait, it's going to be Nicole herself when he fucking blurts it out on the stand. Or maybe it's the kid, like the victim's kid, like fucking. And then they did what they did. Thoughts?
They did. Did you watch the Outsider? Do you remember that? The Jason Bateman, which has a very similar premise, right? Which is like a beloved family man, who held in reverence by the town or whatever, seems to have done an unspeakable thing. Jason Bateman plays a guy who apparently also killed, and sexually assaulted like 4 children. and the bodies were found in the woods. And so he gets arrested, always maintaining his innocence. But all the evidence was like, dude, you did it. We found your DNA and your hair follicles and everything. And then there's a twist, and it's a giant twist. And I mean, granted, this thing is now almost a year old, maybe, I don't know, time. But there's like a doppelganger, some like mystical force that, can replicate people and goes from town to town, feeding on children, pretending to be adults who trust them. And it's like, oh, all right, not at all what I thought it was going to be. Excellent, let's follow this. The Undoing turns out to have been kind of exactly what it said it was going to be from the jump, which is, hey, here's the guy who did it. Here's all of the evidence that he did it. He says he didn't do it, but you know what happened? He did it.
I couldn't fucking believe it. I'm like, I was so busy looking for every twist and turn, and instead they went with the real version, which is like, of course the husband did it. Like, it's always the fucking husband, isn't it? And so Jennifer, who I watched it with, she was satisfied. She was like, I liked it. She's going, although we were looking for all these twists, she's going, they played it real. Of course he did it. Like, he's an animal.
Right.
I was like, it's got to be the boy. Like, it's got to be one of the two boys. Maybe the husband. The husband of the girl who got killed.
Right.
Anyone but the most obvious person, which leads me to believe I would be a terrible cop. I wouldn't look at the most obvious. I'd be like, who we should look at? Fucking the mayor. And they're like, the mayor? Like, I mean, it's outside the box. Like, I didn't see that coming, I guess, because I was looking for too many different twists and turns. I can't say I was dissatisfied. Like, when it ended, I wasn't like, what the fuck? But I was shocked in 2020 that David E. Kelly let it just be the obvious guy.
Yeah, like I mean, even Law and Orders will give you a little like, who you think it is, not that guy.
Yeah,
it's like, oh shit, all right, cool.
This was like more like Murder, She Wrote, where you're like, oh, all right, well, Tom Bosley did do it. Makes sense.
Yeah,
he's the guest star, so I.
Hervé Villechaize doesn't show up to not kill somebody.
But it was worth watching. And Hugh Grant, God bless him, man. Like, fucking seems to be having the time of his life.
Oh yeah,
I read an interview with him this week where he was like, "You don't get it. I hated those fucking Richard Curtis movies." He's like, "That ain't me. That's Richard Curtis." He's like, "I don't think or sound like that. That's exactly how Richard Curtis thinks and talks." He's much more acerbic and kind of like shitty, not like in a negative way, but just like he pulls no fucking punches, man. And seemed like he was playing a character. I'm not saying like he's a real life wife killer in real life, but it seemed like he got to play closer to himself, and he considers himself like darker than what we were used to from him in the 90s. I thought he did a great job. I thought she did a great job across the board. Donald Sutherland was great.
Yeah, like I wanted that character to either have been smarter, because he's the dumbest killer in the world, even though apparently he's also a sociopath. Or I wanted Nicole Kidman's character, I wanted Grace, to catch him. Like, I wanted to kind of start to be her story of how she believes the thing to be true. Maybe nobody else believes it's true.
Right.
And he gets off of the case, but she believes that he fucking killed her. And it becomes a weird fucking detective thing where it's, husband and wife. He's trying to pretend to bring the family back together, and she's trying to prove that he killed a girl. And but she's on the stand, and she just, like, a good cross-examination is what ultimately brings him down. And it's like, really?
I will say that the when they finally show the kill scene, very brutal.
Yeah, they were not fucking around with, like, they showed us that poor woman's popped up head a lot.
Yeah, no doubt. And then when they finally showed him doing it too, it was like,
yeah,
like it was one thing, like, all of it's inexcusable, but she comes at him with a weapon, he fucking like gets it away and hits her in turn. That's one thing. It's another thing if you hit her again so fucking hard she goes down and shit. It's a completely other thing when you lay on her or kneel on her and close her fucking eyes and then proceed to like just obliterate. Like that was fucked up, and I didn't see that coming. Like,
No.
They didn't play him that way the whole time. There was never a underlining fucking like darkness or something like that. Suddenly they're like, hey, remember the most charming guy in the show? He did the thing.
Right. Yeah. Like you almost want it to be a little history of violence, right? Where here's a guy who had been this person who put it away. And was like, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe I did kill my sister. It wasn't about like, oh shit, she accidentally got out of the house. No, I did something and she died. And I put that in a box.
I would prefer if they hinted at some of that, but like, if you're gonna go with the obvious, like, no, he did it, like, then please give us the obvious, and he did the thing when he was a kid too, which stands to reason. He's just this guy. Or
totally. Yeah.
But
like,
totally, no complaints, utterly watchable. I would suggest anybody enjoy it and watch it and stuff like that. But I was surprised, very surprised.
Yes. If you want to see what like incredibly wealthy New York living is like, like it's real estate porn of the highest caliber. It's like, oh, look at this crazy 5-bedroom brownstone. Ooh, look at this house on a lake that looks like it's cut out of The Lake House with Keanu Reeves. Oh, look at these law offices. Look at this stuff. It's very luxe.
If you like to jerk off to images of Nicole Kidman crossing city streets, this is a fucking freak fest, this whole series. All right, we're done spoiling it. So, Durka.
So yeah, it's one's mileage may vary on how you will enjoy the end of The Undoing. I like the beginning of this road trip. Wasn't really thrilled with where we ended up.
Let's talk about a road trip we all took this weekend. Some of us on Thanksgiving Eve at fucking 12:01.
It's here.
And give props where props are due. This week, of course, The Mandalorian did chapter what? 15?
13, I think. The Jedi.
And as suspected, as hinted at, as leaked, what have you, they did the live action debut of Ahsoka Tano. And as predicted or as suspected or as leaked.
It's all but confirmed.
Yes. The girl from Clerks 2, as I like to think of her, Rosario Dawson, crushed it playing live action Ahsoka. The role had only ever been played by Ashley Eckstein historically throughout the animated series. Ashley, by the way, created her universe, the clothing line that like was bought by Hot Topic and stuff. So she makes like cool nerd clothing for girls, man. She's so damn impressive. But in any event, she's always played the character. This time in live action, playing an older version of Ahsoka, from way older from the cartoons. Because somebody said like, in the cartoon, she fights Vader at one point in was it Rebels?
Mm-hmm.
But in Clone Wars, like, she was out before, execute order 66 or whatever the fuck, right? Because she didn't get killed. And then just recently they did that in the Clone Wars where they showed where she was for that. Am I correct?
Right. I think so.
Who knows all this shit? Let's bring in JC. JC, fill us in on the cartoons.
So Ahsoka left the Jedi Order at the spoilers. Everybody who hasn't watched Clone Wars left the Jedi Order, and then they did a few kind of pickup episodes with her last February when they did the like Clone Wars save last season, and then in Rebels, she is taken by Ezra through like a weird time warp and saved from her what we thought was her demise with her fight with Darth Vader. So we knew she was.
That's what happened after the Vader fight?
Yeah, at the end of Rebels, there's some weird time warp thing through the Force in this weird kind of thing with wolves and doors, and Ezra pulls her out of that reality or whatever it is through the Force and kind of saves her. And that's where we're kind of left with things. Ezra goes off on the space whales from Star Trek to some weird spot with Grand Admiral Thrawn, and Ahsoka goes on a mission to find Ezra. And that's where we're left off at the end of Rebels.
That fight between Ahsoka and Darth Vader in that Rebels episode is one of the finest moments in any Star Wars thing anywhere, any fucking time. And it was brought to us by Dave Filoni back in the day. And Dave Filoni not only wrote this episode with Ahsoka, her live action debut, which is so fucking beautiful. He also directed it and directed it insanely well, expertly, one would say. This was an episode that harkened back to the origins of the Star Wars saga, Kurosawa and Hidden Fortress, samurai fights, very feudal Japan kind of word duels and stuff. So not only did Dave pay tribute to the origins of Star Wars, and this is a guy who fucking, there's Lucas and then there's Dave Filoni, like in terms of the last 20 years of Star Wars. He's been one of the only people adding new shit to canon, which has become canon and stuff. He like, not only did he bring Ahsoka into the real world and get to write and direct the episode as well, and bring up references to the extended universe character that was created for Heir to the Empire, like in the books back in 1990. Admiral Thrawn, who also showed up in the cartoons later on, is now apparently heading toward live action as well. So, like, not only did he do all that in that episode, he also got the episode where they fucking named Baby Yoda, for heaven's sake. What a huge bucket of wind, man. And like, how kind of Jon Favreau to like set him up for the fucking slam dunk like that. Like, Jon Favreau could have been like, look, if anyone's going to do the Baby Yoda gets a name episode, it's the guy who created Baby Yoda. But he graciously gave it over to Dave. I've found that like very, I know they're friends and they work together and shit, but like, you know, in the same way that Dave was like, hey man, like, I assume I would love to do the live action debut of Ahsoka. I'm sure Fabs would have been like, well, I'd love to fucking tell the world what Baby Yoda's name is, unless he was playing it strategically and he knew that the world loves Baby Yoda. And, you know, it would take a while for him to warm up to Grogu. So he's like, you fucking tell him the baby's name.
Yeah. I don't know if Grogu's going to stick. I feel like there's a bit of, you know, my mama named him Clay. I'm going to call him Clay.
I mean, one of my favorite moments in a Star Wars thing ever, now also attributable to Dave Filoni, is the moment when, you know, he says, when the Mando says Grogu's name out loud, like first as a question where he's like, Grogu? And then he looks at him, like Grogu goes, what? Reacts. And then when he doubles down, he's like, I'm going to try this shit again. And he goes, Grogu. And he goes, dope. Oh, I fucking love that. Like, it reminded me of my dog, Shecky. It reminded me of like Harley when she was a baby. And it was so delightful to see him react to his name. He's like, yes, that's my name. All this time you've just been talking at me. Now you say something that like fucking means something to me. This episode was absolutely magical. Rosario, as expected, as we campaigned for on this show a while back. And I'm not saying they took the idea from us. They took the idea from the internet. Like fucking, you know, everyone's been saying Rosario for Ahsoka for a long time now. She absolutely fucking crushed it as the older one of the character. Who's, you know, when she has that moment where she talks about like it happened to the best of us, where she has that Anakin moment and stuff. She got to say Yoda. I think the first one, Mandalorian, that references flat out Yoda and says the name Yoda,
which they play his theme under. When she mentions his name, they play the Yoda theme to just kind of tug at your heartstrings a little bit.
Very briefly. Yeah, this show continues to do the most stunning fan service since Avengers Endgame, over and over again. It just I was talking to a friend of mine who works with the show, and I was just like, I love this show because it literally makes me feel like a kid when I watch it. And this person was like, imagine what it must feel like to work on it then. He's like, I feel like a kid every damn day. So some people online were like, this is the best episode of the entire run. I don't know. I ain't into qualifiers and shit like that, but I know it was an incredible episode. I didn't want it to end. I was thankful for as thick as it was. They did not bury the lead. She's in like the opening fucking shots of it and shit. Yeah. And they don't fucking wait to show her the view of her and stuff. And before we even get to credits, they fucking, give the full fucking view of her without a hood on and whatnot. It was everything one could have hoped for when one heard the notion of an Ahsoka episode, and makes one insanely excited for the future, because if that ain't a fucking show, her going off and fucking looking for Ezra and fucking Admiral Thrawn, I don't know what is. Like, fucking rush that into production based on the reaction of the internet and shit like that. Head steamroll toward the Ahsoka show as quickly as possible, which I guess they can't necessarily do because she's lined up to do DMZ with Ava DuVernay over on HBO next, right?
Yeah.
But
I mean, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, Rosario has a proven track record of being the link between spin-off shows. Daredevil, Luke Cage,
Iron Fist.
Iron Fist, yeah. Jessica Jones. So she did it already for Netflix's Marvel. Why not use Rosario in the same fashion for Disney Plus's Star Wars? You just have Ahsoka pop in.
I'm all for it. I would rather watch a fucking weekly show of her every week.
I mean that like, I love this episode, much like I love the Bo-Katan episode. My one issue is that I want more of it. Like it feels like these are like guest star of the week is going to be Ahsoka Tano, and you introduce this amazing character and you tee up this awesome story, and then we're not going to touch it again. Like it's like, come on, guys, I want to be there. Like, let them team up. I want Mando and Ahsoka for the next 5 episodes, or I want Ahsoka and Bo-Katan together. I want more of the awesome buffet they keep serving, but the conveyor belt of joy just keeps taking the nummy thing away from me.
What's cool about that though is they're showing us the future. Like, like this is what the future of Star Wars looks like. More and more streaming shows with budgets of features that get to tell far longer stories, set amongst the ephemera of Star Wars, but not, predicated on Skywalkers or anything like that. I'm content to wait it out. Like, think about it right now. This is just constant proof of concept for them. Like, if anyone was on, and I don't know why anyone would ever be on the fence. Like, if I was fucking running Disney Plus, if Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni was like, I want to have sex with your wife, I'd be like, go do it. Because you guys know exactly what you're fucking doing now.
Are you going to use the volume? You can have the volume.
Make a baby Yoda, please, fucking, so we can market it and shit. So I would, if those dudes were like, oh my God, you could totally do an Ahsoka show. You could totally do a fucking, what are they called? The fucking Mandalorian.
The Bad Batch.
They could take their hats off.
Yeah, the Bad Batch.
But what was the
they're doing Bad Batch.
They are doing Bad Batch.
No, but what's when she was like, we're the wild children or something like that.
Oh, right.
It was Death Watch. They were all part of Death Watch in the cartoon.
Death Watch. There's just so many different directions you could go in. And I like this season is like, of course, I'm going to like it even more. I loved all last season, but I like it that they're tying it in to the world of Star Wars more and more and more. And I don't need to see fucking Yoda. I don't need to ever see Luke Skywalker, but I loved when she was just like, I've only seen one other guy like this, fucking a wise Jedi master named Yoda and shit. I saw the internet blew up going like, what about Yaddle, you fuck? Forgetting the girl on the Jedi Council. But I saw a lot of people quickly punch back at that. I mean, number one, Dave Filoni writes this episode. Dave Filoni is like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John to fucking George Lucas's God. So if he don't know, nobody fucking knows. So the fact that he had Ahsoka say, I've only known one other person, one other creature like that, totally tracks, because she met Yoda in the Clone Wars and shit. She didn't meet Yaddle, and she was not in episode 1 or wherever Yaddle was in that council meeting.
Yaddle dies in between episode 1 and 2 in canon. So Ahsoka comes in after episode 2.
Where in canon? How did that happen?
I think it happens in a comic book or a book in there between episode 1 and 2, which is why Yaddle isn't on the council in episode 2.
God bless him.
You know you're a shit character when they kill you between movies and comic books. See, somebody was like, I know, Yoda with a wig. That was George Lucas. Then Jon Favreau was like, I know, Baby Yoda. And I think we know how that went historically.
Yeah. I mean, I just like I'm still making my way through Clone Wars, and I love the fact that Clone Wars can have all of these characters in it. That just a part of this drama is this massive tapestry of characters that all kind of glance off each other and develop together and conflict with each other. And then you get this amazing piece at the end of it. And I loathe a little bit the idea that Mandalorian couldn't also be something like that, and not just the proof of concept. And all right, Mando's going to be this just launching pad for other things that seem to have the stuff you kind of want, but we're not going to keep them with the Mandalorian. Like, the Mando's still going to just be this guy who just walks around with his mission. I got to take this baby somewhere. And meanwhile, you're going to have awesome shit with Ahsoka looking for Thrawn and maybe encountering Luke Skywalker. And then you're going to have Bo-Katan going up against Moff Gideon to get her fucking Darksaber back. And all this cool shit's going to happen. And then Mando's like, I dropped the baby. He's like the Postmates guy of Baby Yodas.
I'm looking for money so I can throw my money at you because I want to watch your show.
Well, it's what they did with season 1, right? They're like, here's Cara Dune. Hey, here's, Apollo Creed. Hey, here's this cool IG-88 that's not IG-88. And then at the end, they brought the band back together, which I feel like that's what we're getting here, right? We're meeting each person, and we'll get Bo-Katan, and we'll get Ahsoka, and we'll get that Admiral Akbar dude with the sweater in the last episode to try to, save the day.
Right.
Which is kind of fun. It's like the Avengers Endgame moment where they all come through and you're like, oh, they're all together finally.
Yeah. I mean, we could do that at the end of every season, but we're going to know exactly what they're doing at the end. All right. Here's when the band gets together again. Here's where they all stand and fight.
What episode are they on right now?
This is episode 5 of this. They do 8 per year, so we have 3 more.
So there's only 3 more, man, of the Mandalorian.
Mando.
Dazzling episode. Almost doesn't matter what happens this week.
Yeah, I mean, rolling back to what you initially said is Dave Filoni is the one who brought Jon Favreau into the Star Wars universe and made him a Mandalorian back in season 3 of the Clone Wars. Pre-Vizsla was voiced by Jon Favreau. So this must have been payback for his gateway into Star Wars.
That's why you pulled JC into the conversation, kids. He knows shit. Wow, that's fucking deep cuts. Well done. I loved it. More of that, less of fucking everything else, man. It absolutely delivered. I watched it and then instantly fucking watched it again right afterwards, man.
Yeah.
Whole internet seemed to agree too. I didn't see anybody going like, fuck this.
No. I mean, there's your standard internet grumbling. Maybe it's less standard, but the Rosario's had some issues in the past, the recent past, with lawsuits and alleged transphobia, which she has cleared up in a number of times in a number of ways. Most recently in Vanity Fair, had a great Q&A with Dave and Rosario talking about it. And Anthony Debresnikian, who conducted it, just did his job and was like, there's a band of this audience that has a problem because you have these allegations. And she's like, all of these complaints have been dismissed, not even settled out of court, just dismissed. It's been a personal thing, and this person kind of came for me. But anybody who knows me knows that I've been an ally to the LGBTQIA community since the very beginning.
She absolutely has.
And I'm not that person. So yeah, like that's the slight glimmer of pee in your porridge, I suppose. But it's kind of minor, and it seems to be at the very least Rosario is doing exactly what she should be in talking about it. It's less weird than the Cara Dune issues where she seems to be not great.
She joined Parlor, right?
Yeah.
I saw that Rosario reached out. She couldn't say anything all this fucking time, right? Until the moment the episode dropped and shit. And even then, she couldn't be like, "I'm fucking Ahsoka." But she had been up for a while, and finally, she was able to reach out publicly to Ashley, and be like, "I couldn't have done this without you," and stuff. Which is, I'm sure, something she wanted to do and maybe did privately like a long time ago, but like they had her sign like a gazillion fucking NDAs, so she could.
Oh yeah.
So now she got to a moment where she can acknowledge that A, she's in it, and B, like Ashley for doing it first and stuff like that. I thought I was so fucking delighted, and I was trying to think. I was like, I think that's the first cast member of mine in a Star Wars movie.
Ooh.
Like one of my kids in a Star Wars movie I can think of. Now I'm like, ooh, I got a fucking, DC hero. I got a Batman. I got a Daredevil, because it was the same guy. I got, and now I got somebody in the Star Wars. One, if I could just get Muse into Harry Potter, fucking it'd be amazing.
I appreciate that Rosario at this point is collecting the infinity gauntlet of franchises.
And we know that's fucking true. She told me at the movies pop-up out in Los Angeles and whatnot, she was just like, I just want to get on Star Trek now. She's like, me and my brother are huge fucking Star Trek fans and shit. Like, I just want to get on Star Trek. And I was like, well, I know a guy that works at Star Trek.
and I made a couple calls. I was like, who would really like to be on Star Trek? Star Trek people? Rosario Dawson.
If they weren't interested before, I'm sure they're gonna be way interested when they see how fucking like,
oh yeah,
she's now like, she's honestly the new Princess Leia of Star Wars. Think about it. You can't really do Princess Leia stories anymore unless they're animated because Carrie's gone. The Rey stories are done unless you're doing animated. Who's your female centerpiece, man? Now they got a new one. Now they got one for the next generation that comes from, the lore, been around for a while. So smart play. I'm telling you, this is the new Disney princess, is Ahsoka Tano.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting princess to choose for any number of reasons, but not the least of which is that A, she's a full-on fucking Jedi. Not like in training, not like poorly counseled by somebody, not like I'm the Force positive. It's I'm a fucking Jedi. And there's such melancholy. Like that's what I was struck by watching Rosario's performance, is that you can tell just the weight that she carries of everything she's been through, but still finds ways to pierce that veil with, like, every now and again you would catch a smile, you would catch a glimmer of a memory,
some humanity to the Jedi.
Yeah, just like it's not all just this avalanche of misery and pain. Just every now and again she's like, I'm doing the right thing, and I know I'm doing the right thing, and I can feel good about doing the right thing. And
kind of like Obi-Wan.
Kind of like Obi-Wan.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
The Disney people, who've been very marketing, who've been very good about, like, they didn't let us know about Baby Yoda before Baby Yoda happened, and we had to wait like fucking 8 months to a year for Baby Yoda products, and now they're all over the place and stuff like that. But if I'm Disney, I'm looking at that fucking Ahsoka Tano headpiece and just going like, when them parks reopen, we're gonna sell the fuck out of that. Holy shit, man! Stitch games in the back of them and whatnot. Oh my god!
Sell me some white lightsabers like nobody's business.
I'm telling you, if I'm them, I start fucking turning on the Ahsoka ATM, the Ahsoka TM, because they can make money off of that character, man. That's a character that you're right. Like she's a warrior princess, man. She's so Jedi. She walked away from the fucking Jedi's. A choice.
I got all the Jedi I need from you people.
Well, it's also a character that, I mean, we're all of the same age group, but there's a whole generation of people who didn't grow up with Carrie Fisher and Princess Leia. They grew up with Ahsoka Tano and Ashley Eckstein, and now as those kids come into adulthood, they get a person of color to be their hero, which
absolutely right.
On our show last night that we did 2.5 hours on last night's on that episode last night, and the people in our chat were really excited to say, you know, when I watch a Star Wars red carpet, it means the world that I get to see a brown person play my hero, which I thought was super cool.
Yeah, it's true. That's something I hadn't thought about, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, man, oh man, great all around. Executed perfectly, elevated, I dare say. Couldn't have gone better. Like, you want to talk about fucking clearing the bar and sticking the landing? Jesus, like, they just like that, instantly, overnight, they changed Star Wars history forever with a piece of Star Wars history that a lot of people didn't know about. It was wonderful to see a bunch of people on Twitter be like, "Who is this? This character badass," and have no reference for the character whatsoever.
Yeah, it's like, oh, guess what, buddy? You've got 100 hours of content.
Yeah, you like this? Deep dive, my friend.
Yeah.
All right. Enough about the brilliant episode of The Mandalorian that made everyone so happy this week. It's I'd go so far as to say it healed the nation. You?
I'll say close.
As close as we'll ever get.
Yeah, there's still some work to be done.
You want to do news?
I want to do news, but I was debating whether or not I wanted to do the Star Wars bridge to the next news item or leave the last Star Wars news item for the end.
Let's do it for the end.
We'll do it for the end. All right.
So much Star Wars.
Fair enough.
All right, Mark is a news hound, was a news hound. Thank God he's now just a creative cat like the rest of us and shit like that. But back in the day, he was trained in hard news and he used to fucking write news and edit news and eat, drink, and sleep and think news until he walked away from it like the Mandalorian, a man by himself out in the galaxy. I don't need news.
I got my pouch of baby and I'm on my way.
Exactly. Same stuff. In any event, we turned to Mark to find us some news. Mark, let's hear the news.
The news. Today, some news broke, which I found very interesting. Were you a Toxic Avenger fan back in the?
I was a Toxic Avenger fan by virtue of the fact that the Toxic Avenger is New Jersey's first superhero. When I was a kid and the Toxic Avenger happened, I remember on an ABC Eyewitness News, they ran a piece about what, a movie that's being shot in New Jersey? And they talked about not just the Toxic Avenger, but all the trauma films. Mm-hmm. And I remember that changed my life where I was like, you can make movies in New Jersey? And I didn't turn around and do that the next day, but many years later, I would eventually go make a movie in New Jersey, man. Trauma was inspiring for a kid that loved Hollywood to have a little piece of it in New Jersey, like in these defiant rebels who are like, this is where we do our fucking thing. And they make a very specific kind of flick and stuff. I always deeply adored them and respected them and shit. And unlike James Gunn, I didn't get to work for him and stuff. I had my own thing going on, but they were a big factor. That all being said, in inspiring me to become what I become. That all being said, you know, when I was a kid, the Toxic Avenger was, you know, what it was. Just like it's like fucking Clerks. It's, you know, cheap. And made with passion, but like, not made with a lot of expertise or with a lot of budget and shit. And the fact that it holds together is an absolute minor miracle. It's an indie film classic. So
Yes.
when they came to me a few years ago and said, would you like to help us reboot the Toxic Avenger? I was like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I hadn't even thought of that, but I am from New Jersey, and I do think that, like, me making that movie might make sense. Yes, let's have meetings about it. And Akiva Goldsman came over my house, and we talked about it. He's one of the producers on it and stuff, and talked about where the story would go and the direction and stuff. And then we talked about the budget. And, if you know anything about the Toxic Avenger, it cost fucking nothing, $1.05. This one was not going to be the, price of a Marvel movie by any stretch of the imagination. But it was in a budget range that I found myself uncomfortable with, where I was like, why would you spend that much money rebooting the Toxic Avenger? Like, you guys remember what the Toxic Avenger is, right? Like, are you sure you want to spend this much money doing it and stuff? So that's where I kind of parted ways. I didn't write any drafts or anything like that. Just had a few meetings and came up with a take. But once I saw, and there was a script, if I remember correctly, yes, that I was going to rewrite. But once I realized that they were interested in doing a $30 to $50 million version of the Toxic Avenger, that's when I was like, I am not your visionary. Like, my vision is to do this shit as cheaply as possible, because that's what the original one looks like. But, there are plenty of cases out there of people that take an original, inexpensive fucking movie and turn it into something else. Little Shop of Horrors comes to mind. Sure, if you came to me and said, like, can you, conceive of a fucking off-Broadway musical based on this little movie, I'd be like, no, the only thing to do is to make it again in color, maybe, or something like that. So, thankfully, there are people out there that have vision, see things bigger than they are and whatnot. I could not see past what I know as the, Toxic Avenger, what I grew up with as a Toxic Avenger, which is a low budget classic. And the idea of doing it for tens of millions of dollars, just like, that's when I was like, you need somebody else, because I don't have that version of the movie in my head. And the script they had, if I remember correctly, there was some cool shit in it, like some good reasons why the character became the character. And mind you, this Toxic Avenger has legs. Like, back in the day, they made, like, not just the movies, and there were a few, but they made cartoons, action figures,
Stage
play. He's traveled. He's got some, fucking some mileage on him and stuff. But I did not. Again, I didn't think I was the guy, so I stepped away. And then I never heard anything about it again. So I assumed nobody was doing anything with it, and it just stopped happening.
Yeah, no, this was just an excuse for you to tell that story. Next item.
Who is playing the Toxic Avenger in this new Toxic Avenger that they're talking about doing?
Peter Dinklage, Emmy winner par excellence. Peter Dinklage is going to star in Legendary's new Toxic Avenger movie.
Now, right then and there, that makes the difference between me and other filmmakers, because that I'm like, wow, I'd watch that. And I was literally asked to make it, but I was like, I can't see how you can make it. And all they had to do was go like, Peter Dinklage is the Toxic Avenger. And I'm like, I would totally fucking watch that movie. Like, that makes sense. And, they will wind up making it like with a budget and stuff. And the filmmaker they got doing it, he made a movie that was at Sundance a couple of years ago that I saw and really liked. His name is Macon something.
Macon Blair.
He directed this movie, which honestly, like, the leap from the movie he made to this movie is pretty substantial. The movie he made at Sundance was real serious, insanely well-made film. This sounds like it's a movie, but
yeah. And to your point, like, I can see how, like, James Cameron makes the first Terminator, for like $4 million. Low budget movie, like, pinched every penny, all kinds of ingenuity to make that thing happen.
Yeah.
And then, for a sequel, it's like, I don't know. I know exactly what you would do with $100 million now. I know 100% how you use that money to finally realize every idea that I had that I couldn't do. But, Toxic Avenger is special because of its kind of skinflintness. And
big part of its mythology is the fact that it looks like that. To me, it was akin to the idea of somebody being like, we're going to make a $50 million Clerks. And I'm like, why would you do that? Like, that's not part of the charm, was that it was this homemade thing. So, but I think, the idea, once they said Peter Dinklage is the Toxic Avenger, I was like, oh, I could totally see that. So once again, it takes visionary folks. I was not visionary. I will always think of the Toxic Avenger as one thing from my childhood and stuff. And I'm not like, we took fucking Masters of the Universe and wove a brand new fucking tale. But so it's not like I can't get my head around taking something and making it something new or refreshing it. But that one, I never would have seen this coming. But now that I read it, I was like, I would totally watch that movie. I bet you that movie works.
Yeah, I was not interested at all until it's Peter Dinklage. Then it's like, oh, now I'm curious.
You said it more succinctly than I ever could. Yeah, that's breaking news. That's happening right fucking now.
Yeah, man. So
what else we got?
We got in it's similar news that we had last week. I have a feeling we're going to get similar news going forward in the same way that we reported every week about some movie who had been pushed out of 2020 into 2021 because of COVID. I have a feeling we'll soon be talking with regularity about some giant movie that was pushed from 2020 into 2021 will now get pushed onto streaming. So last week it was Wonder Woman 84, which is making its debut Christmas Day on HBO Max.
I'm gonna give you this stage alone for a second while I.
Yeah, you do your thing.
Yeah, I got to do something that Facebook doesn't approve of. JC, can Mark go full screen or is it no? It just or you could.
I can turn you off. I think. Let me see if I can just turn you off.
Well, don't like this. I like the Swamp Thing screen though. It's very just green and murky.
And you can you can see me if I put a little more light on me. Can you see that shapes? Yeah. It's like my grandmother used to describe how she could see at age 78. She's like, I just see movement. Okay, what's the scoop?
The scoop is Godzilla versus Kong. Another film from the Legendary Pictures folks. Looks like it'll be the latest big franchise to head to a streamer. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Netflix had made an offer of more than $200 million for the film.
What?
He's back.
$200 million they offered?
Yes, to Warner Media for the rights to stream.
Well, I mean, that does sound like an impressive figure, but what do you think that movie cost?
It probably cost in that neighborhood, maybe 150, because they're not like chalking these things with stars.
There had to be a premium on top, a little bit of scratch on top.
A little bit of scratch on top.
So the idea of this transaction would be Netflix is like, look, you made a thing, you can't do anything with a thing. We will overpay for that thing. But then, this was Warner Brothers, so they were like, that's tempting, but I don't know if you know this, we have our own fucking streamer over here, and maybe we want to put it there. Is that right?
That is pretty much right. Right now, Warner Brothers Warner Brothers spokesperson says, we plan to release Godzilla versus King Kong theatrically next year as scheduled. But it is also potentially, and to a certain degree, probably what's happening, is that Warner Media will make a deal with Legendary for it to premiere on HBO Max instead of Netflix.
It's a smart deal. Look, in a world where Wonder Woman is debuting on HBO Max day and date with some theaters and stuff, you can absolutely do the same thing for Kong versus Godzilla. I'd be curious. I mean, I'm not a man who plays the markets, Mark, but I'd be curious to see if all these moves, like putting Wonder Woman up, like if it does result in more subscribers, a deluge of subscribers. If I remember correctly, Disney Plus had a lot of people rushing to join when they put up Hamilton. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, these are all subscriber plays. Because I don't think that HBO Max wants to put up a sort of financial barrier for people. Like, we're not going to charge a premium for you to watch Wonder Woman. We're not going to charge a premium for you to watch Godzilla versus Kong if it ends up there, the way Disney put a premium on Mulan.
Right.
Because for them, it's about getting those subscribers in. And the Wonder Woman window is only a month long. You can only watch Wonder Woman 84 on HBO Max for a month. And then that's right. And then it disappears off HBO Max and then goes up onto regular PVOD, where if you want to buy it for your $15-20, you can. And then it'll still have its theatrical window concurrently running. So I think it's literally, we just want you to sign up for this month because we'd like these numbers by the end of the year. And then you can still satisfy all of your other partners that you'd had before. You're still going to make discs and maybe sell those. You're still going to have your iTunes, Gatefront store and Fandango and any other place you'd buy movies. All of that stuff will still be in play. And so maybe Godzilla versus Kong does this. Maybe Black Widow decides to do this. But, it's hard to tell what the environment is going to be like in 6 months for going back to the movies. A vaccine will help immeasurably, I think, build consumer confidence to leave the house. Whether that also results in people packing movie theaters again, I don't know. For me personally, no, I'm not doing opening night anywhere for another year, I don't think. So who knows? This feels like it's better than nothing, which is currently what they're staring down the barrel of.
Also, I do think there's something to like these movies, these massive, expensive movies, like if they're on your books, like for another fucking year, like, these are costs they'd like to write off and move on and stuff like that. So, in a world where it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do what they normally do with these billion-dollar franchises, like do what you can,
Yeah, it's it might be a bad deal, but it's better than no deal.
Better than sticking them on a fucking shelf and going like one day.
Yeah,
and stop. I mean, also think about it. All the other streamers, they're still producing entertainment and shit like that. Mm-hmm. It's like, the longer you sit your movie on the shelf going like, no, fucking as soon as this quarantine's done, you're going to be out of step. Fucking shit's going to be, fucking late or, stale a little bit or whatever. I mean, something like Wonder Woman 84 can never go fucking stale because it's a period piece, right? Mm-hmm. But, if I'm them, I'm scared, like, is there some other fucking movie that does something we do in it and shit like that?
And then there's just you were counting on making that money back to help you make more of the next stuff. Yeah. And if you don't have the money coming in, it's like, oh, we spent $500 million making movies last year and we made zero money back. How do we afford the next string of movies that is already on the runway? Like, we gotta have something coming in. So yeah, hopefully that will resolve in a way that A, lets us see it earlier, and B, lets everybody make a little bit of money and live long enough to fight another day.
I would totally watch that movie, particularly at home. I enjoyed Kong Island, Skull Island. Is that what it's called?
That one's fun.
Fucking delightful movie. All right, what else we got?
I think we spoke about The Nevers a while back when it was first announced. Joss Whedon
HBO show.
Indeed, this big sort of female Victorian superhero Jimmy Jam.
Explain Victorian superhero?
Let me see. The series is described as an epic science fiction drama about a gang of Victorian women who find themselves with unusual abilities, relentless enemies, and a mission that might change the world.
I don't.
Nobody knows much more than that. Like,
based on a previous thing, or
just right out of his head. And this was his sort of long-awaited return to television after he did Dollhouse and Angel and Firefly and, got beaten up by Fox a little bit and then went off to make movies and made The Avengers and Cabin in the Woods and Age of Ultron.
Then got beaten up by life a little bit.
got beaten up by life a little bit, and so this was supposed to be his triumphant return to the small screen, where he made his name and fortune. And it seems as if he has departed this show that he created and nursed from a wee idea into fruition, where they finished production on a first season and was picked up for a second. The
So
statement
he's done a full season of the show.
He's done a full season of the show. And the statement from HBO was, "We have parted ways with Joss Whedon. We remain excited about the future of the Nevers and look forward to its premiere in the summer of 2021." According to Joss,
between those lines, can you see anything there?
well, let me read you Joss's statement, because Joss also offered a statement. This year of unprecedented challenges has impacted my life and perspective in ways I never could have imagined. And while developing and producing the Nevers has been a joyful experience, I realized that the level of commitment required moving forward, combined with the physical challenges of making such a huge show during a global pandemic, is more than I can handle without the work beginning to suffer. I'm genuinely exhausted, and I'm stepping back to marshal my energy towards my own life, which is also at the brink of excited change. I'm deeply proud of the work we have done. I'm grateful to my cast and collaborators and to HBO for the opportunity to shape yet another strange world.
What do you
So,
make of that?
you know, again, I have never heard of a person of their own volition stepping away from a thing they've given so much time to create. It rarely, if ever, happens, and I've never heard of it happening before.
Did he
So-
step away from the Avengers?
Well, his story similarly was he was exhausted from making Age of Ultron. But there was other stuff happening in his life at that time. He was going through a very public and not entirely amicable split with his now ex-wife. And currently he is undergoing investigation by Warner Brothers, which was prompted by Ray Fisher's allegations of
Justice League reshoots.
Yeah. So it
This has anything to do with that? I bet you Ray Fisher does.
Ray Fisher absolutely believes it does. It's unclear whether that is the truth or wish fulfillment on Ray Fisher's part, but
Could it be as simple as a guy who's like, I'm really sleepy?
it could be. It would be the first time in the history of ever that has actually happened. But it could be like, man, this is just too much for me. I can't do this anymore.
So then, we're not a hard news show, so we can do this sort of thing, and we fucking speculate on things all the time. If it is not a choice, it's somebody asking him to go.
I think it might be that. I think it might be, again, based on nothing but just looking at the cards that are on the table, and not knowing what anybody else has in the hole. That Warner Brothers has asked him to leave, and he has agreed to do so, probably, begrudgingly. Probably and I'm sure they're paying him to get out of his contracts for doing so.
Why wouldn't they want him, you think?
I mean, the only thing that I can think of is that perhaps this investigation has actually uncovered things that might be actionable. And this is the action that they're taking. It seems a little similar, if only in timing, to the Johnny Depp being asked to resign from, Fantastic Beasts.
That was a case of him, losing his court case, and so they were like, ugh.
Yeah, like we don't want to have to deal with this as, it's that guy, spousal abuser Johnny Depp in Fantastic Beasts. They don't want those headlines. This might just be, we found some things about Joss that we're not pleased about. And
then here's my only question then. In a world where Ray has been very vocal about things that, improprieties, whatever, on the set of the Justice League reshoots, and talking, not letting it, die down anytime soon. Like, if you were Warner Brothers and that was the reason you were letting the guy go, wouldn't you want to be like, hey, everybody, remember we were asked to do this, do due diligence, and we did, and this was the result. Like, would you really be like, all right, quietly go and make up a story? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, maybe the condition of this is that maybe Joss was like, all right, you know what, we're not going to say what the actual reasons are, whatever they might be. I will release a statement saying that I'm doing this of my own volition. If you agree to release a statement, just saying that I've agreed to leave the show. Um, we play this very, as we said when we first talked about the Ray Fisher stuff, everything is usually very palatable and very like creative differences. Like we just didn't see eye to eye and we're going a different way. But we wish him well. We're really proud of the work that he did. We can't wait to release the show. That's Hollywood de rigueur for this kind of creative breakup. And it's very often negotiated by publicists, and it's very often, crazy angry and bitter behind the scenes, but on the surface, it's everybody's just one big happy family.
JC, what is anyone is saying in the chat about this? Do people have theories of their own and stuff? And mind you, right now, kids, this is just might as well be an episode of The fucking Crown. This ain't reality. We're talking about people with real names and real situations, but now we're just off the grid speculating on what this might be and stuff.
Yeah,
so
we're reading tea leaves, and we have no degree in tea leaf reading.
Not at all. And nor do we know any of the parties involved and stuff. But this is just fans going, why? JC, what are they saying in chat, if anything?
They're bringing up the Johnny Depp stuff. They're saying it's split kind of 50-50 on it. Kind of the pro-Whedon, anti-Whedon, what they're talking about. He seems like Joss didn't care about Justice League reshoots. There's a lot of talk about Amber Heard.
Okay.
Because she's involved. How?
I think they're comparing the Whedon thing to what happened with Johnny Depp on Fantastic Beasts.
So they're like, if Whedon's gone, they better send her next or something like that.
Yeah. Well, there is now a petition that's like 1.5 million signatures strong to recast Amber Heard for Aquaman 2. Given that
1.5 million?
1.5 million signatures on this petition, I think in good part they're Johnny Depp fans who are like,
you think?
Yeah, I think. Who are like, if my boy's got to give away his franchise and he is involved with this, and she too is just as involved as he is, and so we believe that if his name isn't good enough to be on this movie, then why is her name good enough to be on that movie? You should take her name off too.
Does that change anybody's mind? 1 iota of million signatures?
I don't think so, but this is
like
also
Warner Brothers. Do you really care? But then on the other hand, it's like, and not with all due respect to Amber Heard, it's like, they change fucking actors all the time. So you put somebody else in that Halloween wig and you got a new Mira.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that it would be easy to say, like, who gives these 1.5 million signatures on a petition? Who cares? And Zack Snyder is shooting $70 million worth of reshoots for his Justice League version.
That's what I'm saying, man. I'm saying that's like, there's
so maybe that's enough to actually make a difference.
Interesting. All right, what else we got?
And our last news item of the day.
This is it? The last of the news?
This is it. The last of the news. And this
Wait
was
a second. Is this about Black Widow?
No.
I saw a story today about what's her name? Florence Pugh, the actress.
Pugh.
She's playing what's her character's name? Elena. The new Black Widow.
Yes. In Hawkeye?
Yeah, she gonna pop up on both Hawkeye and another fucking show, they said.
Falcon Winter Soldier or Loki?
Falcon Winter Soldier. Thank you. Not WandaVision, but yes, those two shows. Now, we have not seen Black Widow yet.
Correct.
But based on this information, spoilers can be inferred, no? Like, there will be no moment where I'm like, oh my God, they're going to kill this girl, because apparently she's showing up to work in 2 other Marvel series.
Yeah.
I before those happen, they got to show us that Black Widow movie, right?
You would think, but then again, I suppose she also works. there's a world in which that character just showing up out of context isn't the worst thing in the world, and because also none of those other characters in Falcon Winter Soldier, um, and whatchamacallit, Hawkeye would not have met her. I don't think he might know who she
none
is.
of them have interacted with her previously that we
Yeah.
know, unless there's a scene in Black Widow, but it doesn't seem like it.
Right. I mean, Black Widow's definitely not meeting fucking Falcon or Winter Soldier because that's a movie in the past, not in the future.
Well, this is it's going to be exciting either way. It's nice that they're bringing movie characters into their fucking shows and stuff like that. But it does make me, anxious for Black Widow because now I want to know that story, her story, before they start bringing her in.
I just want some more Marvel stuff. It's been a while.
It's been a while. It really has, hasn't it? What Endgame was Spider-Man.
Yeah, Far From Home.
That was the last.
Yeah, last July.
I need my fix, man.
Yeah, baby.
Put it right there. All right, what is the last story of the night?
The last story of the night is the one that I'm debating pairing with The Mandalorian because it's a Star Wars story. It is
Star Wars? Now, what's that?
It's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
This sounds
good.
An opening.
Ooh, it's gripping. David Prowse, the actor who played Darth Vader in the first Star Wars trilogy, died of complications from COVID-19.
What? He died of COVID?
He did. Complications from it. He passed away on Saturday, but at the time, the cause of death wasn't specified, but his daughter has clarified that it was COVID. He was suffering from Alzheimer's and had been hospitalized for the last 2 weeks of his life with COVID.
I'd known about the Alzheimer's somewhere along the line. I'd heard that and stuff. So sad, but a long life. How old? 85?
85.
Sad that it, fucking COVID claims somebody else, anybody, let alone a guy who was a big part of our childhood. I was moved by this, even though I never met the man, because David Prowse was one of the first names I learned as a young fan of anything, as a young pop culturalist. I knew that the guy inside Darth Vader's suit and mask was named David Prowse, just like I knew that the guy who did his voice was named James Earl Jones and stuff. So that is a rock star name to me, just like Peter Mayhew, Anthony Daniels, Kenny Baker. These are rock star names from my childhood because, I knew these actors' names, even though you never really saw their faces. It's one thing to know, who Harrison Ford is, Luke Skywalker, Carrie Fisher. We're seeing them in the movie. Mm-hmm. I knew the identity of the people behind the men behind the mask, as they used to call them when they went on tour. So Prowse was a name that I knew from childhood, from age 7. And now 43 years later, when I heard somebody say David Prowse passed away, I was sad, man. I mean, that's a big part of my childhood gone away. But at the same time, what an adventurous life this guy led. I mean, look at all the shit he got to do. Not just, of course, this movie, but somebody tweeted something that he was in where I was like, get the fuck out of here. That was him?
Yeah, it's Clockwork Orange.
Clockwork Orange, yeah.
He played the caretaker of the woman who gets assaulted by the Droogs, I believe, in that opening salvo. And he was a fucking weightlifting champion. And a thing that I remember discovering, only because I read about it, it's not like I wasn't doing the skullduggery to dig out this fact, right. But he was instrumental in helping to teach Christopher Reeve how to train to be Superman.
I remember vaguely hearing something about that. Darth Vader training fucking Superman.
Yeah, because I was a weightlifter. Well, my entire life was spent just bulking up and getting my body in shape. And Christopher Reeve had to go from this kind of scrawny 170-pound, 6'2" actor to put on 40 pounds of muscle. And so they asked me if I would work with him. And I did, because he was a lovely man.
And they were making that movie while Star Wars was coming out. Before David Prowse was a household name in the movie world. But how charming. Huge bucket of wind, man. And the guy without whom created the gigantic stature of Darth Vader himself. James Earl Jones, though, also a tall guy. Probably could have pulled it off.
Probably could have.
But probably very happy that he didn't have to fucking wear that outfit. And
like, you mean I still get paid? I don't have to
like,
sweat.
oh, you want me to walk up to a mic and fucking like just own the performance? Done. I saw JC pop in, and JC knows a lot about Star Wars, so he probably has some David Prowse sentiment to say.
I was just going to shout out, the chat room was talking about the Superman fact that Mark called out, which I thought was really cool.
What were the other movies that he was in?
Chat was saying Clockwork Orange and something.
Some Frankie. He played Frankenstein's monster like 2 or 3 times.
Frankenstein in one of the movies.
Let's see. Hammer horror films is what people are saying.
So before Star Wars, he was in a lot of Hammer horror films. Wow. Another one gone, man.
Yeah.
There left this galaxy for a better galaxy.
Yeah, so a picture that somebody online, or I'm sure multiple people have tweaked, but it was one of those, publicity stills from the very first, like behind the scenes during the press campaign for Star Wars. And, it was a picture of everybody. It was Harrison and Carrie and Mark and David and Kenny and Anthony and Alec. And then they had sort of blued out all of the people who have now turned to Force ghosts because they've left us.
Oh, that's good.
And so it's just, Harrison, Mark, and Anthony remain, and everybody else has since passed on. I was like, oh, that's sweet.
That's weird to think about, but like, you know how sometimes you watch old black and white movies and you're like, all these people are dead now. There is a time one day, fucking, probably 20, 30 years from now when that will be true of probably less than that. Well, that will be true of Star Wars where nobody will be left. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. In our lifetime, we will have lost the entire original trilogy cast.
Oof. I don't want to live in that fucking world. Walter Flanagan would always say, like, I just want to live long enough till the aliens land. And when they land, that's when I want to die because I don't want to know if they're here for good or fucking bad. I just want to live until the last Star Wars person has lived. When they're gone, take me out of the worst of all possible worlds with no more Star Wars folks in it. That's all the news?
That's all the news, my friend.
Look at that. Give it up for Mark. He gave you the news, ladies and gentlemen. He went out there and found the fucking news. You're staying in your house because of fucking COVID. He's out there getting the news. He's a first responder. He's a, what do they call him? Essential worker.
Essential worker. Essential to nobody.
JC, we must have, people must want to know things, right?
All right. I'm not going to bury the lead. The talk in the chat all night has been, who do you guys want to see play Grand Admiral Thrawn in The Mandalorian?
So that's going to be the top question of our Q&A portion of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Question number 1 is a doozy. It's so weird that I had not prepared an answer for this. I should have thought of this. The moment she said the character's name, my head should be working around who would play that character. So now, let's see. Well, Mads Mikkelsen's already been in a fucking Star Wars movie. He seemed like a good pick for Admiral Thrawn.
Yeah, can't have him again.
Can't have him again. It ain't Tom Hanks, I'll tell you that.
America's dad. That's Grand Admiral Thrawn.
I mean, is it too far? No, I think here. What's Magneto's name? Young Magneto.
Oh, Michael Fassbender.
There's my pick. Michael Fassbender. Thrawn. Oh, come on, man. Like, he's got that. You can give him a fucking bit of a German accent and shit. He comes across with that Magneto malevolence and shit. He's a good, I'd pick him. Or my alternate, Sam Rockwell. Sam Rockwell can make anything work, man. He can make a blue, what do they call? What's his race called? Not cis, but like
it's Chiss. Chiss.
Chiss. He can
Chiss.
totally fucking play a Chiss, man. Or my third choice,
yes,
Idris Elba for everything. But
on
he
board.
fucking absolutely fucking rock that. And look, character's blue, so it could be fucking anybody at that point. Just as
Very much so.
Watchmen, you know, it's you could totally go diverse with it as well.
JC, I will ask you a question because I don't have an answer, and you seem to be the man. Do the Chiss age like normally? Would he be older by the time we're catching up with him, or are we looking at like a just mid-40s dude?
I think we're looking at like like mid-40s dude. I don't think they age the same way, or at least they've never been portrayed as like old men looking.
Okay. All right. My first choice is Mark Strong, who played Sinestro in the Green Lantern movie and was the armorer in the Kingsman movies. But he's just got such a good look.
Shazam, he played Savannah.
Yeah, Savannah. He's got such an amazing voice, and I feel like a voice is a big part of that. And turning to a person who has experience playing Blue Aliens, Lee Pace, I think would be great.
Nice.
And he knows what it's like to be in the blue.
It's true. He's worn the blue before. All right.
What do you think, JC? You got a pick?
I'll share what the chat is saying, which is a lot of love for Jeremy Irons. I think that's the overwhelming.
You know, fucking, that's a genius call, especially if you were doing an older Thrawn, because basically you'd be doing Klaus von Bülow as that's a good call.
And then a lot of love for Zachary Quinto, Spock, young Spock is Thrawn. I think the idea is Thrawn is tactical and calculated, kind of like how Quintos played Spock.
Yeah, but to be fair, like that's just a screen direction. You know, it's like you could cast, you know, Jaleel White. Hey man, play him calculating, and fucking the guy who gave you Urkel is going to give you an Admiral Thrawn. So it's not like, you know, Zachary Quinto has the fucking lockdown on like, oh, I could do calculating. Like,
I can be cold.
Yeah. Jeremy Irons is a fucking great pull, particularly if you're doing a guy who is older and stuff like that.
Yeah, because then you get that.
Saw him do fucking Ozymandias as well.
And then you get that feeling that Ahsoka's been chasing him for his entire life. And now she finally finds him at the end of his days.
And he's just tired. That's by Jeremy Irons. You have no idea.
Mrs. Crookshanks, dictate a letter.
I'll say my pick is the same as Matt in chat, which is Peter Serafinowicz, who was also the voice of Darth Maul in episode 1.
He was also in he was the Tick. Right now, he's the Tick, isn't he?
And
he was most recently, yeah.
He was also in Nova Corps in Guardians, I believe.
That's right. He's the one who's like, what a bunch of assholes or whatever. He's also in Shaun of the Dead, Edgar Wright's movie. He's the flatmate who gets fucking bit right off the top. That's how they figure out that the world's been zombified. Great choice. Great choices all around.
Indeed.
All right, that was question number 1. Question number 2, JC, is what?
All right, we're going to keep it Star Wars. Zachary Habib wants to know if there are no Jedi left, but you could pluck any character from any other universe to raise and train Grogu, who would you pick? Who would be Grogu's surrogate dad if the Mandalorian could not do it? Non-Star Wars.
Mr. Miyagi. He was a great teacher. And, you know, he's got age on his side. I mean, look, if you're talking about Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid, I bet you he was about 50 in that movie. Like he was white haired, and we saw it as children, so we always think of him as like, oh, he was in his 80s. But I guarantee you, if you look at fucking what's his name, Pat Morita, you look at TV, I bet you he was like 50-ish when he made fucking Karate Kid. So if he was 50, Mr. Miyagi was 50, and fucking Baby Yoda or Grogu is 50, that's a good match.
It's nice. It's like Old Dogs or like Bucket List.
Yes. Go ahead, you go.
I was gonna go, and I could not remember their characters' names for the life of me, but I just feel like 3 men and a Baby Yoda is kind of perfect. So you get your Ted Dansons and your Gutenbergs
and your Sellecks.
Tom Selleck. That stash can absolutely raise a child.
It's all fucking goot when you got the Gutenberg. So I'm with you on that. That's a good call. What about what was his name? Pai Mei from fucking Kill Bill. He'd be a harsh master.
Not Father of the Year. Pai Mei.
Also, and just as, let me see, hold on. Who could be a good teacher? Because those are like, like somebody who teaches them the ways of something. Is this just to replace Mando? If like Mando is gone, replace anybody from outside Star Wars? Replace Mando with anybody outside Star Wars? Is that it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who would make a good dad to little Grogu?
Tom Hanks.
America's dad.
The universe's dad, Mark. Don't limit it to America. So that's how it could be Yoda's dad. Could you imagine the adventures of Tom Hanks and Grogu? It's like Turner and Hooch all over again. Who didn't fucking love Turner and Hooch? Except this time, the dog don't die. And that dog is Baby Yoda.
Wait, did the dog die in Hooch?
Spoilers,
Seriously? 40-year-old spoilers. Hooch dies? Well, it's a movie about a dog. 9 times out of 10, the dog ain't making it to closing credits.
That's a great movie. All right, who do you think?
I go. I don't go dad. I go mom. I go Ellen Ripley from Aliens.
Ooh! Do me a favor. You got a microphone? I'll wait. Go grab one, and then you drop it.
Okay, hold on. This is my one microphone.
Nice.
There it is.
You saved JC's ears. That is a great fucking call, man. Ellen Ripley, get away from him, you bitch.
They only come at night, mostly.
Fantastic fucking answer. All right. That's a great question. Yielded some great response. JC, you got an answer?
Chat liked Alfred, like Batman's Alfred. Master Splinter, and
Master Splinter is adorable.
Willow. I mean, he's used to carrying a baby around.
Excellent point. God, you just put Willow into the prism for me of like, that was a bit Lone Wolf and Cub, wasn't it? That was a bit
like, have this baby.
Yeah, that's, I hadn't thought of it before like that.
Master Grogu just want to watch the world burn.
Those are good. Yeah, which Alfred are we talking about? Fucking Michael Caine Alfred, fucking Jeremy Irons Alfred, fucking Michael Gough Alfred, or Alan Napier. Is that his name, Alfred? The tall ass Alfred from Batman.
Oh yeah, the OG Alfred.
Or animated Alfred.
Ew, Ephraim Zimbalist Jr.
He was pretty damn good. Or Gotham's Alfred. What's his name? Sean
Pertwee. Or
he raised a boy in that show, but that boy was kind of emo, and then went on to be a vigilante. So maybe you don't want fucking Baby Yoda with him.
Or Andy Serkis Alfred.
Don't give him to Jor-El. He seemed like a shitty dad.
Yeah, just gonna put him in another ship and send him away. It's like, dude, you could have built the ship for 3. No, Lara.
P.S. Baby Yoda's got his own fucking ship anyway. I'll tell you who I'd give Baby Yoda to in real life, Jason Mewes. Best father I've ever seen. That would be one amazing fucking, I don't know if he'd be any good at Jedi shit, but he'd have a happy childhood. A lot of Legos.
Yes. The Legos are in the air again. Damn it, Jordan.
All right, that's question 2. JC, do we have a trifecta of Star Wars questions, or are we
Yeah,
going?
let's keep it all Star Wars tonight.
Riddle me with question 3.
I will say, I don't know if you noticed, this is off subject, but somebody in the chat said that Jay and Silent Bob get a little shout out in Ready Player 2, which just came out this week.
I did not read the book yet, but I did see that somebody tweeted that the time is referenced, and how the character knows the time is based on Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
So they have to put you guys in the next movie, right? Isn't that what that means?
Well, to be fair, Ernie referenced me in the first movie, and Spielberg didn't feel the need to do that. So there's a world where, if they make a Ready Player 2, that we don't get referenced in it either. But I was just happy to be referenced in both books. It's very fucking incredibly sweet tribute by a very cool guy.
Okay.
Did you read it? Have you read it?
I bought it, but I have not read it. I actually bought the hardcover book. Amazon lost it, so it came yesterday. But it's next on the list. All right, last Star Wars question. This one's kind of a doozy. This is from Primarch. Wants to know, it's the 2070s and A New Hope has just entered public domain. You are asked your opinion on how to retell Star Wars, but the rest of the Star Wars movies have not entered public domain. So how do you tell it different to create a new story, because you can't touch Empire and Jedi and everything that's come after? So you can redo A New Hope, but you have to kind of retell A New Hope different enough because the rest of the Star Wars movies are protected.
But do I have to tell it different? Because, it's not like Star Wars didn't predict Empire or Return of the Jedi or anything like that. Like, that's a standalone story. I feel like I could get away without changing anything. Look, remember I told you a story about fucking Toxic Avenger, where I was like, I just make the same fucking movie? Same thing here. I'm the worst guy to ask, because I'd be like, okay, number one, I'm alive in 2070. What a miracle. Number two, I somehow fucking get the chance to remake Star Wars. I'm doing it shot for shot. I'm doing the Gus Van Sant on Psycho, my friend. If it worked once, it'll work 100 years later.
Yeah, I don't do too much of it. I mean, here's the upshot. You know full well that Empire and Jedi will be following into the public domain in short order, so you don't have to tie up those threads quite as neatly as they do in the first one. If it's me, I think you do like two things. You shave some of the opening stuff off, because I don't need to see droids walk through the sand that much. I kind of want to meet Luke Skywalker a little bit earlier in the movie than you meet him now. So maybe just take a look at the front end. Everything else is on rails, and you don't need to do too much to that stuff at all.
Right.
And I never once am going to have Leia kiss Luke in any way at all. Because you know what? We know enough now to know that they're brother and sister.
You can include Biggs, and fucking if you wanted to. But mostly, of course, if we're doing it in 2070, you're diversifying. Space ain't going to be quite as pale.
Right. Yeah, just all the bad guys are black now. We'll have fixed that problem by 2070, right? It's totally cool.
What if Luke, when Han goes, "Hey, you're pretty good in a fight. We could use you." What if Luke looks over at the X-wing and then looks at the Millennium Falcon, then looks at Han's giant pile of money and was like, "Yeah, I am good in a fight, aren't I? Let's go, Han." And then you just get the intergalactic adventures of Han and Luke and Chewbacca, hopping from cantina to cantina, drinking, shooting Greedos.
It ain't Star Wars anymore, but I'm fucking in. You just sold me a ticket. And in this timeline, the Death Star just gets destroyed by the rebels, just without Luke. They didn't need him.
It's like,
or they don't.
It's
or
like
the rebellion just disappears, and it's just these two guys just on a lark while the rebellion burns in ashes behind them. It's like, I didn't know that, lady. I don't care that much about this. You know who can make money during the falling of an empire? A couple of guys like us, good with a
I mean,
blaster,
technically, aren't we just talking about Solo?
pretty much.
Kind
Or
of what
like,
he was, man. He was like, I ain't fighting in no fucking war, and then he went off and worked it up and shit.
yeah, and also it's super gay because then it's just Luke and Han just riding around in a ship that has one testicle hanging out the side, going from bar to bar.
With their
but do they
space.
manscape?
Oh,
Do they
of course
ever?
they manscape. Of course they do. And you know who really manscapes in the 2070 version of Star Wars? Chewie. He don't have all that hair. Yes. He's gonna get right in there and he's gonna give a landing strip, man. A little virgin smoothie action.
Luke is going to put on the blast shield,
You've
and
seen
he's just
more
going to.
Chewie than you've ever seen before in these movies.
He's like, pretty good against remotes is one thing, kid. Good against a living is another. Now put on that blast shield and shave that Wookiee. Okay.
Let that Wookiee win. And every Wookiee wins when you go to manscaped.com, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to enter the code FATMAN20.
Does your Wookiee need more nookie? Manscape it.
Yeah, get some of that ball cream and stick it on him. Some toner for Chewbacca.
Tighten those nuts.
We hit our question 3. We gave you a bunch of news. We gushed about the Mandalorian. You're up to date, kids. Time to go.
Nothing else.
You don't have to go home, but you have to get the fuck off out of here. Thank you to JC for making the time, making the stream, and getting us into your faces and to your ear pussies so you can listen to us delight you with tales of the culture of pop, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in the Minnesota area, Movies Pop-Up is coming there December 12th to the 22nd, and there's only a few slots left, so go to moviespopup.com. If you're up in Canada, in the Toronto area, Movies is available through Skip the Dishes. They'll deliver it right to your fucking house. Go to Skip the Dishes, man, and order some movies right now. You got anything to plug, my friend?
I do not at all. Just fucking escape your mans. Go get some movies. Be good to yourselves. Everybody love each other.
You ain't wrong, ladies and gentlemen. There is no show without the guy who's not wrong, who's down there. Here's the story of a man named Marky. There it is. Fuck, how come I can't do this?
I don't know.
This guy right down there. It's this one. That guy.
There it is.
There it is. Boy, that took me a while. That dude. Give it up for Mr. Mark Bernardin, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, everybody. And also thank you, Kevin, for your lovely words on my birthday and for that lovely gift you sent over. Adorbs. I know. I got. Yeah. Thank you.
There it is. That is Fat Man Beyond for this week. I'm Kevin Smith.
I'm Mark Bernardin.
Tune in next week. Same fat time, same fat channels podcast. Well, actually, tune in. Aren't we doing this on Saturday?
Saturday the 5th of December.
So come back. This is Monday. Come back on Saturday. Boy, I hope some shit happens. Tune in on Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. Same fat time, same fat channels podcast.com or
youtube.com/Kevin Smith.
For the good of all Cree, ladies and gentlemen.
Peace, love, and soul.
YouTube genius! Oh, hello there. Welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze with your boy with the blaze, also known as Simon, and Danny, who writes us a script, and Sam, who adds some fine memes. Someone the other day, I answer... People ask me questions on Twitter because of the nature of my work, and they'll just they think of Google or something, and it's like, hey, where did this come from? And it's like, what's the story behind this? And whenever anyone doesn't greet me or say anything or whatever, or I'm just feeling a bit salty, I'll just reply something very sarcastic. So the other day someone's like, Simon, where did the chef's kiss originally come from? You know, mwah! And I was like, I invented it. That's the joke. It's not very funny. This video is brought to you by Skillshare, an online learning community for creators like me, like maybe you, and other people. It's not just for creators. There's loads of stuff you can learn on there. Design, business, art, music, and more. Skillshare is giving away a free trial of Premium to the first 1,000 people who use my link in the description below. More on them in a bit. And remember, supporting Skillshare supports the show. And, well, that's a good thing. Clean my glasses. They're really dirty. You'll notice I recently changed my pair of glasses because I have a very young daughter who decided to grab the glasses off my face and break them. So I'm using my spare pair, which she is also seemingly very intent on breaking. This video is Fake or Real Part 2. What happens in a fake or real? And honestly, I had such a laugh the last time. And honestly, when I do new things on this channel, people are often like, Simon, off. Just tell me the facts, fact boy. Make the funny dance, you blazer. And I'm like, okay, generally for the most part I'll do that because then you guys watch and I make money and the circle continues and everyone is happy. Except for Danny, who's locked in the basement. No, I had such a good laugh doing the fake or real last time, which is where Danny presents me several stories, and then over here we have the answers about whether they're fake or real. I don't know them beforehand. You play along at home. What I was saying is normally people hate it when I try new things, but people really liked it. And honestly, if Danny was game, I'll just do this every time because it's such a laugh and it feels like I'm not working. Let's do it. I like to think that these game show episodes of Business Blaze might grow a bit more glitzy as we go along. What are you thinking, Danny? Gonna get a set? Gonna get a big red buzzer? Gonna get Chris Tarrant? I imagine in later episodes we'll see Simon sporting a sparkly silver suit and revolving bow tie as he's handed the questions and answers by a team of glamorous assistants who then pause to spin a giant flashing wheel to determine the 6-figure instant cash payouts for every viewer who gets the correct answer. Danny, you are overestimating how much the Blaze, the Business Blaze, not the right-wing news channel, how much it makes. 6-figure cash payouts. We're not ITV, Danny. Maybe we will be one day. And then I'm going to keep all the money for myself because I'm a capitalist pig. We might even develop a string of compelling new game show catchphrases, too. I've come up with some. Fascinating. Let's start, Danny. I'm excited. Tell me some fake stories. I'd like to phone a friend, please, Simon. He's a policeman. Please let me phone. Oh, I see what's going on. I've started, so I'll finish. But there's no real rush, is there? I smell bull. This is so obviously and completely 100% true. Allegedly. I'd like to buy a trowel, please. Oh my god, we have started with the most in jokes. Welcome to Business Blaze. But this may have to wait until we reach part 25. Right, Danny. In the meantime, the best we can hope for is that Simon might get the neon light in the background fixed one day. I think it might just be a dodgy connection. I've tried fiddling around with it. I mean, hang on, is my wire long enough? Yeah, I mean, I turn it off, right? I've got this plug that will control them all, except for this one, which is separate. I turn it on, and it illuminates, and then it turns off. I think it's something to do with the transformer. I haven't got it fixed yet. It's been a good 6 months. Did I explain what happens here? There are several stories. Some of them are fake, some of them are true. We have to try and guess. Back in 1990, the neon light in the background fixed one day. I think it might just be a dodgy connection. I've tried fiddling around with it. I mean, hang on, is my wire long enough? Yeah, I mean, I turn it off, right? I've got this plug that will control them all, except for this one, which is separate. I turn it on, and it illuminates, and then it turns off. I think it's something to do with the transformer. I haven't got it fixed yet. It's been a good 6 months. Did I explain what happens here? There are several stories. Some of them are fake, some of them are true. We have to try and guess. Back in 1992, PepsiCo was heavily marketing the slogan, "You could be a millionaire," to the population of the Philippines. Of course. What happens when I literally made a video about this the other day. It's real. It's real. Of course, 1 million pesos doesn't seem quite so exciting when you convert it into Western money. Even today, it'd be only worth about $20,000. But winning 1 million pesos would have been a massive deal in a country with such a small economy and widespread poverty. And it would get you quite far. I can remember spending a few weeks in the Philippines on a weird business trip. Danny, what is up with your life? Who's going on a business trip to the Philippines? I didn't know you were a f***ing spy. I don't even know what they do in the Philippines. Do they export nuts? Is Philippines famous for nuts? And I feel amazed at how little it costs to buy anything. I could go for a boozy night out, enjoy a 4-course meal, employ a tour guide and translator, drunkenly buy an island by mistake, and still have a bit of change left over from the equivalent of about $10. I'm assuming he's exaggerating because, look, I know wherever you are, islands are expensive. I've looked into it, can't afford an island. Pepsi sales have been seriously lagging behind Coca-Cola in the Philippines for some time, but this new promotion was intended to shake up the battle of the fizzy drinks. The cap of every bottle of Pepsi, 7-Up, and Mirinda would have a number printed on the inside, and certain numbers could be redeemed for instant cash prizes, usually the equivalent of about $4. Well, I mean, that could probably buy you an island, right, Danny? But one special number, which would only be printed on the caps of 2 bottles, would be announced every night on television as the grand prize number, which would scoop the potential 2 daily winners that dream jackpot of 1 million pesos. Wait, so Pepsi were giving away $40,000 every day? That's pretty generous. The contest seemed to be working out pretty well for a while, as Pepsi number fever gripped the nation, and sales surged 40%, catching up with Coca-Cola for the first time. You know what the great irony of all this is? I literally made a video, recorded a video about this yesterday for the Today I Found Out channel. It was a rerun of like an old one that was really popular, and I was like, I don't really like rerunning the old ones unless they didn't work for a particular reason. And David, who I do that channel with, he was like, let's rerun it, and I'm like, all right, people aren't gonna like this, but okay. The contest seems to be working out pretty well so far, as Pepsi number fever gripped the nation and sales surged by 40%, catching up with Coca-Cola for the first time. On May the 25th, 1992, viewers tuned in Channel 2 news program to discover that tonight's grand prize winner was 349. This prompted a flurry of excitement and hysteria right across the Philippines. Perhaps a little more excitement than there really should have been. But because, due to a minor cock-up, there was slightly more than 2 winning caps in circulation displaying the magic number 349 underneath them. In fact, there were 800,000 of them. This is such a massive cock-up, Pepsi. It's like, as soon as that's happened, you know someone at PepsiCo is like, fuck. Either we're going to pay out a ton of money, or we're going to be tied up with litigation forever, or we're going to have to buy the Philippines. It's hard to fully imagine the celebratory mood of all those lucky Filipinos who briefly believed they had finally escaped poverty and become fabulously wealthy. And it's equally hard to imagine the crushing sense of disappointment they must have felt when PepsiCo announced there had been a computer glitch and they wouldn't be paying out. To be fair, PepsiCo had good legal grounds for not being obliged to pay out the equivalent of $32 billion that it would have cost them to honour all the caps. The terms and conditions of the contest clearly stated that each winning grand prize number would be accompanied by a confirmation security code. There was no confirmation security code on any of the 800,000 caps because 349 was never meant to be selected as a winning number. So therefore, if you opens it up and there's a confirmation security code on there, you don't have to wait for the announcement later in the day. You automatically know that you've won. PepsiCo did agree to offer the equivalent of about $19, which is only about 1,000 times less than they wanted Pepsi, to all the lucky winners as a goodwill gesture. And 486,170 people accepted this offer, costing PepsiCo a grand total of just under $9 million. But others weren't so happy with the deal, and you can kind of see why. Yeah, Danny, it was 1,000 times less. Rioting erupted outside the PepsiCo offices. Oh yeah, people die, by the way. Spoiler alert, because I did this yesterday. People actually die because of this. And, well, that was not really Pepsi's fault. I mean, I made a video about this yesterday, so without reading ahead, I can tell you that I believe it was a school teacher. No. A man threw a grenade against a Pepsi truck. It bounced off and killed a child and a school teacher, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see how my memory is. So, yeah, I'm fairly confident at this point that this one is true. Rioting erupted outside the PepsiCo offices. 37 trucks were overturned and burned. 3 PepsiCo employees were killed by a grenade thrown through an office window, and a further 2 passers-by were killed when a grenade bounced off a truck into the crowd. Holy shit. We did not cover that the PepsiCo employees were killed on the video recorded yesterday. We just covered the teacher and the kid being killed, which is, well, it's rather sad. Following 14 years of civil suits and criminal complaints, the Philippine Supreme Court finally ruled in 2006 that PepsiCo was not legally obliged to honour the payout. Pepsi's popularity certainly fell sharply again following the botched contest, though, as a new slang term for getting conned emerged in the Philippines, getting 349s. As in, I was proper 349'd by the price of their guacamole. Wow, Danny, that is a deep pull. We talked about guacamole being expensive, like mashed up avocados in the past, or whatever guacamole is made out of. And well, Danny pulled it from months ago. Bravo, Danny! I would say that was a win for PepsiCo, because if you say, like, getting conned was getting Pepsi'd, that'd be a lot worse for the brand. Look, I know it's true. I don't need to read the answer. The botched Pepsi 349 contest, true. 51,000 smaller prizes and 17 grand prizes had successfully been awarded before the 349 fiasco, though, so it wasn't all bad news. The grand prize would have been equivalent to approximately 23 years of earnings for the average Filipino. So at the time, Filipinos made $1,000 a year. Yoko Ono! Oh God, why are we talking? Look, I mean, I know everyone loves it when I talk about Yoko Ono because we just rip the absolute piss out of her for a good 10 minutes. But I genuinely don't like talking about her because it reminds me of her music, which reminds me of my inner sadness. Yoko Ono sounds like a cat getting stabbed and strangled and shot and bludgeoned to death at the same time as another cat getting shot and stabbed and bludgeoned to death at the same time as another cat. We could go on, but we're not going to. Most of us will be aware of Yoko Ono's immense contribution to the music industry. But she makes everyone else look better. I mean, you could be listening to Yoko Ono and be like, oh, so Nickelback are actually good. Maroon 5 can make music. Actually, quite like Nickelback. I'm a terrible person. I'm through with standing in line to clubs I'll never get in. So, all right, Chuck, chill out, mate. But I don't think everyone's quite aware of her epic entrepreneurial achievements. During the autumn of 1985, the celebrated multimedia artist and work-shy bitbug launched the Yoko Ono Songwriting School for the Gifted. This is fake. It's fake. Although calling the venture a school may have been pushing it a little bit. It was actually more of a 2-week retreat situated in a large facility hidden away in the canton of Ticino in the Swiss Alps, complete with its own recording studio. This is already. So there's a recording studio in the middle of the Swiss Alps. Alright. The idea was that you would spend a fortnight in the company of some of the world's finest songwriters and Yoko Ono to learn the secrets behind the craft and brainstorm your next composition. Your most promising, maybe that's where Nickelback and Maroon 5 went. Your most promising ditty would then be put together in the school's professional recording studio for you to take home afterwards. I would actually defend Nickelback and Maroon 5 seriously for a moment. I don't know why they're everyone's go-to bands to make fun of, but I quite like it. I genuinely am like, I don't object to it. I don't know why everyone shits on them so bad. I'm like, Maroon 5, I especially like that first album. Look for the girl with a broken smile. Marketing fluff indicated that only the most uniquely talented, budding young student songwriters would be accepted by the school. But it sounds to me as if it was more about how much money you were willing to hand over. A typical price tag for the 2-week adventure was to be $175,000. Fuck. What is this? Not every student was thrilled with the outcome. 18-year-old Eleanor Mackenzie was awarded a place in the school after her father dug his hands deep inside his pockets, but she had a few complaints about her experience. She claims, who the fuck? You gotta be so rich. It's like, yeah, sure, Eleanor, my 19-year-old child. Here's $175,000 to go spend 2 weeks in the Swiss Alps. Like, that amount of money is just like... She complained about her experience. She claims that much of the fortnight was spent chanting and meditating, while her treasured final recording was a poorly recorded rush job of a half-finished song. Eleanor also claimed that although Yoko Ono was in attendance for the whole fortnight, she only bothered to address the students once, and this was largely to talk about the progress she was making on her new album in the recording studio. No! Danny, this is fake. Still, that's slightly better than sending out a giant cardboard cutout. However, if it all sounds like a total disaster, it's worth pointing out that the Yoko Ono Songwriting School for the Gifted remained open for 5 years, and 2 very notable students passed through its doors on their way to global fame. Nickelback and Maroon. One of them was the best-selling Canadian artist of all time, Celine Dion, while the other was Grammy Award-winning long-haired lout, Michael Bolton. All I know about Michael Bolton, I'd never heard of Michael Bolton, until he did a song on the Popstar soundtrack. Popstar was a movie with Andy Samberg from the band The Lonely Island and everything, because apparently he's just the most talented person in the world and can do everything. Legend. He did a guest song on the album for that movie, and it was gold. And I'm like, I like you, Michael Bolton, you legend. Also, I like T-Pain for the same reason. Like, I'd never heard of any of T-Pain's music. Why is that so hard to say? And then he did I'm on a Boat with The Lonely Island, and I was like, the fact that you can just take the piss out of yourself and make a cracking good song, I'm like, respect, T-Pain. But what's with the hat? Actually, scrap that. It was a total disaster. This is so fake. Yoko Ono songwriting fake! As if anyone would pay $175,000 to receive songwriting lessons from Yoko Ono, the very idea. Obviously, anyone would be like, ooh, I wonder who won that. Oh. Wait, we're paying her? That. Taxing time for the Tudors. Business owners often complain today. So, 2 for 2 so far, although the first one was definitely cheated on it. Business owners often complain today that there's far too much red tape holding back their mighty empires and overcomplicating even the simplest of tasks. I have to say I agree. Like, as a business owner, I'm like, why is this so complicated? Why? But spare a thought for the business owners of the Tudor period in England and Wales. Under the reign of King Henry VIII between 1509 and 1547, all kinds of nutty new laws and taxes were introduced, including perhaps, most famously of all, the beard tax. Now, I know there was a beard tax in Russia. The Russians definitely had a beard tax. I don't remember why, but they did. I don't know if the Tudors did, though. Every male sporting more than 2 weeks facial hair growth was forced to pay tax on their crumb catchers, leading to the beard developing into something of a status symbol. But it's a bit like the Sinclair scientific calculator of its day. Danny, this is just absolutely sprinkled with OG references. Also, what is with the meme that I keep seeing of some guy dropping salt off his onto people's food like this? What the is that about? You uncultured swine! Why is your dirty elbow salt on this people's food? You weird Johnny Depp lookalike. Also, what's up with Johnny Depp? Didn't Johnny Depp used to be really handsome and talented? And now he looks kind of scary, and probably because he is scary. Didn't he just lose some court case about being scary? And didn't someone say like, Johnny Depp, he spends like $50,000 a month on wine. And Johnny Depp was like, I'm insulted that you would say that. It's far, far more. It's like, you legend. Not entirely sure if the tax was applied to women, but But the beard tax story is not the story I'm presenting for your scrutiny here today, as I feel that's quite well known already. Oh, I guess it is true. The Russians did it as well. The more you know. There were several other potty laws introduced under Henry's rule, which created even more of a prickly problem for anyone who was just trying to carve out a decent and honest living, and many of them related to the appearance of any business that dared to open its doors to the public. Henry's philosophy seemed to be that innocent customers should never be startled by the sight of anything unsightly during a typical Tudor-era shopping trip, like, say, ugly people. Or warts. Yeah, I mean, it's best not, right? No one likes it when you're walking outside and you see an ugly person. In much the same way that modern-day workers are often instructed to cover up their tattoos, anyone serving the public in Tudor times was instructed to cover up all their warts or risk the business getting fined or even closed down. The same applied to rotting teeth, which was tricky, as they weren't so big on dental hygiene back in those days. The solution, I went to the dentist the other day, and the first thing they do upon looking in my mouth is like, you need to see a dental hygienist. And I'm like, I saw them 4 months ago. I do it more than twice a year. What the f***? And it's like, apparently I produce a lot of, I don't know, like saliva or something that causes the plaque so it builds up on the back of my teeth very frequently. And I'm like, can you not just, like, laser my mouth or something and just stop that? And they're like, no, what the f*** are you talking about? I'm a dentist, not a wizard. Why do you think you could do everything with lasers, Simon? The solution was simply not to smile if your teeth were particularly bad or predominantly black, or you had several missing at the front. Other laws, which were regularly tested by undercover inspectors working directly for the throne, included no raised voices within a store interior, the hiding of any tools of the trade which didn't need to be seen by customers, and compulsory addressing of any adult as either sir or madam at all times. Well, this just makes me think the past, like normally, I'm always like, the past was worse. You know, the present is better than any time in history. And now I'm like, well, the stores of the past sure sound a lot better. Like, normally I go into the store, f***ing ignored, The latter rule didn't apply to known thieves, homeless people, or children, all of whom could be chased out with a broom when required. These crazy laws were gradually phased out following the death of King Henry VIII, but there is documented evidence of literally hundreds of businesses receiving hefty fines or getting closed down during this period purely because of an inspector was served by somebody who dared to do something as reckless as flash them a friendly smile. Most of the farcical cases involved a fishmonger in the East End of London who spent months arguing the toss that the small growth on his face was not a wart at all. He argued it was an innocent and completely legal pimple. Now, up until this point, I was like, this is real. I believe this to be real. No, the past was always the worst, and this sounds better. This tells me, like, that feels like fiction. So I'm going to say this is false because on premise 1, the past was the worst. This makes it sound better. And premise 2, the fishmonger with the pimple, that's just made up. Sadly, he not only lost the battle and lost the business, he went on to lose his head a few years later after turning to a disgruntled life of petty crime. Fake! Fake! It's fake! Oh, 3 for 3, you legends. Everybody stank and rolled around in filth during the Tudor times. They wouldn't have been too fussy about business presentation. Even the beard tax may well be a myth. Oh, okay. Although it's reported as fact in many quarters, there's little evidence to suggest that a beard tax was ever implemented by King Henry VIII. As far as I know, it was implemented in Russia, though. You know what else is implemented in Russia? Today's fantastic sponsor, Skillshare. I'm not even sure if it is. It's probably available in Russia. Russia's not like China, right? They're not like randomly blocking websites. So if you are watching Russians, hello comrades, and why don't you get yourself some Skillshare? And I will stop doing bad Russian accent. Skillshare is online learning community for creators. I said I would stop. I will stop. Skillshare is an online learning community for creators with thousands of topics to explore across the arts and social sciences. Everything from graphic design and animation to marketing skills. I feel sometimes when I look at these, I'm like, Skillshare is personally targeting me because they're saying all the things that I'm totally at. Graphic design. I mean, you might say, look at the thumbnails on this channel. I make those. Look at the thumbnails on my other channels. Our graphic designer makes those. I feel like Skillshare's just taking a dig. Animation. I don't even know how that works. Marketing skills. Look at this read. For an example of my marketing skills, look at how this is. UX design. I don't even know what UX means. To entrepreneurship. I would say I'm a reasonable entrepreneur by accident because I started making YouTube videos and they started making me money. So that's the only thing that I don't need Skillshare for. Everything else, I do. And look, if you're watching this and you're not already entrepreneurial, is that a word? Get yourself on Skillshare. If you consider yourself a lifelong learner, you need to check out Skillshare. Now on my other channels, I'm like, look, you're watching an educational channel. You're a lifelong learner. On Business Blaze, honestly, I'm not so sure. But I know there are at least 1,000 of you out there, which is the number of people that can get Skillshare. Let me actually talk a little bit about what we have to talk about with Skillshare, because otherwise they'll refer me to a Skillshare course about how to do a f***ing ad read. Skillshare's premium membership scores you unlimited access to every subject available. Oh yeah, this is actually a good one. So when I take a course, I'm like, okay, say I need to do something with, I don't know, OBS, which I use to record this, and I'm like very confused about one aspect of OBS. What I do is I can go to Skillshare, I can look up a course in OBS, and I can be like, okay, part 15 is what I need. That's the bit about, setting up resolution or camera settings or whatever, and I'm perfect. On another platform that is not Skillshare, that will remain nameless, it'll be like, yeah, Simon, you got to buy the whole course for like $50. But I just need part 15. And they're like, well, f*** you. Skillshare are like, no worries, mate. It's all included. Get that course, go into part 15, and then leave. No pressure to continue the rest. You can then go watch something about how to cook eggs for all we care. And I'm not even going to look it up. Both of those things are on Skillshare. They just are. It's almost certain. There's a lot of it. And by I mean great courses. Look, I've talked about stuff I've done before. I did a productivity class from Thomas Frank, who's a YouTuber, by the way. I wasn't even aware of that when I took his original course. And then he comes up on my homepage. And I'm like, oh, you're a really successful YouTuber as well. What am I doing with my life? And then someone called Alexandra Samuel taught me how to get my shit together with my email, which honestly everyone needs, unless you're some sort of email wizard, which I now am. Skillshare is giving away premium membership to help you explore your creativity. If you click the link below, that's for the first 1,000 legends only. And look, I want Skillshare to be like, Simon, you hit it all. you maxed out the 1,000 people, because it's never happened before, and I'd really like it to happen. So support Skillshare, let us get back to it. Next up, VIP Sperm Bank. I'd never really given this much thought before, but I'm not sure how I'd go about shopping for the best sperm bank. I guess, yeah, I mean, unless you're really looking for sperm, it's probably not something you think about much. But I guess Trustpilot, Google reviews, Yelp. I would imagine that there aren't really that many of them. We certainly don't have one in my village anyways, so I guess I would just go to one that happens to be the shortest drive away. Or maybe the industry works on word-of-mouth referrals. I have no idea. Me neither, Danny. But back in 1980, the American eugenicist and businessman Robert K. Graham came up with an idea for really rubbing up the industry. What does rubbing up mean? Like making better? Sounds kind of sexual.
Give your meat a good old rub.
Robert had made his millions by inventing the world's first shatterproof lenses for eyeglasses. But his next thrilling idea was the repository for germinal choice, which he operated in Escondido, California. Never heard of it. Shatterproof lenses, though, that's quite an innovation. I guess before then, it'd just be like, yeah, your glasses break, and the glass goes into your eyes. Brilliant. It was essentially meant to be a VIP sperm bank, which would only accept donations from Nobel Prize winners and men who could be considered a genius in their field. Where do I sign up? YouTube genius! The ultimate goal was creating a stronger human gene pool. The original idea got a bit diluted, though. The main problem was that not many Nobel Prize winners or geniuses were willing to come forward with their generous donations.
Yeah, boy.
So the sperm bank became a little more flexible and eventually started accepting donations from upstanding men who were married and who had quite a high IQ. Wait, this is a special idea? I thought when you went to a sperm bank you got to choose. I saw it in Friends when Chandler and Monica are looking at sperm donors or something, and don't they get to choose, like, what the people are? Like, you'd be like, yeah, I want the, like, genius astronaut. Easy. Even the last point got modified later on, so that donations could be accepted from professional athletes who the bank assumed were all thick. Don't make assumptions that are true. One of the very few Nobel Prize winners to have donated his sperm was the physicist William Shockley, who went down in history as the man who invented the transistor and brought the silicon to Silicon Valley. Hilarious. But he also went down in history for promoting his beliefs that black people were inherently less intelligent than white people, and that people with low IQs should be sterilized. Well, that's an unfortunate addendum to your biography, isn't it, William? Is that what you do? Revolutionize technology? And later declare myself to be a bit of a racist. And this kind of thing leads into the reason why the repository for germinal choice ended up whipping up such huge controversy. Many people thought that it harked back to the Nazi eugenics program, and that the bank was exclusively attempting to produce a new elite army of white, intelligent, Nobel Prize-winning children who all conformed to an ideal aesthetic. They just had to be intelligent, which I feel is something we can discriminate on, because obviously we do all the time, because it's not like, yeah, what do you do? Yeah, I got an IQ of 190. I do some things. And it's like, yeah, what do you do? I've got an IQ of 60. I don't do much. It's like, okay, well, we're not going to make the guy with an IQ of 60 a rocket scientist, are we? And we're not going to make the guy with an IQ of 190. Well, he can do whatever the he wants. If he wants to be a bum, he can. Because, you know, he's got options. The bank was regularly picketed, and Robert had to hire security guards to fiercely protect his vats of frozen sperm. Despite this, the repository remained in service for nearly 20 years, and briefly outlived Robert himself, although it closed down 2 years after his death, and all the records were mysteriously destroyed. The bank claims that a total of 229 children were produced from their vaults of VIP sperm, although it's unclear if any of them had gone on to win a Nobel Prize yet. I'd like to think that at least 15% of them went on to become professional YouTubers, though. I was one of those... Not really. My parents were just wonderfully gifted as it is, and that's why you get me. Mwah. I mean, I understand why people thought this was a bit weird, but also, if I was like, yeah, I want to make sure the sperm comes to someone who's not a dum-dum, what's so wrong with that? Especially because the guys who are donating sperm or whatever, and it's like, well, you know, you're not an investment banker, are you? It's like, yeah, no, I made like $500,000 last year, and I also donate sperm for $25 on a Saturday. And it's like, well, it's less likely, isn't it? The guys donating sperm are the guys from that road trip movie. And look, I don't want them. Justin Bieber. Oh, wait, I have to decide whether this is real or fake. I was just assuming it's true. I have a feeling that this one is definitely true. If it's not, Danny spun a really good story. Wait, we need that one. It's true. Am I 4 f***ing 4? I'm 4 for 4. Mwah. I don't know if that's a good thing. I mean, it makes it less entertaining, because obviously people love it when I'm wrong, because Schadenfreude. True. All the sperm samples were destroyed when the bank closed down, and it remains a mystery why the records were incinerated. Who knows what breed of people emerged from the VIP sperm bank? Let's hope they didn't turn out to be a bit simple. I'm betting the records were destroyed because someone who donated a lot of sperm and had a lot of kids, there maybe was some law change or whatever, where it's like, well, yeah, now all the kids can come after you for, like, money and shit. And he was like, well, guess what's going to happen? We're going to burn down the sperm bank, aren't we? If this video was actually brought to you by Backblaze, this is where I would do that read, but it's not. It's brought to you by Skillshare. Support the show, get Skillshare. What am I doing? Justin Bieber is going on a nice holiday. We should have learned by now that letting the public vote on important internet polls was always destined to end in frenzied piss-taking of the highest order. Boaty McBoatface! Which is one of the funniest things of things I found funny in my life, Boaty McBoatface is really up there. There's some other things that I've definitely had where I haven't stopped laughing about it for days. Boaty McBoatface is probably the best example of that. We should have learned by now that letting the For example, when the National Environmental Research Council in the UK asked the public to vote and name their flashy new research vessel in 2016. The example Danny gives is, the winning name by several nautical miles was RMS Boaty McBoatface. But a few years earlier in 2010, Justin Bieber had put his fate in the hands of his adoring fans when his website asked them to decide on what country he should tour to next. Oh, this is going to be good. That was back when Justin was still a relatively fresh-faced youngster. I'm like, yeah, Justin Bieber's been around since 2010. Isn't he like 17? Long before he turned into a stroppy adult and started getting arrested for throwing eggs at his neighbours, reckless driving, vandalism, and being Canadian. Yeah, f*** that. In my mind, Canadians are all so friendly. It's like Canadians. Like, people who I think of positively, like generally as a nation. Like, I don't know, Canadians, Swiss people, Australians are always quite friendly. And it's like, but then there's Justin Bieber. And it's like, he needs to, like, be exiled from Canada or something like that. It seems that not everyone who participated in the polls were believers, though. Big cringe. Though, because it looked as if the winning majority never actually wanted the pop star to come back from his next tour. With over 500,000 votes, the country that topped the poll was North Korea. A spokesman for the North Korean embassy in London got involved and told BBC reporters that any application for Justin Bieber to tour the country would be referred to Pyongyang. Oh, shit! But it was all academic anyway. The poll was swiftly pushed and Justin Bieber chickened out of paying a visit to the communist country that didn't like to be known as communist. Yeah, like DPRK, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Democratic, no. People's, no. Republic, no. Korea. Yeah, well, that one's half true. The image board website, 4chan, may well have played a small role in the final poll results. That's it. Had a reputation of rallying its users into triggering viral campaigns. Legend. I love it. This has to be true. I really believe this is true. That same month, 4chan also encouraged its army of users to search for the term Justin Bieber syphilis, bringing it right to Google Trends hot searches list. Danny, you could have made this up. You could have made this up. This is too good. Incidentally, all of this would have just been slightly before the reign of Donald Trump's best buddy, Kim Jong-un, and his dad, Kim Jong-il, still a year of life left in him. And here's a bonus fake or real question wrapped up within a fake or real question, which shares the same answer. Kim Jong-un had the largest known collection of Daffy Duck memorabilia in the world. I believe them both. I believe them both. Don't let me down. Oh, Justin. It's true! I believe them both. And yes, he did have the largest collection of memorabilia. I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5. Danny, as I say, challenge me. I'm giving you a pass on the first one because I already knew it.
Oh, Danny boy! Oh, Danny boy!
The cartoon president. Ooh, I feel like I might know this one. Let's see. Is this the last one? I feel like I've been doing this for like a f***ing hour. I was actually saving this one in case we made a follow-up on some of Trump's stranger businesses, but I'm not sure if this would have counted, as it probably never got off the ground, although it did spend a couple of years in development. And it's probably worth mentioning now as I write this on the very same day that Trump has lost the 2020 election. I'm recording this on the 11th of November. Not according to him, though, Danny. It's like, no, I haven't lost. Don, you've clearly lost. I mean, everyone said, even Fox News has said you lost. Even Breitbart are probably like, look, Trump, you lost. Fox News, Breitbart, The Blaze, the right-wing news channel, are like, Trump, you lost, mate, didn't you? So we're probably all completely forgotten who he was in the next few months. Let's hope so. Joe Biden's definitely forgotten who he was. Wait, where am I? Who am I? Back in 2002, before Trump would go to be on the front of The Apprentice, an idea was produced to produce And then, okay, Danny, I get it. An animated series based on everyone's favorite business superhero, Trump Time, would follow the adventures of a gang of young entrepreneurial kids who discover a time machine hidden away on the top floor of Trump Towers. Well, he definitely doesn't have a time machine, does he? Otherwise he'd be like, yeah, no, I know, I lost. Supposedly built by Trump himself, and used to embark on a series of thrilling historical and futuristic adventures, which had an emphasis on learning valuable lessons in both business and life. Donald Trump had agreed to take part in only a relatively small guest star role in every episode. After all, he's a very busy man who struggles to stick to a script. Most of the attention would be on the young gang who returned to Trump Towers at the end of each episode to receive a few wise words of advice by the great man himself on what they've learned in today's adventure. I so want this to be true, but I have a feeling it's not. A 20-minute pilot episode was produced in 2003 by the Warner Brothers Animation Studio with the intention that they would lead to the commissioning of a full 23-part series to be aired on NBC. Trump, however, was already jumping the gun. He told reporters, we're probably going to make 2 or 3 seasons to start with, and we're thinking about the movie. There's going to be some very big names involved with that. Very big. Oh, it's too Trumpian. I feel like this is too Trumpian. I feel like that is Danny trying to write a quote in Trump's voice, and he's just overdoing it a bit much. Sadly, so I'm saying it's fake so far, even though I desperately want it to be true. Sadly, Trump Time never got the green light for a variety of different possible but unconfirmed reasons. It's been reported that NBC washed their hands of the whole project immediately after watching the pilot episode. But it could be that Trump himself had lost interest, as he was already setting up his own production company, imaginatively titled, wait for it, Trump Productions, which would be handling the imminent new Apprentice series for NBC. The untransmitted pilot episode had been locked away in the vaults of Warner Brothers Animation Studio for nearly 20 years now, and is unlikely to ever see the light of day again. The only glimpse we get into how the series might have looked is from the leaking of a few concept sketches, which feature a very flattering version of Trump who had clearly been working out for the role. Again, that tells me it's fake, even though I want it to be real. Am I going to get 6 for 6? You legend whistle. False. But now he's got a bit more time on his hands, it's possible that he'll be on the lookout for new potential ideas. Just in case, I've already written the first 23 episodes. This has been Business Blaze, brought to you by Skillshare. I have been your boy with the Blaze. Get Skillshare below. Impress them! 1,000 legends! Do it now. And thank you for watching. Fucking 5 for 5, Danny! Challenge me! Genuinely don't like talking about her because it reminds me of her music, which reminds me of my inner sadness. I'm sorry for everything I said. I love communism. Comrade, welcome to new video from Business Blaze, now known as... I'm going to stop doing a Russian accent because I'm terrible at it, but this video is brought to you by the DPRK. Not really, it's actually brought to you by something that's not a piece of shit. And that would be today's sponsor, Finimize. Oh, I'm going to have to redo this. I can't imagine Finimize are going to, go for me, comparing them to DPRK and saying that the benefit of them is they're not a piece of shit. Let me actually tell you something good about them because they are genuinely great. But this video is brought to you by Finimize. That's called a disclosure. That's a business lesson for you right there. Business Blaze viewers, that's you guys. You can get a 7-day free trial with Finimize, a premier finance app that helps you invest with confidence. I'm going to tell you more about them in a bit and how I use it. So, yeah, just sit tight because before we get into all of that capitalism nonsense, we've got some communism. Da, comrade! Oh, Danny also starts. Comrades, a spectre is haunting this basement as the ruling classes tremble. Watch me shake, Danny. I'm so afraid. What are you gonna do? Take control of the means of production? Oh! A world to win and nothing to lose but my chains. And the radiator, I suppose, which does come in very handy during winter. Yeah, if I ever turned it on. Oh! But before I deliver this manifesto for a revolution, I have a confession to make. I used to be a postman for a while. In fact, I had 2 separate stints working for the Royal Mail. A friend of mine from university, I haven't seen him in like a decade, but I do know he worked for the Royal Mail. I don't know if he still does. I don't know why I'm telling the story. It's not interesting at all. It's the only thing I can think of to talk about when it comes to postmen. Other than my postman where I live now is like, yeah, we got a package for you. It's at the post office. Why can't you deliver my packages? I'm not paying for pickup. The first time round was my proper job after my relationship with my dating agency business broke down due to irreconcilable differences. Boom. I found the life of a postman to be very much a mixed mailbag. Boom. It was very much dependent on the weather and the location of the mail round that I'd been assigned to that week. You don't get your own permanent round to begin with. You just have to cover for people who are off sick or on holiday. If you hang around for a few years until somebody retires or drops dead from the strain, you might just be lucky to bag your own rounds eventually. I never lasted that long. I know literally nothing about being a postman. Is being a postman a stressful job? Because I can imagine you've got to carry around this heavy you got to do a lot of walking, you got to go to other people's houses. But then again, also, you're just walking around dropping off packages, which, I don't imagine to be the most stressful career in the world. It's not like you're dealing with, I don't know, what's a stressful job? It's not like you're an investment banker or something, and you're like, oh my god, I just lost all my clients' money. Luckily, I'm still rich. Wait, maybe being an investment banker is not so bad, because you don't lose your own money. Stressful job. Surgeon? Is that? I don't know. If the sun was shining and I'd been assigned to a lovely quiet area with a fairly light load of mail, I often felt like I got the best job in the world. I probably would have whistled a jolly good tune if I only knew how. Oh, Danny, you can't drive, you can't whistle. What can you do, mate? But the job felt a bit less pleasant if I was battling through a ferocious hailstorm while getting weighed down with bulging bags of mail in one of the rougher areas of Rotherham. Note, Rotherhammers. I'm getting the Rotherhamians. Who gives a notice my pronunciation of Rotherham. I think I'm getting it right. I'm not sure, though. Where everybody was hassling me for their gyros. What a gyro? Or their court summons, oh god. And threatening to say, what the a gyro? What is a gyro? It's got a capital G.
Just one gyro. One, and I can get back to work.
Someone enlighten me. And it's something you get in a rough area. Is it like a knockoff biro? I don't know. And threatening to set their dogs on me if I was a bit late. A stray vicious dog once ripped a chunk out of my thigh, but I bravely battled on to the very end of the round before collapsing in a pool of my own blood. Danny, what is going on? Is this even real? Days like that just never seem to be as cheerful. But one thing I noticed during my 2 short spells at Royal Mail was how the whole operation seemed to be at the mercy of the union, who seemed hell-bent on throttling the life out of it at any given opportunity. I'm not going to share my opinion on unions, because it will encourage people to smash the dislike button. Angry union meetings were held every week, strikes were called at the drop of a hat, and big advantages were handed over on a plate to Royal Mail's emerging business competitors, who became viewed as a more reliable service. Obviously, they've never heard of Yodel. Is it Yodel? What's that one that everyone is such a piece of shit? I mean, there's so many that are a piece of shit. But a friend of mine runs a business where he delivers a lot of packages. And I remember, I think my parents were talking about this Yodel company being shit. And then he was like, yeah, we use Yodel because it's by far the cheapest. And I'm like, yeah, mate, because it's shit. It seemed as if the union would rather destroy the whole company than lose a fight with management. Yeah. Unions. And nothing has changed much since then. What a surprise. Just a couple of years ago, the union boss proudly declared to the press that he would rather smash Royal Mail to bits than lose an ongoing dispute over pensions. You clowns. Oh, you gotta smash the dislike button, because my opinion on unions, not all unions, many unions, is becoming clear. I got quite friendly with one union rep, even though he was a very odd and very hot-tempered bloke. Yeah, he is part of a union. And over a pint of lager in the local pub after a tough morning's letter posting, I got a rich insight into the extent of his anger over the society of today. This went beyond a postal... Where's the communism, Danny? Unions are not communist enough. This went way beyond a postal union, tossing the odd custard pie in the face of anyone who worked in management. The guy firmly believed that a communist society was the only fair way forward for the good citizens of the UK. Good luck with that one. And while he was happy to concede that communism hadn't quite panned out well in other countries such as the Soviet Union and China, and let me just add in, any other country that's tried it, he insisted this was only because the original perfectly sound concepts had been perverted and corrupted by fools. That's a fairly legit argument. Like, the concept of communism is arguably not bad. The implementation of communism is always terrible, but look, we're humans. We're never going to be able to implement it right. I'm really sorry to say. Like, I am a huge Star Trek fan. I love it in the future where they don't have money and they have everything they need and everyone works for their own prestige and glory and all of this stuff, but for the betterment of themselves and mankind, or however they want to describe it. I'm like, yeah, it's not happening, is it? And anytime they mention money, like the gold press platinum or whatever in Star Trek, they're like, yeah, people get into that because they love money. Oh, if you're wondering why I'm wearing different glasses, I just realized that I am. It's because my kid broke my other glasses, so I'm wearing my backup pair. I know they don't look as good. I apologize. What are we talking about? He bangs on for hours with his own elaborate manifesto for a new utopia in which there is no such thing as private property until it was finally time to leave the pub. I'll never forget that as we left, I asked if I could borrow a cigarette until tomorrow. He said, "No, these are mine, get your own," and disappeared. The enchanted workers, all aching for the merciful release of death. Oh, Daddy, this is depressing, but realistic. I know that the subject of communism seems to have crept into quite a few Business Blaze videos, and I have to admit that I'm not even entirely sure why. Me neither, Danny. It's just like, at some point, it's like, why are we talking about communism again?
The reign is actually a lot like communism. When you think about it, at first it sounds really nice, but once you actually get out into it, it is even better!
I think it stems from the Pepsi Navy video, in which we looked at the Pepsi Navy and discovered that there wasn't really any such thing as the Pepsi Navy, so we had to fill up a script with communism instead. But maybe it's time to get it out of our system once and for all. Yeah, good luck with that, Daddy. I've got another script here, which I'm going to be reading immediately after this one, called Insanely Overpriced Products Part 2. And let me tell you, there's probably going to be communism in it. Could communism ever be considered a workable and fair concept? Why has communism always failed in the past? And could it ever succeed if handled in the right way? I've given away my opinion on this, haven't I? Did the soap opera Dallas really contribute to the downfall of the communist Soviet Union? 1, I've never seen Dallas, and 2, I've never heard of that, but okay. And why didn't Karl Marx just get off his arse and get a bloody job? The work-shy layabout. I love the word work-shy. It's like a single word. Work-shy. Love it. Hey Siri, define work-shy.
Work-shy means of a person lazy and disinclined to work.
Yeah, fucking right. By the way, I realized that if I do Siri on my iPad rather than on my phone, it works a lot better because it's closer. We obviously don't want to spend ages talking about the entire long-winded history of communism from start to finish, partly because it would need to be a 20-part series, partly because my Ladybird book of communism didn't go into that much detail, and partly because I've already wasted a big chunk of the script waffling on about being a postman. Yeah, Danny, we're 4 pages in. We've barely even started. We've talked about unions. I've ranted about unions. Yeah, we talked about you being a postman. Let's get into the subject, shall we? The other day someone left a comment. It's like, I can't stand this. 6 minutes and he can't get to the point. He can't get to the point. I'll just suggest, if you want someone to get to the point, have you ever considered not watching Business Blaze and maybe cracking a book? You knob. But it still might be useful to briefly explore what exactly communism means and how a third of the world fell under its cold spell for much of the 20th century. Look, a lot of the countries that fell under the spell of communism weren't exactly, volunteering to be under the spell of communism. I live in one of those countries. The people don't have fond memories of being forced to be communists. Of course, communism was effectively a direct response and a two-finger salute to capitalism. We can see the early roots of both models pop up in very early history. Plato was describing communist ideals as early as the 4th century BC, but one of the most significant turning points in capitalist production arrived with the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th and early 19th century. The Industrial Revolution was a pretty big deal in history, and most economic historians would agree that it was the most important event in the progress of mankind since the domestication of animals. Yeah, the Industrial Revolution was this amazing, crazy thing, and it only happened like 100-something years ago. It's wild. Without the Industrial Revolution, we'd still be travelling around in horse-drawn carriages, fighting wars with muskets, and living in a closed world without so much as a telegraph service or a single electronic device. On the plus side, we wouldn't have polluted the earth anywhere nearly as badly. Look though, I don't want to say it's worth it, because it's going to get, people like Greta Thunberg to be like, but it was worth it, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I mean, look, would you rather be riding around in a smelly horse getting polio, or would you be like, the pollution index is looking a bit high today, isn't it? Yeah, but I'll just go inside. I mean, it's alright, isn't it? Or I'll just go to the country. Look, I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything. Let's not pollute the out of the world. Let's do our parts. But also, it was worth it. It's worth it. You naturally had the Luddites arguing that the new automated machinery was putting their jobs at risk. Later on, they staged protests by destroying factories, but they all got shot dead, which seemed to quickly resolve that issue. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a pretty good solution. I mean, dictatorships have tried it world over. I mean, literally, communist dictatorships have done this. It's very effective. I mean, all the people who smashed that dislike button, I have hunted down and shot, allegedly. It's very effective. It's why this channel enjoys such a high like to dislike ratio, despite being a piece of shit. Besides, they were talking out of their asses. The Industrial Revolution witnessed unprecedented growth in new jobs, average incomes, and the standard of living. So all of this seemed to prove that capitalism, a term first coined in the 19th century to describe a free, profit-based market based on supply and demand in which private individuals and companies enjoy complete ownership of production, was working out well. Not everyone completely agreed, though. The Industrial Revolution and the subsequent rise of capitalism was also deemed to dramatically widen the gulf between the rich and the poor. There's certainly no denying that it created huge ripples that affected everybody's daily life in one way or another. Before the revolution, workers would be the owners of their tools of the trade, such as chisels and pickaxes or whatever, and would effectively be self-employed. Emerging new technology may have changed the game completely, but it was expensive and beyond the budget of these workers who were earning a modest income. So, they had to put down their tools and go work for a rich bloke who could afford the new and flashy gear. Some would argue that this put all the rich factory owners in a position of complete control. They could now get away with paying a pittance to the labourers who slaved away every day to help make the factory owners even more fabulously wealthy. Already, I'm like, yeah, this is a really good point. And this is what the Communist Manifesto is. It's basically on capitalism without coming up with a really workable solution. You read the Communist Manifesto and you're like, yeah, capitalism doesn't really work. I mean, there's plenty wrong with it. It's a bit and then it's like, have you tried communism? And you're like, whoa. Yeah, but that's worse. No. One, it's really not well thought out. Two, now we're in the future, we know it doesn't work. But it's like, yeah, no, capitalism is broken. It's kind of but you know what? It's just not worse than communism. That's certainly how Karl... Actually, I'm going to take a break now and do the Finnemey's read, because I say it's got to go in the next line. But I think it's going to be a better breaking point here. This video is brought to you by Finnemey's, and I love that we are talking about the pinnacle of capitalism as a sponsor on a communism video. But no one's watching this and they love communism. All of those people have already clicked off when they realize that I'm all over their dreams. Finnemey's is a new app that shares a wealth of financial news and advice so that you can take advantage of stocks and money markets, all of those capitalist things, and all of that financy stuff that your friends are talking about. I wrote that. It's like, yeah, I got friends and they're like, ooh, I invested in this, and have you considered that? And I'm like, bro. But that's where Finnemey's comes in. Don't be left out. Now, maybe you're thinking, Simon, I studied art history in school. I don't know how to read my own checkbook. Well, one, why do you have a checkbook? Who the writes checks? And two, why did you study art history in school? Art history is the degree that I made fun of while at university. It's like, what are you going to do with that? Work in a museum? And people were like, yeah, I really like art. I'm like, well, that shut me the didn't it? Basically, Finnemey's wants to be your own financial advisor, and it's giving you the tools that you need to invest confidently and intelligently. And I'll add there, even if you're not intelligent, because they explain it. It's really plain English. There's none of those crazy terms that I always sarcastically use in a Business Blaze video. It's just like, this is what's going on, this is what you need to know. And you're like, oh, okay, I get it. Maybe all my friends are using those fancy business words because they want to look smart. I'm like, probably. I should mention the Daily Brief, particularly. This is particularly good because I am making like 1 million videos. I don't have time. Like, I look at those finance websites and I'm like, yeah, I guess I should read that. I guess I should know what's going on in the world. But I mean, I don't have time. I'm willing to bet you probably don't have time. And that's just the reality of the modern world. So, Daily Brief, basically, it provides like a really short, readable, or if you prefer listening, maybe you can't read and you want to invest, you can listen to the Daily Brief, and it basically gives you all of the essential information that you need to know. And if you ever want to go further with that information, there are 100 what they call packs, and these are basically in-depth profiles on companies that you might need to know about or you just want to know about so you can make smart investing decisions. What else do I need to say? I mean, finance is just something that you should probably know a little bit about, like knowing, investing and all of that stuff. If you invest now, it's going to be worth a whole lot more in the future. So get your thinking cap on with Finnemey's. You can get a 7-day free trial and 20% off if you want the premium yearly subscription. Just click in the description below. 7-day trial, completely free. Cancel at any time and you won't be charged anything. Well, that's brilliant. So, what do I have to say? Oh, if your money isn't working for you and you want to change that, or you just want to give yourself a crash course in finance and investing, check out our friends at Finnemey's. God, they are so much more eloquent than me. Come up with, and then they're like, just say this. So, okay. But no, it's really good. Check it out. Link below. That's certainly how Karl Marx saw things. That doesn't work because we just did the thing. But although he was born in Germany, Karl Marx was a man without a country in 1848, getting kicked out of every country he lived in for expressing liberal socialist views in his political publications and generally stirring. The good old days where we could just throw out a crazy socialist. He eventually settled down in London without a pot to piss in, and his family would regularly get kicked out of their apartments for failing to pay rent, regularly adopting fake names to hide from creditors. He often found himself housebound for long stretches because his wife was forced to pawn his trousers in order to put food on the family dinner table. Is that true? Marx's own mother once complained, if only Karl made more capital instead of just writing about it. She didn't say that, Daddy, did she? That's incredible. Fortunately, he had a good friend called Friedrich Engels. Yeah, Friedrich Engels was like Karl Marx's sugar daddy, who proved to be a handy source of free money, while Marx sat in his underpants scribbling articles and books that nobody wanted to read. Engels had a rich capitalist dad who owned a huge textile factory and who owned huge textile factories, plural, in Manchester and in Germany. So he's like a mega successful international businessman who owns all the capital. And it's how Marx lives for free. Oh, the irony. And Marx was happy to accept generous handouts from Engels and to avoid his family starving to death. It's reported that Marx was living communism before communism was a thing. It's reported that over the years Marx scrounged tens of thousands of pounds from Engels, who had scrounged it off his dad. And so it was. In 1848, living a lifestyle funded entirely by money, scrounged for a rich capitalist, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels put together a very famous document which explained why capitalism was evil. Commissioned by London's Communist League, the Communist Manifesto, you've heard of that, described a revolution that was considered by the authors to be inevitable. Still waiting, aren't we? Of course, the concept of communism and socialism have been floating around for ages, and there are debatable differences between the two, although the terms are often used interchangeably and incorrectly. Socialism describes a system in which industrial production and the chief means of generating wealth is communally owned and managed by a democratically elected government, but individuals can still own private property. Socialists usually seek reform and change through peaceful democratic procedures. And everyone thinks that's communism, which it isn't. Communism is a more hardcore branch of socialism, which calls for the overthrowing of the entire structure. The manifesto explains the belief that wealth is unfairly distributed in a capitalist system driven by powerless workers who provide the economic value but live in conditions of poverty, while the big profits are siphoned off into the bank accounts of the already wealthy elite at the top.
Patrick, that's my money.
Have you learned nothing about sharing?
Marx and Engels wanted to rip down the crippling class divisions between the bourgeoisie, the capitalist owners of production, and the proletariat, the poor sods who sell their labour for tuppence an hour. A manifesto called for a complete central government control of all factories, agriculture, education, communication, transport, labour, and production. It's beginning to sound all a little bit like authoritarianism, isn't it, guys? Oh, all property rights would be confiscated under this new order in which private ownership of anything was forbidden. Society would live without class divisions, and distribution of goods and basic necessities would be overseen by the state and based upon the principle from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. And the manifesto declared that violent communist triumph over the capitalist pigs was only a matter of time. There was no doubt that the working classes would eventually rise up and revolt.
Russian dog. Capitalist pigs. Thinking Bolsheviks, you'll never take me alive.
However, the manifesto was light on detail on how exactly this was going to be achieved. Yes, it was. For example, the planned redistribution of land and property was probably destined to get a bit messy, but the manifesto didn't bother itself with that. Yeah, I mean, here, I live in the Czech Republic, which was taken over by the communists, and everything was nationalized, and people had their private property taken away, and it's like, it's a mess to this day. There are properties which are still held in, oh god, what's the word? There's a word for it, which I've subsequently forgotten, which is where there is a property that lost its chain of ownership, so there's people fighting over who owns it. Like, I owned it before the communists, and they have to go through this extremely drawn-out process of working out how to get their property back. And, yeah, that.
Este edificio aquí, ¿cuál es?
También es un edificio que tiene locales comerciales de propiedad privada.
Expropiese, señor alcalde. Expropiese.
If like a communist government came over and took over my house and I'd be mighty pissed off. They'll be like, yeah, we're actually putting a good, loyal communist person in the house that you earned the money for and paid for. It's like, please. I'd leave so fast. I would just leave. And although the manifesto helped to put the principles of communism on the radar and Marxist movements cropped up across Germany and Russia, neither Marx nor Engels lived to see a communist revolution. When Marx died in 1883, he was skint again and largely forgotten. Only 11 people attended his funeral. It's not recorded if Marx owned a pair of trousers at the time of his death. Okay, however, fast forward a few decades, the Russian Revolution of 1917, and the world finally got to see how communist power would work when the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, seized power of the troubled and deeply divided country. The communist Soviet Union was officially formed in 1922, and it had a pretty good run, lasting all the way until 1991, so surely they must have been doing something right. Obviously, if you think that, you've never heard of the 20th century. It's not entirely clear what, though. Shortly after seizing control, Lenin and his communist comrades got busy on confiscating mines, mills, factories, and estates from wealthy landowners. But Lenin didn't get a chance to sit on the throne of power for very long, as he died from natural causes in 1924, and nobody was sad. Shortly before his death, Lenin had warned his comrades to be wary of the ambitions of the ruthless and cunning General Secretary, another guy you've heard of, Joseph Stalin, Man of Steel. Following Lenin's death, Stalin gradually seized control of the regime, and it turns out the party may have been wise to pay attention to their former ruler. If you're looking for a good movie recommendation, The Death of Stalin, check it out. Worth watching, other than all that other that people constantly have a go at me for not watching, like The Princess Bride and Star Wars and The Godfather and Citizen Kane, everything that is regarded as good. Just go watch The Death of Stalin. It's perhaps not entirely fair to judge the effectiveness of communism on the dictatorship rule of Stalin, which officially ran from 1927 until his death in 1953, largely because Stalin was completely off his trolley. He got around the problem of running a painfully divided state by killing anyone who didn't agree with him. Jolly good. Not really. During the Great Purge of the 1930s, he's believed to have ordered the execution of around 300,000 members of his own army, alongside over a million, probably over a million civilians, including the children of families that were deemed to be traitors. I would definitely have been executed. Oh, good. They'd see this video, the communists take over and they'd see this video and be like, quickly kill him and all his family. Be like, oh, millions more detractors were deported or imprisoned in forced labor camps. Or maybe they'd keep me around. Maybe they'd be like, that guy's not bad at presenting videos. Let's get him to make videos praising communism. And I'll be like, you're not going to kill me, right? And they'll be like, no, we're not. Are you going to pay me? They'll be like, no. I'm like, all right, I'll do it. Just don't kill me and my family, please. I'm sorry for everything I said. I love communism. Following food shortages, and in particular, a dire crisis in grain production, Stalin implemented the collectivization of the Soviet Union's agriculture sector, which basically involved the forced consolidation of individual private farms into giant state-run collective farms. Peasants were no longer allowed to grow plants, even in their own gardens. This didn't pan out quite as well as hoped. In fact, it led to a massive fall in agricultural production, which in turn led to a devastating man-made famine between 1932 and 1933 that claimed between 7 and 14 million lives. 7 to 14 million lives. F*** you, communism. F*** you, Stalin. Marx hadn't mentioned any of this in his original manifesto. No, but it just left a big, blank page for, you fill in the blanks. And Stalin did. Stalin remained a bit of a bellend right up until his dying days. His personal guards had always been strictly forbidden from entering his private quarters on pain of death. One day, probably when he was a bit bored, he decided to have a bit of fun by testing the resilience of his guards. From his private quarters, he screamed out repeatedly, as if in excruciating agony, and his devoted guards came rushing to the aid of their great leader. Stalin then had them all shot for failing to follow simple orders. I wanna react like I'm surprised, but it's Stalin, isn't it? It'd be like, yeah, then Hitler killed all the Jews. What? He did?
Ich hab den Guter angetan. Und darin alle höheren Offiziere liquidieren zu lassen, wie Stalin!
Shortly afterwards, he found himself in genuine agony from a paralyzing seizure while alone in his quarters, and none of the guards responded to the screams. They weren't dumb enough to fall for that old chestnut. Stalin was eventually found unconscious and was dead within the week. Good! Don't cry wolf, Stalin. I feel like we should rename that Don't Cry Stalin. Don't Cry Stalin. Hashtag Don't Cry Stalin. That also sounds like Don't Cry Stalin. Would be like if we do something that's really capitalist. Hashtag Don't Cry Stalin. The comrades of the Soviet Union rumbled on under communist rule, with hungry bellies and blistered fingers until 1991, when David Hasselhoff turned up and smashed the Kremlin to bits with his bare hands while singing his timeless classic, Looking for Freedom. No, hang on, we're getting that mixed up with Germany and also fiction. But as silly as that may have sounded, some claim that the glitzy, trashy American TV soap Dallas, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it, was partly responsible for the dissolving of the Soviet Union. And people will be like, oh, come on, Simon, I can't believe you've never seen Dallas. Have you never heard of the Fonz? I don't even know if the Fonz was in Dallas. That could have been something else. That might have been Cheers, which I've also never seen. But there was a pub I used to go to that was themed like Cheers, so that's kind of all I know about Cheers. What the was I talking about?
ADHD impairs a child's ability to function in
Everyday life.
Yeah, people are like, why haven't you seen Dallas? I don't know, because I don't want to watch a soap from the 1950s or whatever. No one cares. Obviously not the 1950s. Under communist rule, citizens weren't allowed to watch or hear anything that hadn't been approved by the state, so good entertainment on TV or radio was completely out of the question. They couldn't even watch Bullseye on a Sunday evening. OG Business Blaze joke right there. But some deviants to the cause have managed to smuggle in black market videotapes of Dallas, which were sneakily watched and enjoyed by thousands, possibly millions of Soviet viewers who were awestruck at this perceived American way of life and wanted a bit of that for themselves. Of course you would. You'll be like, you have things? What? I wish I had things. It sounds about as far-fetched as a typical Dallas plot, okie dokie, but even the very last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, privately conceded that Dallas and other shows smuggled in from the US may have played a part in the growing discontent of citizens. They were probably a bit disappointed to discover that typical American-style life was nothing remotely like Dallas. Following increasing unrest in several constituent republics and a chain of internal power struggles and attempted coups, Gorbachev eventually declared his office extinct in late 1991, signaling the end of the communist Soviet Union. The 70-year test of communism may be accurately described as a bit disappointing, really, but on the plus side, they did manage to send the first man into space in 1961, so it wasn't all bad news. No, but it mostly was. It mostly was. I'd say 99% was bad news. Still, the Soviet Union wasn't the only country to go commie. Over the course of the 20th century, a third of the world fell under communist rule, including most notably China from 1949 onwards. Maybe the Chinese had better luck following the manifesto. No, I mean, China is communist in name and basically in, like, governmental style. But the Chinese economy, I mean, no, it's just not. Maybe the Chinese, no, scrap that, they didn't. And again, much of the failure was down to something as simple as grain production. Oh yeah, sorry, modern China. Old school China, bit more communist. Mao, bit of a dickhead. During Chairman Mao's Great Leap Forward, peasants were encouraged to form and join collective farming associations, and many households ended up getting forced into state-owned communes. But the results were even more catastrophic than the collectivization of Soviet Union farms. Although figures from China are generally not reliable, it's reported that somewhere between 7 and 45 million people died from starvation in Chairman Mao's man-made famine, very probably on the higher end of that scale. Yeah, because it's China. They're not, you know, if they say a number, it's the worst one, probably slightly higher than the worst one. It's one of the biggest and most appalling disasters in human history. Today, China, along with Cuba, Laos, North Korea, and Vietnam, is still technically one of the very last bastions of communism, although China does appear to be open to more capitalist concepts in recent years, and North Korea doesn't officially identify itself as communist. I've been to all of those countries except North Korea. Cuba is the only one that is quite communist. Like, there's a separate currency for tourists. I mean, they still have money. You still buy It's just, you know, much more centralized. Laos, hardly. Vietnam, hardly. China, hardly. It's just in name. And North Korea, I guess so. I don't really know. I've never been there. I can't go there anymore because I've shit. I used to want to go, but then I became a YouTube person and I've shit on North Korea so many times that I can't possibly go because I would be tortured to death. But while success stories under communist rule, Yuri Gagarin aside, are very hard to find in comparison to the millions of deaths caused directly by communism, could it be the case that nobody has done it right yet and that there is still a very valid argument for a good functioning communist society that doesn't involve executions and starving the population to death? Well, no, not really. In fact, not at all.
Сука, 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 блядь, сука, 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 блядь.
Communism is just plain bonkers and would never work in a million years. Yes, I agree. I'm not sure I agree so strongly. Also, I mean, communism, bad. Socialism, I can see how it would work. I don't particularly like it. It's not how I would like things to work, but I get it. I think it's not an insurmountable obstacle to get a very socialist system working. But let's not. it's understandable how some people, it's always in the middle, isn't it? No one wants, like, unchecked, rampant capitalism, or, as I've described in previous videos, capitalism while being a dick. And also, no one wants socialism, where it's like you work really hard, because I work really hard. I don't want all my money taxed away from me and given to everyone else, because I worked hard for it. And I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I'm also saying, let's just get it somewhere in the middle. Just get it somewhere in the middle. It's not that hard. Let's not go all the way over here. Let's not go all the way over here. Let's just be somewhere in the middle. Okay? It's not that bad. It's understandable how some people felt aggrieved that the Industrial Revolution appeared to take away the tools of the common man and put more power into the hands of the filthy rich, and I can understand up to a point how annoying it is that somebody like Sir Shifty Philip Green, previous Business Blaze video all about him, is allowed to get away with siphoning off billions of pounds of profit into his already fat bank account while paying minimum wage to thousands of staff that drive his empire forward. But communism is not the answer. One of the crucial benefits of a capitalist economy is that it's driven by supply and demand, and the market prices enable companies to assess the current value of goods and services. When you hand all of that over to a centrally planned economy, you completely lose sight of what is actually needed or wanted and in how big of a quantity. Wow, Danny, I mean, judging by all of the previous videos that we've made and how often you bring up communism, I just thought you'd be like, Simon, communism is the answer, we're doing it. This is the start of the revolution. And Danny's like, actually, no, it's isn't it? I agree, Danny. Same page. It's actually a tremendous burden for a central power to control and oversee, and most of the time, they'll be fumbling around cluelessly in the dark while the population starves to death. And yet, at the same time, mass famine is perhaps one of the strongest arguments a communist society can use to convince comrades to give up their private property and join in the collective farms in order to survive. There's also the small matter of a complete lack of incentive for comrades to work hard and succeed. Why should you bother? You can work twice as hard as your lazy neighbor, but you're never going to walk away with twice as much income. Yes, a communist society destroys any desire to innovate or produce anything new that might be useful. Instead, it creates a working environment in which most people just try to get away with doing as little as possible to tick the box. There is also the counter-argument to that if everyone isn't working for, innovations and supply and demand and business and seeking out money, then you get a more creative society, because people, it's not if I go out and make a popular YouTube channel, then I'm going to get paid more. Maybe if I just had a base level of income and I wasn't going to make more, rather than making something I knew would be popular, I would arguably make more business places because they're more entertaining and more, I feel, creative expression. And the only reason I really could do business plays is because I have enough money already. So that is the counter-argument to that.
So that was a fucking lie.
I've made it in a very weird way, I realise. Soviet workers had an old saying which lightly hits the nail on the head with minimum effort. We pretend to work, and they pretend to pay. Ba-da-bum-bum. History has also shown us that communism seems to propel proper knob jockeys onto dictatorial positions of power, such as Joseph Stalin. It's a system which seems to attract the corruptible and the deranged, who are more than happy to kill millions of their own citizens in the name of the cause and to keep a tight grip on power. Perhaps the truth is that we'll never really see a true communist society as outlined in Karl Marx's and Friedrich Engels' original manifesto from 1848. We've never witnessed a true democratic separation of the classes, and we've only seen the erections of new divisions between the peasants and the new totalitarian state. So maybe there's still time for someone to show us how it's to be done, but it's probably best they don't bother. I can't help thinking that if only those greedy capitalist pig dogs handed out a bit more free money to Karl Marx, he might have been able to come up with a slightly better manifesto on how to bite the hands that was feeding him. Indeed. This has been Business Blaze. It was brought to you by Finimize, which is a wonderfully capitalist service which you should check out below, because they're actually very soured on communism now, so perfect sponsorship. Link below. Thank you for watching. Oh, purchase the merch. I'm wearing the old classic. Smash the dislike button. I found this in the bottom of my pile of merch t-shirts, and I haven't worn that one in a while, and it's very popular. So thank you, everybody. Purchasethemerch.co. See you next time. If you want someone to get to the point, have you ever considered not watching Business Blaze and maybe cracking a book? You knob. How's it going, friends? Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Business Blaze. I am your boy with the blaze. I have no idea why this t-shirt exists, because I think, am I the only one who can wear this? Because I am the boy with the blaze, and Well, you are not, but you can wear a t-shirt and pretend you are. You'll also have to shave your head and grow a beard. I'm sorry, ladies. This is a video all about cocaine. Legitimately.
Wish I could jump in there and roll around in all that cascading white powder.
Everyone requested this. Not everyone requested this, but it has been heavily asked for. So we've got the gift of the gods, the secret history of cocaine. Possibly the greatest video ever made. Danny has written this. I will read it. Sam, our video editor, will add some fine memes. Mwah! And before I get started, I have a note here to mention that I have a new channel, or relatively new channel. It's called Side Projects. If you are a regular Blazer, you know that I have other channels. One of those other channels was called Mega Projects, where we cover mega projects, and there was stuff I wanted to cover on there that wasn't really mega enough, so I started a new channel called Side Projects. It's doing well!
Because I'm addicted.
Everyone likes it, except for the people who don't, and they smash the dislike button, but that's okay. Check it out, there is a link below. Let's do it. When I was a very little kid, sitting on my... By the way, Danny, this is heavy. Almost as heavy as my pile of cocaine. When I was a very little kid sitting on my grandfather's lap, I can remember asking him what it was like before television was invented. I don't like imagining that. It makes me uncomfortable. I think when I got a little bit older, I was more curious to find out if it ever killed anybody during the Second World War. It was always a bit tight-lipped on that topic. Yeah, you don't talk about the war. But in my younger days, I was just fascinated to learn how people managed to get by without a TV in the corner of the room. I suppose these days, kids are more likely to ask withering old folk about what it was like before the internet. The very idea of living in a desperately confusing world where you can't just Google the Guinness World Record for most canned drinks opened by a parrot in 1 minute. Is that really a thing? Must have seemed quite alien and baffling to the children of today. The record, by the way, belongs to Zach the McCaw, I don't know, of San Jose, California, who opens 35 cans of soda in under 60 seconds in 2012. That's like 1 every 2 seconds. Also, whoever's training this parrot, what the fuck has gone wrong in your life, son? The multi-talented McCaw also holds the world record for most basketball slam dunk by a parrot in 1 minute, and he can also ride a skateboard. No, he can't. And also, how does he slam dunk it? How big is a parrot? This big? This big? He's not slam dunking a basketball. What is going on? Stop. People keep hitting me up on Twitter being like, Simon, there's this guy, and he's trying to beat the world record for most YouTube channels with 100,000 subscribers or something. Guinness World Records is kind of bullshit, as demonstrated by the most canned drinks opened by a parrot in 1 minute. That's like, I don't care. Just do your thing. Things that get me excited in life, not this. You probably have to go back quite a bit further to a time when young, inquiring minds of the day would have been asking their grandparents, what exactly did you do before the discovery of cocaine? How on earth did you cope?
Well, obviously the yada yada. Dirty mother.
I actually don't know. The type of cocaine that your flashy next-door neighbor snorts through a $50 note wasn't technically discovered until 1859 and didn't really develop into a massive cause of concern until the 1970s. So they got a good 120-something years before they were like, we should do something about that. Also, how did it take 120 years for people to get into it? It's pretty great. Also, and I know I'm adding a lot of comments to this episode. What did you expect? But also, your flashy next-door neighbor snorts through a 50? That's some weak ass shit, son. I snort through bearer bonds. But, of course, the roots of the cocaine story stretch back much further than that. Thousands of years, in fact. And it's a story marred in slavery, reactionary fascism, frogs, paws, celebrity endorsements from the Pope, and tears of regret running freely down an upper-class nose with a rotting septum. The coca plant is one of the oldest cultivated plants in South America. Yeah, it is. With many botanists believing that it must have started life in the Amazon rainforest before spreading through the Andes Mountains. Spreading its joy. The scientific name, I'm not getting paid for this video, am I? I should have put a sponsor in here because then at least I'll make some money. Rather than, well, this one's for free. If you see an advert on this video, what the fuck's up, YouTube? The scientific name for the plants is Ericsson something coca. I don't know. Don't care. Not gonna look it up. But ever since about 3000 BC, the indigenous communities of South America preferred to call it coca, the gift of the gods. Really?
You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
Coca leaf remains have been found with ancient Peruvian mummies, alongside some striking bits of unearthed pottery, which depicts humans of the period with massively bulging hamster pouch cheeks from the leaves that they were shoving in their gobs. Of course, chewing on a few coca leaves wasn't anything like snorting a line of cocaine from a £50 note, which is hundreds of times more powerful. The plant contains vital nutrients as well as several alkaloids, including one that would eventually become identified as cocaine. But just chewing the leaves isn't the most effective way of getting smashed. So these people didn't spend thousands of years just staggering about South America while completely off their tits. Disappointingly. But chewing coca leaves did provide a relatively mild stimulant and a boost in energy, which probably helped them get out of bed in the morning and knock up a few cool pyramids. In later years, they would start mixing it up a bit by chewing the leaves with lime, or brewing a nice pot of coca tea to enjoy with a few Garibaldi biscuits. Wow, that's a blast from the past. Garibaldi biscuits, I don't know if they're just a British thing, but they're these biscuits. They're like, or maybe Americans will call them cookies, we call them biscuits. They're delicious, they've got little raisins in them. Mwah!
Okay, Boomer.
But although the indigenous people of South America have been happily chewing away on coca leaves and minding their own damn business well over 4,000 years, right up into the fall of the Inca Empire in the 16th century, they were unfortunately about to get some very rude visitors from Spain who were on an official mission to fuck some shit up. And that's what Danny wrote. I love it when we started this channel. And I was like, Danny, you know, and we had a few other writers at the beginning who unfortunately perished. The other day, I was browsing Reddit. And I don't know, this is completely unrelated. This is the only reason I thought of this is because I already posted this on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Simon Whistler if you want the jokes before I expand them on Business Blaze. I was on Reddit, and you know how you get adverts like in the side? One of them was advertising to me a drone. Like, not like a DJI video drone, but a SATCOM drone. Like a drone that is for satellite communications, made by Honeywell, a defense contractor. And I'm like, what the f*** is going on? And why am I getting advertised a drone? And everyone on Twitter was like, you can use it to track Sam and Danny if they escape from the basement. And so I bought it. It was very expensive. I didn't really, government. I don't have a drone. That would be like insane. These things are fucking big. From the 1530s, the Spanish conquistadors arrived in South America to convert the natives to Christianity and also enslave them. Oh no! They particularly liked the look of the gold and silver deposits in places like Peru and Bolivia, and they wasted no time in sending the natives down the mines to reap fresh riches for their patrons back home. They're missing a trick here because look how much cocaine they have. How much gold is smuggled these days? I mean some, but not a lot. How much cocaine is smuggled? When you think of smuggling, it's literally what you think of. Like, if you're playing word association, like light, switch, coffee, tea, cocaine, smuggling. It's just, it's immediate. Fucking conquistadors, so dumb. But the Spanish didn't initially seem quite so taken with this weird coca leaves habit, feeling that this gift from God is more like an evil agent of the devil. Nothing like religious morals to just flavour things a little bit. In fact, the Catholic Church even went so far as to try and ban the leaves as they felt that the habit was undermining the spread of Christianity. Look, I don't know about you, but I'm not religious, and I love cocaine. But they soon changed their minds when they realised that productivity down the mines and in the fields shot through the roof when the slaves were allowed to chew on the leaves. Suddenly, coca leaves were not only considered acceptable, but positively encouraged as the Catholic Church had a change of heart when they set up mass civilization operations, which they also collected tax upon. Fucking conquistadors, right? And also colonialism in general. So it's like, yeah, let's go there, let's kill a bunch of people, enslave them, encourage them to do drugs, and then tax them. It's like, they're slaves, you're not paying them anyway, what the f*** are you taxing them for? However, the use of coca leaves was largely confined to South America for the next few centuries. The problem was that the leaves didn't travel very well overseas and usually had completely deteriorated by the time they reached the European shores. On the plus side, the Spanish found that the freshly discovered tomato travelled perfectly fine, and so they were happy to ship these new red, fruity vegetables across to Europe along with the silver and gold. They're like, yeah, your packages arrived from FedEx. Oh, what's inside? Tomatoes. Oh, brilliant. What's inside? I was hoping for gold, or at least silver. But coca leaves very rarely made, or more importantly, I was hoping for cocaine. Coca leaves very rarely made the journey. Having said that, Sir Francis Drake and Sir Walter Raleigh did later manage to get a few supplies across during the 16th and 17th centuries. And it's interesting to note that during a 2001 analysis of pipe fragments, they were smoking the cocaine, found in William Shakespeare's back garden, traces of cocaine were discovered. Oh, Shakespeare. Mwah! I mean, your plays are weird, so I get it. Which might explain how he managed to keep himself awake while writing all those dreary bloody plays. Oh, I quite like Shakespeare. But it wasn't until the 19th century that enough trunks of coca leaves were successfully dispatched to Germany for scientists to properly start prodding around with them and discover the source of the buzz. The alkaloid that would later become known as cocaine was technically first isolated by absolute legend and German chemist Friedrich Dude, what the fuck is that? Gay dick.
What the hell is even that?
Oh, GAEDCKE. Gay dick. In 1855. But it was a few years later, in 1859, when a young German PhD student by the name of Albert Niemann discovered an improved purification process to isolate and extract this peculiar alkaloid as a white crystalline substance. It was actually Albert's university professor who had first given a trunk full of coca leaves to study, but he had generously passed them on to Albert on the grounds that the student might find it a suitable topic to cover for his doctoral thesis. What are you a doctor of? Cocaine. What was the subject of your doctoral thesis? I extracted cocaine. During his intense studies, Dr. Cocaine became the first person in history to discover that shoving a big dollop of pure crystalline substance on your tongue provided an effect that was a bit more interesting than just chewing on the leaves. Although he worded it quite gently in his completed dissertation by explaining that the substance, which he named cocaine, made his tongue go a bit numb. Yeah, because cocaine is a local anesthetic. I don't think they do it anymore, but is it lidocaine? Or there's the thing that the dentist will use to numb a particular part of your mouth. They used to use cocaine for it. And I'm like, hey, the dentists get all the cool shit. It's like, what do you have at a dentist office? Well, there's a dentist and nitrous and cocaine. It's like three things. One of them I hate because they're drilling into my mouth. Gay! And the two other things I'm like, yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. For an encore, Dr. Cocaine, who, I mean, Danny said Albert Niemann every time, but Dr. Cocaine went on to play a big role in the invention of mustard gas the following year, but that didn't serve him too well. He died within a year, aged just 26, from inhaling the toxic properties of his new chemical weapon. Probably should have just stuck with coke. Some people always have to go too bloody far. Wow, so the same dude who invented cocaine invented mustard gas. I love you and hate you at the same time. Albert, I don't know why whenever I think of Dr. Cocaine, I think of John Pemberton, the guy who started Coca-Cola. Because I know he had he had a morphine problem, and then he put cocaine in Coke to help him get over his morphine. I just think of him, and maybe he was a doctor. I don't think he was. Dr. Pemberton? Whatever, I think of him as Dr. Cocaine. I don't know why, I'm sorry, Coca-Cola. Please don't sue me, allegedly. I love Coca-Cola, I mean, don't get any ideas. Still, Albert gifted the world cocaine before he popped his clogs. And naturally, everyone's thoughts turn to how this incredible new discovery might be used for recreational medicinal purposes. Well, maybe not quite everyone, but let's stick with medicine for a while. Before, an Italian neurologist by the name of, for fuck's sake, Paolo Mantegazza had already been What I love about Business Plays is it's like pronunciations. Who gives a fuck? Whereas every other channel is, oh, I better look this up. Ain't nobody got time for that. It's not in the pronunciation dictionary. Everyone's gonna hate me. Welcome to my life. He'd already been conducting his own experiments on the health benefits of coca leaves following a trip to Peru. He had concluded that coca could potentially... Coca... How the f*** do you say it? Coca? I don't know. Could potentially be quite handy for the treatment of a third tongue in the morning, flatulence, and the whitening of teeth. You missed the big one, mate. But the Russian professor of forensic medicine, Vasily von Anrap, was one of the first pioneers to start mucking about with the new isolated cocaine alkaloid in 1879. Mucking about. How long was it before he decided, I wonder what happens if I put that up my nose? His experiments involved dipping one paw of a frog into a saltwater solution and the other paw into a solution infused with cocaine, and then heating up the paws to see how the poor frog would react. What the f*** are you doing? I mean, I get it. You see it like this, you'll be like, yeah, I'll try that on my nose. How do you get to... I'm going to take a frog. I'm going to get one of his legs. I'm going to put it in salt water. And I'm going to get the cocaine. I'm going to stir it in with some water. And I'm going to put the other frog leg in that. How? How did you get there? You fucking witch doctor. The frog wasn't particularly impressed with the sensation of one of his paws, feeling like it was about to burst into flames, but that was just the one that had been dipped in salt water. The paw that had been dipped into cocaine didn't seem to bother the creature too much when the crazy Russian professor tried to set it on fire. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? Thankfully for the frogs, Vasily von Anrap then turned to his beady eye to his own legs, noticing that he could quite happily stick big pins in them without the slightest bit of pain if he first injected his legs with cocaine. What the fuck? This guy's an actual mad scientist. Later in 1884, some wacky Austrian guy tried shoving cocaine into his eyeballs before shoving a pin in them to see how much it hurts. Scientists of the past, what was wrong with you? Fuck. Later. I read that already. He wasn't just doing this as a party trick. The guy was an ophthalmologist called Carl Koller, and he was experimenting with cocaine as a potential new anesthetic for cataract surgery. This had always posed a problem in the past, as stuff like ether and chloroform had a tendency to make the patients vomit and make surgery a little bit messy. It's like, okay, I'll just make the incision into your eye. Oh my god, you've puked everywhere, and it has gone inside your eye. That might get infected. I love that scene from Minority Report where Tom Cruise is having his eyes removed and new eyes put in. And the f***ing surgeon's like, yeah, don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. He's like, I don't remember what he says. He's like, bro, like, don't you want to wear gloves or some shit? And he's like, no, I gave you so many antibiotics, I could put a cat inside you. It's like, oh shit, dude, that escalated quickly. Although I would watch a movie where Tom Cruise had a cat put inside him. Maybe set in space. Maybe that's the movie they're making. In space. Cataract patients usually just had to put up with excruciating agony instead, but Carl discovered that patients would barely even flinch when a scalpel touched their eyeball if the eyeball had first been coated in cocaine solution. It also tightened the blood vessels and restricted bleeding. And of course, over the next decade, cocaine was found to be a useful anesthetic for all sorts of procedures and began to take off in the US for the first time as a handy treatment for former Civil War soldiers suffering from morphine addiction. During the war, sick-oriented soldiers had been liberally injected with morphine to keep them quiet for a bit. In fact, and then they realized morphine's awesome and they want more. I only once was on serious painkillers. I had some dental surgery and so I had 2 big teeth removed. They were just in my palate rather than in normal position. They were just in the top of my ass. So I had a general anesthetic, had these teeth removed. Afterwards, they put me on these painkillers. And I was like, fuck, I see why people get addicted to this shit. It's nice. And yeah, I never did those again because I was like, again that.
Stay in your seat.
In fact, by the 1890s, cocaine had become an over-the-counter wonder drug to cure just about every ailment that you can think of, including fatigue, hay fever, stomach cramps, catarrh, whatever the f*** that is. It's spelled C-A-T-A-R-R-H, so I guess it's pronounced Qatar, but that's also a country in the Middle East. Or a city? Qatar. Qatar is a country. The capital of Qatar is... Doha? Probably. Oh, my geography. I have a channel called Geographics, and sometimes my geography is embarrassing. And even shyness in children. Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, cocaine would be good for shyness. It's like, oh, no. How's it going, friends? We've mentioned products such as cocaine tooth drops and the baby killer that was Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup in previous Business Blaze videos. That was a while ago. If you haven't seen the video on Passimore's The Wright Brothers, it explains how cocaine tooth drops and murderous bully with a big hockey stick played a small part in the invention of the magnificent flying machine. Oh yeah, everyone had a massive go at me on that video. Because I was like, I said if I got smashed in the mouth and all my teeth knocked out, I wouldn't be depressed long-term over it. And everyone was like, Simon, you don't know how you'd react to that. Simon, you're making fun of depression and mental illness. And I'm like, what the f*** are you talking about? One, you don't know me, so you don't know how I would react. I don't know me, but I know me better than you know me. Does that make sense? And I think I specifically said that I'm not judging him for being depressed. I'm just saying that wouldn't happen to me. Allegedly. Jesus Christ. Also, you're watching Business Blaze. You're gonna get offended at some point in this video. Look, at some point, almost guaranteed every video, I'm gonna offend your religion, I'm gonna offend your politics, I'm gonna offend your sensibilities. It's just how it is. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Why am I apologizing? Cocaine was also finding its way into exhilarating new tonics designed to restore health and vitality and fortify the body and the brain. Mwah! Vin Mariani was the world's first coca wine, a heady cocktail of wine and cocaine, developed by French chemist Angelo Mariani. Wine and cocaine. Mwah! The drink contained about 11% alcohol and 6.5 milligrams of cocaine in every ounce. It's not very much. And proved to be a massive award-winning success. Oh, in every ounce. Oh, okay. Proved to be a massive award-winning success with a strong celebrity following. Famous drinkers of Vin Mariani include H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Tom Hanks, not really. Not really. US President, I mean, Arthur Conan Doyle, yes. All of those guys, yes, except for Tom Hanks. That was a joke. US Presidents William McKinley and Ulysses S. Grant as well, the latter of whom was said to be knocking the stuff back on its deathbed. And Queen Victoria, bunch of legends. French sculptor Auguste Bartholdi once remarked that if he'd known about Vin Mariani before he started work on designing the Statue of Liberty, he might have been inspired to make it a few hundred meters taller. It makes everything bigger and better. Many of the mega projects on my Mega Projects channel have been co-created with Vin Mariani. Pope Leo XIII was one of the biggest celebrity endorsers of the tonic. I fucking love it. And his face appeared on marketing posters after he officially recognized the tonic with a gold medal from the Vatican. He apparently carried the stuff around in his holy hip flask for those challenging moments in life, and the power of prayer just didn't seem to cut the mustard. It's like, yeah, prayer's not working, Popey. What should we try? Well, a little bit of cocaine and some wine? Woo! Angelo later expanded his range to produce cocaine-based tea, lozenges, and cigarettes. Cocaine cigarettes. Fucking love it. But it was his original tonic that inspired a drugstore owner in Fulton County, Georgia. Oh, we're getting onto Coca-Cola. Name it John Pemberton. Maybe we'll find out if he's a doctor. I don't think so. Come up with his own version. Pemberton's... Oh, he's a pharmacist. That's right. Pemberton's French wine cocoa. A former morphine-addicted Civil War veteran. Oh, I told this story already. John Pemberton achieved early success with his own coca wine, but it all went a bit tits up when alcohol was banned in Fulton County. Well, at least we've still got the cocaine. Following pressure from a namby-pamby teetotaling movement, which included a chapter of the Ku Klux Klan. Well, double fuck you, KKK, you racist fucks, and also, you don't like alcohol. You double... I'm not sure which is worse. We all know. I know what's worse. Relax. But also, f*** you doubly. John Pemberton decided to adapt his idea into a sweet soft drink instead, which he named Coca-Cola. Originally only available at racially segregated soda fountains in Atlanta, of course. Oh, the past was the worst. I've got a t-shirt, by the way, at the merch store that just says the past is the worst in a bunch of different designs. It's possibly my favorite thing yet. The soft drink really took off in 1899 when it became available in bottles for the first time and reached a wider audience than the white hipster middle-class soda fountain drinkers. Good. Just 4 years later, though, all trace of cocaine had been removed from the recipe and seemingly wiped from the official history of Coca-Cola, who seem a little cagey about the subject nowadays. It's okay, Coke. It was totally allowed back in the day. I think it would be cooler if you were embrace it. Embrace it, be like cocaine. Used to be in our drink. I don't know why they do that, actually. Forget about it. Don't hire me. I'm not, that's not advice. You're not looking for my advice, Coca-Cola. You're not, so what are we talking about? The drink is still flavored with an extract of coca leaves today, but not the good bit. Disappointing. One of the early champions of cocaine as a recreational drug was of course, Sigmund Freud, wasn't it? Yeah. Austrian neurologist and founder of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud. Cigars and cocaine. Following intense experiments with the drug, he put together a 70-page tribute called Uber Coca, which he described as a song of praise to this magical substance, as well as acknowledging that cocaine could be used to cure depression and sexual impotence. Freud also got excited about how the white powder delivers a sense of exhilaration and lasting euphoria without any unpleasant after effects. Even better news was to come from Sigmund Freud. Cocaine was definitely not oh thank God, not addictive. As he notes in the pages of Uber Coca, no craving for further use of cocaine appears after the first or even repeated taking of the drug. Beg to differ, Siggy. Great work, Sigmund. Oh, by the turn of the 20th century, everyone seemed to be enjoying cocaine in one form or another. The explorers, Ernest Shackleton and the doomed Captain Scott, took the drug in tablet form on their respective expeditions, while Robert Louis Stevenson is said to have written the entirety of his classic novel, Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, during a marathon 6-day coke binge. Holy shit, dude. Echoing the plot of Stevenson's novel, the dual nature of cocaine itself was soon to become very apparent. Dun, dun, dun! Snorting coke had become the new trendy pastime by 1905, with hundreds of thousands of users in the US alone wishing that somebody would hurry the fuck up and invent a credit card so that they could crush the powder more easily before flamboyantly snorting it through a $1 bill. Annie, $100 bills are where it's at. But some disturbing reports had slowly started to emerge about the less glamorous effects of the new wonder drug. The number of patient deaths from accidental anesthetic overdoses has begun to soar, and even the surgeons were feeling the effect too. It's like, oh, our patients are massively high on coke and they keep dying. William Alsted, a New York surgeon who had been merrily conducting his own cocaine experiments by regularly injecting himself with it, of course he had, as well as his friends and students, eventually became a non-functioning addict and a physical and mental wreck. After writing, Sigmund Freud's like, what the fuck? No, he didn't. It's not addictive. What are you talking about? After writing an article for New York Medical Journal, which turned out to be completely incoherent and a rambling mess, he ran away to Rhode Island to receive 7 months of treatment for cocaine addiction. We've discussed it, that's not a thing! But his career was largely over and he would remain addicted to morphine for the rest of his life. I think, if I had to choose, I think I'd rather be addicted to cocaine than morphine. Morphine is like, it's like heroin, right? You're just gonna be like strung out. Whereas at least with cocaine, you're gonna get some shit done. Neither of these are good. It's better you're not addicted to anything. I feel like I have to state this even though nobody needs to, because otherwise people will be in the comments like, Simon, you're sending a bad message. One, I don't care. And two, I really don't feel that this is necessary. It's blindingly obvious. Meanwhile, early cocaine enthusiast Sigmund Freud had appeared to have undergone a change of heart. Good. And I don't, when, like this is said, he appeared to have undergone a change of heart, I don't want to read it like it's a bad thing. He's a scientist, whatever. It's good when you have a change of heart. Like, changing your opinion on something based on more facts coming out is something people are truly shite at. And it's something that I think we should be more acutely aware of because we're entirely shite at it. I actively try and change my opinion on shit because I know I'm shit at it, and you should too. But it's really hard because we like being right, and even when we're presented with information that shows us we are wrong, we will continue to think that we are right. Humans are f***ing stupid. After administering cocaine to a patient with a minor hand injury and turning him into an addict, the patient went down in history as the first man reported to suffer from the paranoia and delusions of bugs crawling under his skin, which was to become an all-too-common side effect of cocaine binging. The patient died a few years later. Freud very nearly killed another patient when he completely cocked up a surgical operation due to his own cocaine abuse. Suffering from deteriorating health, an irregular heartbeat, and several nasal blockages, Freud eventually kicked the nasty habit that it originally declared wasn't even remotely addictive. He later declared the cocaine brush has been completely put aside. What's a cocaine brush? It's some sort of cocaine tool? You just off a brush. It's how I prefer it. F*** credit cards and mirrors. As the price of cocaine fell and public opinion on the dangerous drug turned, it didn't take long for the trend to blow away from the noses of the wealthy hipster middle classes and onto the more dangerous corners of the streets. But cocaine still remained perfectly legal in the US until 1914. The Harrison Narcotics Act of 1914 effectively banned the sale of cocaine in the US and got it placed under federal control for the first time. It took a short while for the rest of the world to follow suit. In 1960, you could still happily stroll into Harrods in London and pick up a thoughtful little gift for your friends and family fighting in the trenches of the First World War. Contained cocaine, morphine, syringes, and a needle to help make war seem just that little bit more bearable. Holy shit. Following reports of drug-crazed soldiers fighting each other on the front line over who had the biggest tin of corned beef in their ration packs, surely they're all the same size. The 1920 Dangerous Drugs Act took cocaine out of the shops and into the exclusive hands of medical practitioners. Despite the fact that it was now a forbidden substance, cocaine was still big in the silent film industry of the 1920s, and many movie stars and directors enjoyed a good snort before working their magic on the silver screen. American actresses, some things just don't change. American actress and cocaine Tallulah Bankhead was quite defensive about the alleged addictive qualities of the drug, though. When quizzed about her own addictions, she screamed, "I'm absolutely not." She didn't say that. She defiantly responded with the immortal, heavily powdered line, "Don't tell me cocaine is habit forming. I've been taking it for 17 years and I ought to know." You're not the brightest spark, are you, Tallulah? But on the whole, cocaine became a largely forgotten drug for the next 50 years. Even during the crazy 1960s when your grandparents were stripping off in fields while smoking marijuana and dropping acid tabs by the dozen, cocaine was nowhere to be seen. It just didn't really go with the chilled-out flower power movement. But it did make a surprise comeback in the 1970s, when, quite curiously, the US seemed to completely forget everything it had learned about half a century earlier. Cocaine suddenly became hip again. The New York Times Magazine reported in 1974 edition that cocaine delivers a good high, achieved without the forbiddingly dangerous needle and addiction of heroin. Journalist Richard Ashley... It's illegal still, though, right? Journalist Richard Ashley later conducted his own studies with willing volunteers and reported that cocaine is a good drug. No one reported experiencing depression or marked craving for cocaine when their supply ran out. We did this already, guys. How did you forget? And now that cocaine was cool again and apparently quite harmless, people began to come up with new and increasingly silly ways to take it. Freebasing was popular for a while in the 1970s, although the manufacturing technique was a bit risky. As the name implies, the idea is that you free the cocaine base from its natural salt form, resulting in completely pure cocaine crystal rocks, the vapors of which can be inhaled when heating through a glass pipe. That sounds fucking intense, to be honest. I don't know what crack is, But isn't it made from cocaine? Is that crack? I don't know. Maybe we'll get into it.
This is crack. Rock cocaine. It's the most addictive kind of cocaine, and it can kill you.
But the manufacturers needed to use diethyl ether to first dissolve the cocaine and extract the base, and this ether is highly flammable and volatile, making the whole thing a very dicey operation, quite likely to lead to massive lab explosions. The comedian Richard Pryor once famously managed to set himself on fire, although this had more to do with the fact that after he'd finished freebasing cocaine, he decided to douse himself in 151 proof rum and light a match. Is that true? Why? What's going on? A similar but less volatile version of freebasing was discovered a little later with crack cocaine. We're getting into it. This is an alternative method of producing the pure cocaine crystals by dissolving the powdered drug in a mixture of water and ammonia, boiling it down until a solid is formed, and then breaking the solid into chunks or rocks which can be heated and smoked. The name is derived from the cracking sounds generated by the rocks when heated, a bit like popping candy or Rice Krispies, but packed with a bit more punch. There you go, we found out what crack was. Woo! Crack was pretty popular in the 1980s, thanks largely to the fact that it became incredibly cheap to buy. The price of cocaine in general had dropped by about 80%, and crack sold for just $2.50 a rock in the mid-1980s.
Shut up and take my money!
Actually, crack became more than just pretty popular. The United States found itself in the... Isn't crack's more addictive? It makes sense. It's stronger. I guess, I don't know. The United States found itself in a grip of a crack epidemic as the drug took hold in the inner city and low-income neighborhoods, and crime rates soared as criminal gangs battled over turf. In a bid to crack down on crack crimes. Is it appropriate? Yes. The law enforced tough new penalties on the trafficking of crack, but the controversial 1986 legislation crafted by none other than Joe Biden, before getting signed off... Oh my god, Joe Biden's old. It was signed off by Ronald Reagan, it was met with wide criticism, it remained in place for 25 years. The problem was the shocking disparity between the sentencing for trafficking crack and the sentencing for trafficking the more expensive powder cocaine. The ratio was 100 to 1, meaning the punishment for selling 5 grams of crack to a mate was exactly the same as shifting 500 grams of the powdered stuff, but it's much more intense, right? So a low-level crack dealer who was far more likely to be a young African-American was getting treated in the same way as a major cocaine trafficking kingpin. I don't know why I'm laughing, that's fucking crazy, resulting in a disproportionately negative impact of young black men getting sent to the slammer. Over the next 2 decades, tens of thousands of small-time crack dealers were dished out 5-year prison sentences, while people trafficking far bigger amounts of powder cocaine were met with far more leniency. Joe Biden now claims that he regrets the legislation, which was reduced to a ratio of 18 to 1 in 2010. Since the 1970s comeback of cocaine, the number of users or addicts has fluctuated quite a bit considerably, but with an estimated current global market value of around $130 billion, holy shit, it's not likely to completely disappear from the streets anytime soon. Legalize it. Tax that shit. I don't know, that's probably not a good idea. The drug has certainly left a dark legacy over the last few decades, contributing to the deaths of at least hundreds of thousands of users, including high-profile names such as basketball star Len Bias. It's a weird name. Blues brother John Belushi, young actor River Phoenix, musician Ike Turner, singer Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston died from cocaine. What? I mean, it must be a combination of cocaine with some other stuff, right? And potty mouth rapper Old Dirty Bastard. I've heard of John Belushi and Whitney Houston. I don't know any of the other guys. Who the f*** River Phoenix? Weird name. It's left a bit of a stain on global currency too. Not so long ago, the BBC reported that over 99% of UK banknotes in London were tainted with cocaine. 100% of the banknotes in the city, like the city, the place, which is like the financial square mile in London. 100%. This was long before the fancy new polymer notes were introduced into circulation, although cocaine users are now furiously complaining that the thicker and stronger plastic notes are cutting up their noses when they're attempting to snort. Oh! You suspect that none of the short-sighted squares of the Bank of England even bothered to take that into consideration. But to end on a more serious kind of note, the problem with cocaine is that it's all fun and games until people start dropping dead, and it ultimately turns your brain into cheap guacamole until you reach a point where your productivity takes a particularly steep nosedive. I suppose Robert Louis Stevenson may disagree after knocking out Jekyll and Hyde in just 6 cocaine-fueled days, but I suspect he was in no mood to write an immediate sequel. In the long term, your concentration and motivation just slowly evaporate from years of cocaine abuse until you can barely finish anything that you started, whether that's a classic novel or a bacon sandwich. Another huge problem with cocaine is that... and then it just ends. It trails off into nothing because Danny's brain turned to cheap guacamole. This has been Business Blaze. I have been your boy with the Blaze. Support the show. Buy a t-shirt. Support me by supporting my new channel side projects, which I mentioned at the beginning. You should check it out. Be a legend. There is a link below, and thank you for watching. Mwah! Made from 100% pure squeezed virgins. Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Blaze. As you've probably seen from the length of this video, this one is an absolute beast. That is fully by intention. I said to Danny, go make me a giant long video, or script for a video, just for fun. I don't really know why. So we got 30 weird and wonderful facts about the world's biggest brands, because, well, we don't mess around when we do lists on Business Blaze, alright? That's the reason. Let's just crack on, shall we? We got a long way to go. I got my coffee. This is already half finished, because I started recording this one already. Got about 20 minutes into it, and then realized my microphone wasn't plugged in. So, second time's the charm. The rocky path to global corporate success is often littered with wrong turns, comedy pratfalls, curious decisions, intriguing stories, bogus myths. Oh my god, this is why it's so long. And even forgotten secrets that brands would rather keep well buried. Not all the time, obviously. Sometimes the stories attached to brands are just as boring and predictable as the products they're trying to sell you. Well, hopefully we're avoiding those. You know the type of story. Struggling New York entrepreneur goes it completely alone in the tough world of business with only a $1 million loan from his filthy rich daddy to help keep his dreams afloat. He ends up pissing away billions of dollars and becoming president of the United States of America. Who wants to hear about that story? I don't know. Who are we talking about, Danny? I got no idea. Smash that dislike button. And I love, like, whenever I make fun of Trump, people are in the comments, Simon, we could do with less Trump bashing. And I'm like, but he does make it real easy, doesn't he? But if you forage deeper into the world of, and I'm going to continue with them, so unsubscribe if you don't like it. But if you forage deeper in, and if it was a Democrat president who was just as funny, I would rip it out of them as well. Also, I'm British, I don't care about your politics. But if you forage deeper into the world of famous brands, you begin to find all kinds of mysterious secret sources hidden at the back of the cupboard. In fact, if you're very lucky, you might just find enough material to keep Simon Whistler on his feet for the best part of an hour. Bloody hell, here we go. Is that really how long I'm standing here? I won't claim that all 30 of these weird and wonderful facts about brands are guaranteed to be completely new to you, and it's not intended to be a competition to see how many you already know. Well, I'm going to turn it into one, Danny. I'm going to tell you how many of these I know already. A big tip, I know the first one, or two, because I've already recorded them when my microphone wasn't working. However, I'm hoping that by taking a golf buggy ride through some of the more obscure back streets of business, we can uncover some of the most surprising and lesser known facts about the brands you think you know inside out. And I'd love a golf buggy. I don't play golf, but ever since I saw that Van Wilder movie with Ryan Reynolds back in the day where he was driving a golf cart around his university, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world, and I've wanted a golf buggy ever since.
Write that down.
And I promise not to mention anything about the fact that Lord Alan Sugar started off by selling a few dodgy bananas on a market stall in the East End of old London town, but he did. Americans, the joke there, and just in case you don't get it, Alan Sugar, Lord Alan Sugar apparently, is the guy who hosts The Apprentice in the UK. The only thing I really remember about that show, I think I saw the first season when I was a teenager, the only thing I really why is this chair here? The only thing I really remember about that show is that at the beginning, it was just a really long shot of him driving around in an expensive car, looking important, like looking off into the distance, like, gonna make some business decisions. It made him look like a bit of a twat. And that's probably a bit more impressive than the guy from New York I was talking about whose name escapes me. But a bomb! Number one, Nike took inspiration from convicted murderers. Just about everyone must have seen the enduring Nike slogan, "Just Do It." First launched to the world in a 1988 series of TV commercials featuring everyday people of all ages and sizes throwing themselves into a sporty activity, the slogan was only ever meant to be used in one marketing campaign, but the inspiring word stood the test of time. Just do it! Essentially, those three words are meant to be motivational and a universal kick up the arse. Stop thinking about it, stop putting it off until tomorrow, just do it. Wow, it's like from convicted murderers, so stop thinking about it. Stop putting it off until tomorrow. Just do it. Kill your family.
Just do it! Make your dreams
come true.
So it's quite surprising to learn that the slogan was inspired by the final words of a multiple murderer just moments before he was executed by a firing squad. Gary Gilmore had been convicted of murdering a gas station employee and motel manager in 1976? You Americans were still shooting people in 1976? You can even hang them? Although I think I'd rather be shot than hanged, actually, to be fair. In fact, to be fair, I'd probably rather be shot than have the lethal injection, considering how often that goes wrong. A year later, he found himself strapped into a chair in Utah State Prison with a bag over his head and several guns pointing at him. When asked if he had any final words, Gilmore simply responded, "Let's do it." According to eyewitness reports, he didn't even flinch as the guns fired. Jesus, stone cold. So not only is it named after a convicted murderer, it's named after a multiple convicted murderer, who seems to be absolutely stone cold. Advertising agency executive Don Draper came... Not really. Love Mad Men. Advertising executive Dan Whedon came across the story nearly a decade later and was moved enough by this ultimate statement of intention to come up to make a rather macabre pitch to Nike with a slight change of wording. Jesus Christ, Dan. Where shall I get inspiration for Nike's new slogan? Murderers. Also, I know it's Nike. We just say Nike in the UK. And I can't say Nike because then everyone in the UK will be like, what the f***, you're pandering to the Americans. Nike hated it, but went with it anyway. Oh. And ended up with one of the most iconic slogans in modern day marketing. It's maybe just as well that Gilmore's final words weren't something like "Go yourself, losers." Well, then they'd have never been used by Nike, would they? So there's that. Number 2, reckless casino gambling gets you out of trouble. In 1974, FedEx founder Frederick W. Smith found himself in a spot of bother. Just 3 years earlier, he'd launched Federal Express, the original airline division of the company, with the help of his own $4 million fortune and an additional $90 million from his dad. Not really, it came from investors. But the rapid rise of fuel costs soon put the new company in serious hot water as it began to hemorrhage about $1 million a month. One dark night, Smith eventually found himself down to his very last $5,000, which might seem like a lot of money, but when you started with 94 million, that's not. Also, if you're running basically an airline, it's not a lot of money. $5,000 must fly a plane for like 5 minutes. This wasn't enough to even fuel up the planes on the following Monday, and no It looked like the FedEx story was about to come to a premature end with imminent bankruptcy. So Smith did what any self-respecting businessman would do. He withdrew his last $5,000 from the company account and took it to Las Vegas to gamble it all on the blackjack table. I mean, he's not wrong. It's like, well, we're gonna lose everything, so, and how can I make a large amount of money in a very short time? I mean, maybe you could have bought and sold drugs, but even then, so you've got to take the risk. Just go in, throw it all on black. And again, and just hope.
Do it!
Wait. Blackjack's not where you put it on black, is it? Blackjack's like 21. It may sound a bit reckless, but the way Smith saw it, he had nothing to lose, indeed. The $5,000 wasn't enough to keep the company running anyway, so he'd be in the same mess whether he gambled it away or saved it. As it turns out, he won $32,000 on that faithful night at the blackjack table, which was just enough to fuel the planes on Monday and keep the company afloat for a few days until more investors could be found. If it'd been dealt different playing cards on that night, FedEx wouldn't now exist and certainly wouldn't be worth £52 billion. I don't know who those investors were, but they are absolutely smart. Because if someone came to me and be like, yeah, I just got like the last 32,000 from gambling the last investors' money in Vegas because we completely ran out of money, I'd be like, I'm mate. But now, it's worth $52 billion, which is why I make YouTube videos and do not invest in companies. Number 3, why is Facebook blue? I also don't know this one. 2 out of 3 so far. Facebook may have gone through some facelifts over the years, but the colour scheme has always remained blue and white. But there's actually a very good reason for this. Mark Zuckerberg is red-green colorblind. Oh my god, is that one of his lizard people skills? He only discovered his colorblindness fairly late on in life when he took an online test. Facebook was always intended to be a minimalist two-tone design anyway, to offer a simple contrast to the increasingly complex and cluttered designs of rivals such as MySpace. Yeah, I remember going onto MySpace like when Facebook was first around, and it'd be like, why is there music playing? Why are there so many colors? Where am I? I'm lost. Help me. Zuckerberg chose blue as in his own words, blue is the richest color for me, I can see all of blue. He does sound like a robot, doesn't he? Like, all the time. Blue is the richest color for me. I can see all of blue. I can see inside you. So the main reason you've been seeing blue screens all this time is so that Mark Zuckerberg could see what he was doing when he was creating the platform. Fascinating. Number 4. Ben and Jerry's bagels. Ben & Jerry's may well have been famous for something other than their chunky ice cream if they'd stuck to their original plan. I'm glad they didn't, because I love Ben & Jerry's. Back in 1978, Ben Cohen and Jerry Greenfield's first idea was to launch a bagel company. However, the duo were a bit strapped for cash, and they quickly got ice-cold feet when they figured out how enormously expensive it was going to be to buy all the equipment needed to make bagels. What do you need to make bagels? It's bread. So instead, they took a $5 correspondence course with Pennsylvania State University on ice cream making. This video brought to you by Skillshare. Not really, but it could be. And hopefully it will be, when more people start watching this channel. Then he converted an old gas station in Vermont into the very first Ben & Jerry's homemade ice cream parlor. The original idea wasn't completely abandoned forever, though. To celebrate the company's 40th anniversary in 2018, Ben & Jerry's launched a limited edition range of ice cream bagels. Yes, essentially ice cream sandwiches as a tribute to what could have been. That sounds pretty great. I love ice cream sandwiches. And I love bagels. I imagine I would like that. As a bonus fact within a fact, Ben Cohen, the founder of one of the most successful ice cream companies in history, has absolutely no sense of taste or smell? That's incredible. He relies on texture and feel to get a good grip of what he's shoveling into his mouth, which explains why Ben & Jerry's ice cream is usually so full of chunky bits. I had no idea. That's amazing. Also, like, not being able to taste things would be amazing and terrible at the first time. Terrible because you don't get to taste anything, but amazing because then it's like, well, I'm just gonna eat, you don't really have to think about food at all. You definitely won't get fat because you're like, well, I could just eat this incredibly healthy meal, or I could just eat lard. They taste the same. Number 5, an Egg McMuffin to go, please, Your Majesty. A branch of McDonald's based in Oxford in the UK has a very unusual landlady, the Queen of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth regions. I love that Danny threw in the Commonwealth bit there. Don't forget, she's your queen too, Canada. Of course, the Queen has already a pretty amazing property portfolio. Aside from all those nice castles and mansions she's got scattered around Britain, she also owns Ascot Racecourse, Regent Street, just the whole street, the Savoy Hotel, and a few other bits. You know you're rich when it's not just like, yeah, you're not just invested in commercial property, you just own the street, like some monopoly baron. On the Monopoly board on the UK one, they should just block off the Regent Street thing and be like, you can't buy that, that's the Queen's. She's richer than you, peasant. She also owns the Savoy Hotel and a few other bits and pieces, which amount to about £2.4 billion in total. Yes. But the Banbury Gateway Shopping Centre in Oxford is one of the more curious developments to have been built on lands belonging to the Queen. As well as a branch of McDonald's, the shopping centre also includes a Primark, which is, I don't know if everyone knows what Primark is. It's like a super low quality, super cheap clothing place. I once went on a cycling trip. I cycled like the whole length of the country and I didn't take any spare clothes, just bought clothes on the way and threw them away. Primark's good for that. So there's plenty to keep the Queen busy when she's mooching around on one of our annual property inspections to check for damp, mold and insect infestations. Except of course, it doesn't quite work like that. The manager of the branch of McDonald's is unlikely to have a hotline to the Queen when he needs to report a problem with the plumbing. I'd be very disappointed about that. In truth, the Queen doesn't personally own anything in her property portfolio, as it all belongs to the Crown Estate, with any profits going directly to the Treasury. But I still like to think that she'd be generously treated to a free spicy chicken snack wrap if she ever popped into the Banbury Gateway Shopping Centre for a bite to eat. The spicy chicken snack wrap sounds pretty tasty. I'm pretty hungry. Also, she's the Queen, so one, she doesn't need free shit, Danny. She's rich. And also, people would give her free shit anyway because she's the Queen. Number 6, the twisted truth on the world's best-selling toy. The biggest-selling toy of all time is also the biggest-selling puzzle game of all time, and widely considered to be simply one of the best-selling products of all time. Jesus Christ. It's the Rubik's Cube. Didn't know this. First invented in 1974 by Hungarian professor Erno Rubik, who gave it the name the Magic Cube. It wasn't until the 1980s that the Rubik's Cube hit the market following a licensing deal with the Ideal Toy Corp. I don't know, I don't think the Rubik's Cube is an ideal toy. Pretty sure I had one as a kid. Pretty sure I just thought it was impossible, so I took off all the stickers and put them on the correct sides. Because that's how you win. The Cube is strongly associated with the 1980s when sales hit their peak, even spawning its own largely forgotten short-lived animated series, Rubik the Amazing Cube. Can you imagine the pitch for that? What are we going to make? We're going to make a cartoon around the Rubik's Cube. Rubik the Amazing Cube. Whoever greenlit that needs a talking to. A cartoon based on a toy cube never really had success written all over it, did it? Hell no, it didn't, Danny. But it still sells surprisingly well today, and thousands of keen enthusiasts still flock to professional speed cubing events around the world. I have seen some of these YouTube videos where these kids, like, they'll do it blindfolded and in like 5 seconds. It's insane. Like, they'll look at the cube, they'll memorize all the sides, and then they'll be like, and it's done. It's wild. There are also machines that do it incredibly fast. It's for something that is so boring, it is quite interesting. Most hardcore cubists strive to complete the cube from any position in under 10 seconds, but Professor Erno Rubik wouldn't count himself in that circle of experts. He openly admits that he's rubbish at playing his own creation, and after he first invented the cube, it took him over a month to solve the damn thing. At least he did it. I just thought it was impossible. Number 7, Fanta is for Nazis. Okay, so this is the second one I know. Well, the title for this one might be a little bit misleading, but there's actually a few myths and fables which have grown around the real story. Some people claim that the fruity, fizzy soft drink Fanta was invented by the Third Reich in response to a ban on Coca-Cola imports to Germany during the Second World War. That's not quite right, but there's some truth to the story that Fanta was very much a German byproduct of the war. Coca-Cola had already established a manufacturing presence in Germany long before the outbreak of war. However, when a trade embargo was slapped on Germany in 1939, it became impossible for the Germans to source ingredients to produce the Coca-Cola syrup, putting thousands of jobs on the line. If I was like in some country where the Americans were embargoing and they were like, we're banning Coke, I'd be like, okay, cool, what do you need? Like, I'll give up my nuclear program, just bring the Coke back, please. Or the reality is I'd do like Kim Jong-un and just have it smuggled in for myself somehow. So instead, Coca-Cola Deutschland was instructed to use their imagination to produce an alternative fizzy drink from the very limited ingredients that they had at their disposal, which was pretty much just the leftovers of the leftovers. The German translation of imagination is fantasy, which helped to inspire the name of the drink they eventually managed to cobble together to help keep production running in Germany. Following the war, it was deemed that Fanta had served its purpose and production of the soft drink was halted in Germany when they were given the ingredients to make Coca-Cola again. But it was resurrected worldwide in the 1950s in response to Pepsi launching their own ranges of alternative drinks. Can you imagine the Coca-Cola board? They're like, yeah, Pepsi are launching these soft drinks. Should we invent something new or just like use that one that the Nazis were doing? In a horrifying marketing misfire, oh, I know this one. A 75th anniversary version of Fanta was released in Germany in 2015, promoted by a TV ad which claimed that Coca-Cola wanted to bring back that feeling of the good old times. The best thing is, if this was done in like anywhere else, people would still be like, you mean like the good old times of the Nazis, Coke? But the fact it was done in Germany is like doubly terrible. This advert was hastily replaced when viewers became concerned that Coca-Cola was campaigning for the return of Nazi rule, which, as we all know, is not good for business. E is for Echo. Although you'd be forgiven for assuming that the small E in eBay stands for electronic, it actually stands for Echo. Kind of. Originally, I didn't actually ever think about that. Although I suppose it'd be like, I'd assume like electronics bay, like a bay full of electronics items? No, like electronic auction. I have no idea. I never thought about it. It's just been so there forever that I never even thought about it. Originally launched under the name Auction Web in 1995, which seems, better, the creator, oh god, Pierre Omidyar, planned to change it to Echo Bay in 1997 to tie it in with the name of his consultancy firm, Echo Bay Technologies. What? Who's like, well, I've got these two different businesses and they do two completely different things, so I'm going to rename this one to match this one, even though it's got nothing to do with it. It'd be like, yeah, this business, I'm an oil baron. This business, I make burgers, so I'm going to call it Oil's Burgers. However, he was gutted to find out that the domain name had already been taken by a gold mining company called Echo Bay Mines, so he was forced to go with his second choice of eBay. One of the major contributing factors to eBay's early success was the sudden collectibleness of Beanie Baby toys in the late 90s, which were commanding 10 times their original value on the auction site. Made a video about Beanie Babies on my Today I Found Out channel. This is the thing, I always say that I'm going to link to it below and then I never bother. People have a go at me in the comments, so Google it. At their peak, second-hand Beanie Babies were making up to 10% of all eBay sales. Wow. Number 9. Lost in IKEA. If you ever found yourself wandering aimlessly around a branch of IKEA with no real clue where you're meant to be going, then don't panic too much. It's meant to be like that. And you, IKEA, because I go in there, there's two things. One, I'll go in there and I'll be like, I get out of here. And you'll like wander through and you'll be like, oh, I'm going to be smart and I'll cut through one of the little shortcuts. And then you regret it because somehow you cut through a shortcut to be further behind where you are and you end up just having to give up and do the whole circuit. Also, secondly, because I'll go in there for a f***ing spoon and I'll leave with a full kitchen or some It's not right, but it is good business. The maze design of IKEA is a very deliberate attempt to replicate the feel of walking through every single page of a company catalogue, which goes against the traditional idea of presenting you with a handy signposted route to tick items off your shopping list. A customer has little choice but to walk through the entire IKEA labyrinth in order to find the products that they're seeking. Every step of this journey through flat pack heaven is designed to bombard your senses with a myriad of stuff that you never knew you needed. Yeah, again, IKEA. The deeply confusing and complex layout is also intended to encourage impulse buying. If you see something you half fancy during your epic voyage around the 7 seas of fine furniture, you'll be more than tempted to just buy it there instead of just trying to navigate your way back through the maze later on. And that is true, IKEA, but it also does leave you with a problem, because I'll be going through and I'll be like, yeah, I might want that, but maybe I'll find something I like more later on, and then I get to the checkout, and like I just dump everything that I don't want, and then some poor soul's got to go and put it back, because there's no way I'm walking 20 minutes back to like the 5th side of fucking Mordor. I've never seen Lord of the Rings, is that a good reference? To find it. Number 10, Google hires camels for employees. Google recently took the unusual and innovative step to sack all their human employees and replace them with camels. Hang on, no, let me check my notes again. That doesn't work so well in the spoken form. It turns out Google only ever hired one camel, and it was a fairly short-term contract. Most of us will be familiar with the Google Street View cars that drive around the world with a camera mounted on the roof in a bid to create interactive panoramic views of just about every bit of tarmac on the planet. It's insanely cool. And what's even cooler now is they've been doing it for like 10 years, at least in Europe, so you can click back and you can see like the historic pictures. And I think that's pretty cool. My own claim to fame, Danny's claim to fame, is that my dog and I have been captured for eternity on Google's Street View of Tintagel, sorry Danny, I don't know how to pronounce your hometown, in Cornwall in the UK. And there you can see Danny and his dog. In recent years, Google has been deploying cameras strapped onto tricycles and even snowmobiles to create special panoramic presentations of those trickier-to-reach corners of the globe. But when it came to creating 360-degree views of the Liwa Desert in Abu Dhabi, the company was scratching their heads on how best to capture the 62-mile oasis stretch with no roads or drivable streets and without harming the desert environment. I don't get it. Like, I understand why, like, roads can be captured because it can be useful, but, like, capturing the desert? Do we really need that? I saw one where it was like captured inside of a shopping mall. And I'm like, interesting, necessary? The solution was to attach a trekker camera onto a walking camel and employ a camel guide to undertake the epic trip. The project took far longer than your typical Google Street View expedition, but the breathtaking results can be found on Google's Liwa Desert Views page. I mean, it's a bit dumb, but okay. Number 11, Instagram's 4th biggest secret. The most followed brand account on Instagram, boasting 316 million followers, is none other than, drumroll, Instagram itself. I feel like that's like, yeah, Tom, what's his face? MySpace Tom. It's the most popular guy on MySpace. Most popular guy in the world. Yeah, because he's everyone's default friend. Well, that's sort of cheating a bit, and it's largely down to the fact that the Instagram account serves as a sort of compilation channel which dishes up the best bits of Instagram in one handy place. Instagram, you can't even make original content for your own bloody platform. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th most followed brands accounts on Instagram are National Geographic Magazine, 126 million followers. That genuinely surprises me. I thought it would be something stupid, like, you know, what's her face? Kardashian. Any of the Kardashians. Nike, 94 million, and Victoria's Secret, 68 million followers. Of course, everyone loves looking at amazing pictures from National Geographic Magazine. I agree, it's pretty awesome. I'd expect it to be big, but I wouldn't expect it to be like above Victoria's Secret, for example. And it's believed that Nike has managed to build up such a huge army of loyal devotees with its strategy of posting high-profile celebrity endorsed content. Not a surprise.
Just do it!
As for Victoria's Secret, I have absolutely no idea. Me neither, Danny. Number 12, Yahoo is an acronym, perhaps. Developed in 1994 by the way, I still haven't known any of these. I haven't forgotten that I've got to comment when I know these. So far, still don't know these. Number 12, Yahoo is an acronym. Maybe. Developed in 1994 by Jerry Lang and David Philo, Yahoo was originally just a directory of other websites organized in a hierarchy and went under the snappy name of Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web. Very snappy. A year later, I feel like nowadays you gotta end your like web company in like an IO, like Webio, or a Y, or an iffy, like Spotify, or any, it's weak. A year later, they changed their name to Yahoo! ! This is partly because they like the casual, uncouth sound of the world, which was first used to describe a race of ignorant primitives in Jonathan Swift's 1926 novel, Gulliver's Travels. I feel There's a little bit of racism in there somewhere. But they also claimed a little later on the name Yahoo is actually an acronym for yet another hierarchical officious oracle. Jesus Christ, guys. Less thought about your name. Whether they had this acronym in mind right from the very beginning or whether they just made it up for a fun origin story later is a little unclear. But it's also worth bearing in mind that Yahoo is also an acronym for you always have other options. Yeah, of course. Like Bing. Number 13. Warner used to own your birthdays. Oh, I know this one, if this is about the song. Happy Birthday to You is officially the most recognized song in the English language according to the Guinness Book of World Records. How on earth do you find that out? Closely followed by For He's a Jolly Good Fellow. Really? For he's a jolly good fellow, for he is a jolly good... Can't believe that's the second most. The precise history of the song is a little murky as the melody was originally used for the 1893 composition Good Morning to All. Good morning to all. Good morning. Shut up! Before the words changed at some point in the early 20th century to Happy Birthday to You. Mostly, I believe they would have done that so people didn't have to listen to it all the time. Because it's kind of an annoying melody, right? But whoever deserves the shared credit for putting it together, it's certainly one of those traditional songs with such a long history and so widely used every day that you'd be forgiven for assuming it was in the public domain. Of course you would. Oh god, am I going to get claimed for even singing Happy Birthday to You? You can believe it that Warner would absolutely do something like this. Those rights companies, man. But you'd be dead right. It is in the public domain. Well, jolly good. But it wasn't always. Between 1988 and 2013, the song was owned by Warner, who were demanding a royalty for every public performance of the song. This is ridiculous. Technically, the song had been under copyright since 1935 before Warner got their hands on it by purchasing Birch Tree, a company, in 1988, which then held the rights in its portfolio, although it wasn't really doing much with it. Warner, on the other hand, planned to exploit every opportunity out of this simple four-line ditty by claiming copyright royalties on every single use in film, television, radio, or public performance. F you, Warner. This was such a dick move. It's estimated at one point they were raking in about $2 million a year from the century-old song. However, a legal challenge in 2013 soon blew the candles out on Warner's cake. A US federal judge ruled that the original 1935 copyright related to a specific piano arrangement of the song, and this did not include the melody or the lyrics. Warner eventually agreed on a $14 million settlement to pay back all those licensing rights that it had no right to charge in the first place. Unreliable and entirely fictional sources claim that Warner are now chasing the rights to For He's a Jolly Good Fellow. You know, Danny's making a joke there, but I wouldn't put it past them. These, I don't know how much you guys know about this, but the copyright on YouTube is so crazy. Like, if I was singing a song in my terrible singing, someone who owns the copyright to that song would be like, Simon, I'm taking the money for your entire video. So this 1 hour long video, all of that money would go to them. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it's not the law. It's just super hard to fight these Number 14, ExxonMobil have got the zombie apocalypse covered. Oh, also, I just wanted to add with a happy birthday thing. I don't know this for sure, but apparently there are loads of movies, like before this was all sorted out, where instead of singing happy birthday at someone's birthday party, they'd just not do it, or they'd have it because they didn't want to pay Warner for the rights to use the song. So you don't hear happy birthday in movies because of this. And in some restaurants, they wouldn't sing happy birthday, they'd have their own versions of songs for people's birthdays because they didn't want to have to pay Warner. Number 14, ExxonMobil have got the zombie apocalypse covered. The American multinational oil and gas corporation, ExxonMobil, may well be one of the largest companies in the world by revenue right now, second only to Walmart on the Fortune 500 list. But they're not sitting idly on their billions. They're also thinking about tomorrow too. If you've ever seen The Walking Dead, the George A. Romero films, or anything at all that contains traces of zombie or post-nuclear holocaust, I feel like 5 years ago, half the shows on TV were about zombies. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the human race could quickly end up floundering about like lost chickens at the first sign of the end of the world. Relax, though. We may lose access to the telly, the internet, and my YouTube channels. We should at least have a bit of oil to go around for a while. But what use is oil when you don't have the joy of YouTube? It's just not worth living. ExxonMobil have enough oil in their reserves to last for 14 years. Jesus Christ. Which equates to about 3 barrels for every human on the planet. That's insane. That's insane. Number 15. Why has someone taken a bite out of Apple's logo? The famous Apple logo with the bite taken out of it wasn't the company's first... Oh, I know this one. Wasn't it? It's because it was a cherry. Spoiler alert. Hang on, we'll get to it. Back in 1977, the original logo featured Isaac Newton. I think I've shown this on this channel before. It looks like this. Weird, right? Isaac Newton chilling out under a tree with an apple dangling precariously over his genius head. However, Steve Jobs was never really keen on this, because it looked pretty and it looks like it looks like a printing press company from like 1850. However, Steve Jobs was never really keen on this, and a year later he commissioned designer Rob Janoff to design something simpler and more effective, which placed more significance on the Apple. Janoff went away and designed one of the most iconic and enduring company logos of all time. But why has someone taken out a bite of it? The logo has fueled speculation over the decades regarding the deep philosophical meaning behind the apple and the missing chunk. Some claim that it's a reference to genius inventor Alan Turing, who I feel like I've really covered this recently on another one of my channels. Alan Turing, who took his own life by biting into an apple that he poisoned with cyanide. He did poison it because he killed himself. Others claim that it represents the attitudes of Apple's co-founders Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, who are highly driven businessmen keen to take a bite out of the apple. Another popular theory is that the apple is a reference to Adam and Eve taking a bite from the forbidden fruit, which ultimately led to their enlightenment, even though it led to God throwing his toys out of the pram. But perhaps the definitive answer comes from the designer himself, Rob Janoff. I wouldn't say perhaps the definitive answer comes from the man who designed it. I'd say, it definitely does, because he designed it. He reckons that he had to include the bite because otherwise the Apple logo would look a bit too much like a cherry. Sorry, I spoiled that one. I'm gonna get some more coffee. Boom, new coffee, and number 16, Facebook, was nearly awesome. The Facebook like button was launched in 2008, but the origins of the button date back to 2004 when it was originally floated in discussions as the awesome button, which is super cringe. What else would you expect from Facebook? Mark Zuckerberg wasn't initially keen on the idea of the button at all, as he felt it would discourage genuine discussion and interaction. Says the dude who put a poke button on his website. Why bother thinking up words in your head and typing them out with your fingers when you can just click on a button to show your approval? And speaking of clicking buttons, smash that like button below. He eventually came around to the idea but vetoed the name awesome in the final discussions instead and went for the more low-key like. And for that, Mark, I thank you. I mean, I like the word awesome, but let's not use it as a button, okay? Facebook actually spent so much time dithering over this that they were eventually beaten to the finish line by the social aggregator website FriendFeed, who launched their own like button 1 year earlier in 2007. Never heard of that. Amazingly, nobody at Facebook even noticed that this had happened, so they were still initially happy to claim the like button as their own innovative invention. I feel like even if they did know, just claim it as your own. Just go for it. What's gonna happen? You're Facebook. You have all the money in the world. It's possible they still haven't noticed, but FriendFeed closed down years ago, so no one cares. Agreed. Number 17, the biggest retailer in the world. Amazon? eBay? Or should I say Echo Bay? Walmart? No. Technically, it's got to be in China. I don't know this one. It's got to be in China. Technically, the biggest retailer in the world is the Chinese manufacturing conglomerate of the company Alibaba Group, generating a net income of nearly $12 billion. That's a lot of money. Unlike most of its high-profile competitors, Alibaba doesn't get involved in his mission is simply to help branded manufacturers and smaller businesses get into the shops. When you can be bigger and make so much money, God, it's got to be nice not to do all the warehousing. YouTube, they take 45% of all the money that I make, but also they host all the videos, they get it in front of an audience. It's like, I don't want to do that. That sounds miserable. Take my 45%. I'll do what I do. I make videos. It's easier and you don't have to be smart. But it's not doing too badly. Since 2015, the company's online sales and profits have beaten all US retailers combined. And yes, that includes Amazon, eBay, and Walmart. Yeah, of course it does. It includes everyone. It beats literally everybody else. That is insane. I didn't know that either. Number 18, two very different slices of Domino's pizza. I know this one though, it's got something to do with Volkswagen. The two American entrepreneurial brothers, Tom and James Monahan, first opened their own pizza store in 1960, which eventually evolved into the Domino's pizza chain in 1965, but it's fair to say that one of the brothers was slightly more entrepreneurial than the other. I've spoiled this story again, but let's carry on. Tom Monahan stuck with Domino's Pizza for the long term, baking a massive global triumph over the course of the next few decades. He eventually retired from the business in 1998, selling his stake of the company for the better part of $1 billion. James Monahan, the other guy. Oh, are they brothers? They are brothers. Oh, no. Oh, and you're going to be competitive with your brother as well. You just are. He didn't want to quit his full-time job as a postman. Oh, no. Not that there's anything wrong with being a postman. That's great, but you're not going to make $1 billion. So he bailed out very early in the 1960s, trading his half of the fledgling company to his brother in exchange for a VW Beetle car. You can't help wondering if this makes for slightly awkward conversations around the Christmas dinner table. It's like, yeah, how you doing? Oh, well, I just sold Domino's Pizza for $1 billion. And he's like, oh, I got to leave early to deliver deliver Christmas cards. But I like to think that Tom at least gets the drinks in when they meet up at the pub. Number 19. Samsung's biggest mistake probably wasn't a big mistake. The developers of mobile operating system Android were facing a tough time in their early years of business. They were having difficulty in finding investors for their new project, and at one point were facing eviction from their offices in California because they couldn't even afford the rent, probably because it's California. They were only saved from the brink of oblivion when a good friend of the co-founder, Andy Rubin, turned up at the office with a wad of cash in an envelope to hand it over to them. Was this good friend a drug dealer? Is that, no, I'm not going to wire your landlord the money or wire you the money. I've just got a big fat stack of cash. Don't sue me, Andy. I'm sorry. You're not a drug dealer. It's a joke. Unless you are a drug dealer, in which case, well, good. However, things took a turn for the better in 2005 when Google bought Android for $50 million and effectively changed the smartphone landscape forever, creating a two-horse race for global domination alongside Apple's iOS system. Android is currently winning the race. Because they got way more phones. I mean, because they're on everyone. The things also, I do want to say, like, I don't know, I sometimes comment that I use Apple stuff, and people are like, oh, you're so dumb, you're using Apple stuff. Only smart people can use Android, and only dumb people use Apple. It's like weird. It's like some sort of master race out there. And it's like, and I'm like, yeah, but isn't Apple like, I just find, I've used both, and I got no problem with Android, but I just find that Apple is easier to use. And people are like, yes, Simon, but then how are you gonna root the phone and run all the apps? How are you gonna hack the mainframe? It's like, I don't want to. I just want to use my phone for phone-like activities, like watching YouTube and making phone calls. It's like some master race. F with your master race. I like Apple. I prefer iOS. Me. But things could have turned out very differently. Just 2 weeks before the sale to Google, Andy Rubin and his team pitched Android to 20 Samsung executives. Rubin recalls that his team were pretty much laughed out of the boardroom by a totally disinterested Samsung who felt that the team's project was completely unworkable. But did Samsung really make such a big mistake in rejecting what turned out to be the most popular mobile operating system on the planet? Possibly not. And I would posit that it's more popular because the phones are way cheaper. Apple phone's like $1,000. You can get like a Samsung operating phone, an Android operating phone for like £4. But did Samsung really make such a big mistake by rejecting what turned out to be the most popular operating system on the planet? Possibly not. Yeah, I agree. I imagine this is probably going to be, I didn't know this, I imagine this is probably going to be similar to didn't Yahoo get an opportunity to buy Google like really early on back in the day for like $1 million or something? And it's like, yeah, and if they had, well, they'd have probably it up. The early versions of Android were saddled with many teething problems which Google had the resources and expertise to solve. As Samsung was essentially an electronics company with little experience in software development, it's likely they wouldn't have been able to transform Android into the success that it is today. And ironically, Google's success with the development of Android has played a massive part in Samsung's mushrooming success in the smartphone business. Hey, everybody wins. So this isn't quite this. I also don't understand Android. Like, I thought it was like Google's thing, but then people were telling me that it's open source and people don't have to pay for it. Can someone link me to something in the comments to make me understand this better? I just don't get it. I'm a great YouTuber, aren't I? Hey, I don't know something. Look it up for me. So this isn't quite in the same league as Decca Records turning down the Beatles. Got a video on that coming up if it didn't go out already. In this case, it probably worked out for the best for the entire industry that Samsung said no. Number 20, Confessions of a Virgin. There's no great mystery behind the naming of Richard Branson's company Virgin. When Branson and business partner Nick Powell launched their first record store in 1972, they decided on the name Virgin because they were virgin. Not in that way, though. They just considered themselves to be virgins in the world of business. And they were right. Virgin went on to compile a huge list of disastrous failures over the years, including Virgin Cola, Virgin Cars, Virgin Cosmetics, Virgin Vodka, made from 100% pure squeezed virgins, Virgin Digital, and Virgin Lottery. I feel like Virgin Lottery is straight from the plot of some human trafficking movie. It's clear that multi-billionaire Richard Branson never had the slightest clue what was going on. The poor lamb. Yeah, what a failure. Number 21, KFC was saved by a high school drop. Oh, I knew this one. I knew the Virgin naming thing. Number 21, KFC was saved by a high school dropout. Didn't know this one. Back in the 1960s, the legendary Colonel Sanders was experiencing a few problems with his KFC restaurants in Colombo. Colombo? There's a place in Colombo, Ohio. Columbus, Ohio? I'm going to say that's probably a typo. Columbus, Ohio. That sounds right. Someone's going to be like, oh, Simon, you've never heard of Colombo, Ohio. It's a huge town. They were struggling to make a profit. He ended up franchising the troubled restaurants to one of his employees, Dave Thomas, who had been working as head cook at KFC location in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Dave Thomas had dropped out of school to work full-time in his local hobby house restaurant, although he did spend 3 years in the US Army before moving to the finger-licking world of fried chicken. Thomas later admitted that not graduating from high school was one of the biggest regrets of his life. Colonel Sanders promised Thomas a 45% stake in the struggling restaurants in Ohio if he could turn their fortunes around. And that's exactly what he did, and more besides. During his time at KFC, Thomas simplified the overcomplicated menu to put more focus on the signature dish. Okay, I got an issue with this, because I go to KFC today, and the menu is insanely complicated. I just want a piece of chicken, like a 2-piece meal with maybe some hot wings on the side. This is not on the, there's the big screens with the menus on there? That's not on there. You have to look at the little menu on the side and be like, yeah, I want some regular chicken. Why is that? Why do I have to, like, all over the menu, it's like, do you want the weird Texas Granda burger? Do you want some bites? Do you want some strips? No, I want some chicken, man. Come on. He designed the red and white striped bucket along with matching revolving signage, and even urged Colonel Sanders to start appearing in TV commercials, which were quickly developed into a huge success. I've never seen any of those things. I don't know the red and white striped bucket. I don't know a revolving signage. I don't think I've ever seen an advert with Colonel Sanders in it. All right, I guess it's an American thing. Many of Dave Thomas's innovations helped put KFC on the global map and can still be seen in the 22,000 restaurants around the world today. Not where I live. Thomas ended up selling his stake of KFC restaurants back to Colonel Sanders for $1.5 million, and he used the money to launch his own famous fast food restaurant chain, Wendy's. Holy shit. In 1969. Wow, this guy's a business boss. Oh, and he eventually graduated from high school, aged 61. He went back to school in Florida in 1993 to earn his General Educational Development Certificate, which hopefully improved his future prospects. Yeah, because he was doing really rough without Wendy's. Number 22, Smirnoff, America's favorite whiskey. Alrighty then. Smirnoff vodka has a long history in Russia, dating all the way back to 1864, but it didn't land on US soil until the end of Prohibition in the 1930s. However, there was still a bit of an issue with the US market. The Americans didn't really get the idea of a vodka drink. Traditionally, the Americans were a nation of whiskey drinkers. I'm with you. Whiskey's much better. And they didn't quite know what to make of this strange clear stuff from Russia. Sales were disappointingly slow. When a labeling error in a distillery warehouse resulted in crates of Smirnoff vodka getting accidentally packaged as whiskey, this gave the US distributors a cunning marketing idea. They decided to rebrand the drink as the White Whiskey, with no taste and no smell. I feel like that's pretty weak. Like, hey, we've got this great new tasty product. It doesn't taste of anything. It doesn't smell like anything. It's completely bland. I did a video about why vodka is the same. I'm not going to link to it below, but you can find it on the Business Blaze channel because I never remember to link to things below. When I say remember, it's like, I know I have to, I just can't be asked. They even plonked a whiskey cork on the bottle to help convey the impression that it was the real deal. It was just a funny color. That's all. Sales soon picked up when American drinkers realized that they could mix this new white whiskey with pretty much any soft drink, and they could go and get smashed in the afternoon without reeking of booze later in the day. Yeah, but if you get really drunk, you do smell of booze, because the alcohol's like coming out of your skin. It's like, I always find so you're drink driving, or like, not that I'm personally drink driving, but you know in movies, people are drink driving or whatever, and they're like, quick, get some mouthwash. It's not just on your breath. You stink of booze. It's like when you're riding on like the tram. I take the tram to work every morning, and I'm like riding on there and you're like, you smell that boozy smell? It's like, someone got really drunk last night. Or this morning. By the time a bar in Manhattan decided to mix the stuff with spicy ginger beer in 1941, inventing the popular Moscow Mule along the way, America had fully embraced the concept of vodka without the distributors having to pretend that it was something else entirely. Number 23, I didn't know that one. Number 23, Ronald McDonald has massive breasts. Okay. The famous M of McDonald's is one of the most recognized brand symbols in the world. Not everyone will know that the logo isn't really inspired by the letter M at all, though. It represents the two golden arches of the design of the original 1950s McDonald's restaurants, which had a 25-foot yellow sheet metal arch erected at either side to give the restaurant a distinctive look. I did know that. I feel like a couple of these I did really recently in other videos. But anyway, the logo at this time was a bit rubbish actually, featuring bland lettering and a plump cartoon chef who went by the name Speedy. It looks like this. In 1962, the McDonald's brothers sold the company to traveling milkshake salesman Ray Kroc, who planned to knock down the Golden Arches and rebrand the restaurant chain in his own image. There's a great movie with Michael Keaton called Founder, which is worth watching about this whole story. Interesting stuff. However, he was persuaded otherwise by design consultant Louis Cheskin, who pointed out that the Golden Arches subconsciously reminded people of a pair of breasts. Okay, I didn't know this. It's a bit weird. Cheskin's theory was that Mother McDonald's golden breasts helped inspire a maternal feeling in potential customers and encouraged them to make themselves at home in McDonald's welcoming bosom. All right, Louis, whatever you say. It's possible that Louis was stark raving mad, or maybe he'd just been reading a bit too much Sigmund Freud. I would think so. That's pretty bizarre, because I think people go to McDonald's because they like burgers. Nevertheless, Ray Kroc kept the McDonald's name and kept the Golden Arches standing for a few more years before he eventually ordered the demolition and moved them instead to the new M-shaped logo in 1968. Number 24, the fall of the marketing swastika. I love it when we get two Nazi references in one video. Probably means I'm not going to make any money, even though this thing's an absolute beast and took forever to make. Yay! The swastika symbol was commonly used in marketing and logos around the world before the Nazi Party adopted it in the 1920s. Didn't know that. I knew it was used. Like, you see it in places like in Asia, if you go to a temple, they'll like have swastikas everywhere. Like, there'll be wood carvings, like whole things will be made in like swastika shapes. And when you first, like, I had no idea about this, you know, being an ancient symbol. I'm just like wandering around this old temple, you're like, wow, this is nice. But what's with all the swastikas? Of course, there's nothing strange with that in itself. For thousands of years, the swastika was considered an ancient symbol of divinity and spirituality before the Nazis stamped all over that and transformed it into a symbol of fear. Nazis. Although I wish I'd known this before going to Asia and thinking that they were all fascists. But it's still hard not to feel instinctively uncomfortable when you look back at the swastika symbol still being plastered all over popular products around the globe, including the original Carlsberg logo, which looks like that, which they used for 60 years. Naturally, the swastika was rapidly dropped from promotional use following the Second World War, but some businesses were quicker than others to abandon their association with the world. Could be funny if like some hateful like group starts using like the Coca-Cola logo as their symbol, and Coca-Cola try to sue them, but it's like they're just a political ideology, there's no one to really sue, and then they rise to power and they start like, you know, doing some genocide or something like that, and Coca-Cola has to change its logo for like the first time in ever. The Irish company, the Swastika Laundry, felt compelled only to make a slight adjustment to their business name in 1939 when they totally rebranded themselves as the Swastika Laundry 1912. Presumably to show that they got the name before the Nazis. I think they underestimated a little bit just how harmful that was for the image of the swastika. They felt this was all that was needed to convey the distinction between the launch of their business and the Nazi adoption of the symbol, which continued to appear on their laundry vans for decades to follow. Number 25, a distress call for saucepans. The American brand SOS Soap Pads has been around for over 100 years now. Never heard of them though. The name of these popular abrasive cleaning plaids is actually an acronym for Save Our Saucepans, although there's always been a little confusion over the punctuation. The fact that SOS in the title, oh, it looks like this, it's missing its final period, is often viewed as a mistake, but in fact is actually intentional. The company was unable to trademark the full SOS with the period after it, with the correct punctuation, as it's officially recognized as a distress signal. By simply removing the final period, they were quite amazingly able to get the name registered with the United States Patent and Trademark Office, really? Like KFC. I'll just remove the final period and be like, yeah, I'm going to trademark that. Or I'm going to get Microsoft, throw a period on the end and be like, yeah, trademark, right? On a side note, SOS introduced a new, improved range of soap pads in 1990s, which were rust resistant. They were so good that they lasted much longer than the original pads, and they were eventually axed because the company was losing out on the sale of replacements. Oh, that is like classic. You know, don't make something too good, or people won't need to buy more. And I don't want to be like a conspiracy theorist guy, but you know, those pharmaceutical companies, there's not a lot of money in curing diseases. There is a lot of money in treating diseases. It's an interesting one. Food for thought. Number 26. Netflix was nearly Blockbuster.com. When the Blockbuster video chain began to lose serious revenue in the noughties, one of the major factors attributed to their downfall was the fresh competition from the Netflix mail order service. Ironically, Blockbuster had earlier been given an opportunity to buy Netflix, but the Blockbuster's executives had been far too busy trying not to laugh. Even more ironically, it was Blockbuster's late fee that inspired the launch of Netflix in the first place. Back in 1997, Netflix co-founder Mark Randolph found himself sharing a carpool ride with a colleague who had been complaining about an outrageous $40 late fee that Blockbuster had just forced her to pay for failing not to bring back a video rental in time. Man, Patrick Bateman, he must have had so many late fees. This got Randolph thinking about a potentially easier and better way to rent movies, which led to the formation of the initially unsuccessful Netflix DVDs by mail service later that year. Amazon soon, I forget about this, like Netflix started by mailing out people's DVDs, I remember this. Amazon soon began to sniff around Netflix with a view to acquiring the company, but Netflix held out for talks with Blockbuster in 2000. In that meeting, Netflix proposed that Blockbuster should buy their company for $50 million. The idea was that Netflix would be rebranded as Blockbuster.com and would take care of online business, while Blockbuster would continue to focus on the physical stores. The pitch went quickly downhill when Mark Randolph first noticed that Blockbuster CEO John Antico was visibly struggling not to burst out laughing. John, you sound like a right professional. Guess where Blockbuster is now, John? Netflix went on to become one of the biggest media service providers and production companies in the world. You don't hear so much from Blockbuster these days. I really feel like if I ever do merch for this channel, I really want it to be like just t-shirts. Like you could buy like Blockbuster t-shirts or Enron t-shirts or something. I want an Enron t-shirt. Would that be trademarked? Because it's out of business. Can you make t-shirts with like Enron's logo? 27. Marketing is a complete waste of time. Just ask Costco Group. Oh, I know this one as well. I half need the networks one. I get half a Netflix one. I get half a point for that. Just ask the Costco Group. Despite being the second largest retailer in the world after Walmart, with a value of over $40 billion, they've barely spent a cent on advertising over the past 40 years. That's because they're amazing, and everyone's just like, have you heard of Costco? Get a Costco card right now, because it's the best. In fact, they don't even have an advertising budget to speak of, relying almost entirely on word-of-mouth referrals. Sadly, I've never heard of them. Danny, man, you live in the UK. Get a Costco membership. It's great. It's just a giant store where they have everything, and there's so many delicious things. It's incredible. Number 28. Chocolate bars in the UK and US are just too confusing. If you spend time hopping between the UK and the US, you may already be aware of how disorienting it can be to buy your favorite chocolate bar in a different country. Yeah, they've all got different names, and they all taste weird and different in America. Here in the UK, the Mars bar has been around since the 1930s and consists of caramel and nougat coated with milk chocolate. The old advertising slogan used to claim, a Mars a day helps you work, rest, and play. Except if you're in America, where the Mars bar was completely different and was packed with toasted almonds. It was discontinued in 2002, so you couldn't buy one now anyway. That sounds kind of good. I like almonds. Toasted almond sounds delicious. Wrapped in chocolate? If you want a proper UK-style Mars bar in America, then you need to go for the Milky Way. In fact, I wasn't aware of until today that the US Milky Way actually arrived first on the scene in 1924, and the UK Mars bar was pretty much a carbon copy which arrived a decade later. The Milky Way is a totally different chocolate bar in the UK. Milky Way is delicious. But to add to the confusion, there we go. But to add to the confusion, there's also another version of the Milky Way, which is sold in the UK and the rest of Europe, and is again something completely different. It's like a light and gooey bar with a nougat center and no caramel topping. It's super good. And let's not fail to mention that in the UK and US, chocolate tastes completely different anyway, as UK chocolate tends to have a higher fat and cocoa content, whereas US chocolate contains a bigger dose of sugar. Ah, that explains it. Yeah, in my opinion, like US chocolate kind of is worse. But I guess that's because I'm from the UK, I'm culturally brought up to prefer it with more cocoa and fat. Super delicious. Like Hershey's kind of tastes nasty to me. It tastes cheap and sugary. But I guess this is just a cultural thing. It's probably safer to just stay home. Number 29, back on the Amazon frontline. Every single employee of Amazon is asked to spend 2 days in every 2 years taking calls on the customer service desk to ensure that nobody loses sight of the mission and are up to date with how current processing works. You could phone Amazon to complain about stuff or like get help. I've never found this possible. It was always like you got to send an email and maybe you'll get a reply. Although, to be fair, you can just be like, I didn't like this. Can I send it back? And they're like, yes! They don't have customer service much because you don't really need it. And yes, that even includes the Amazon CEO himself, Jeff Bezos. 30. Final one. Oh my god, how long has this been running for? This is a beast of a video. Number 30, Microsoft's birthday M&Ms. To finish off this list on a warm and celebratory tone, many workplaces around the world observe their own quirky traditions when it comes to celebrating an employee's birthday. I spent several years, not me, Danny, working for the Royal Bank of Scotland, and my own birthday would be marked by my lunchtime visit to the local sandwich shop where I would buy everyone on my team a birthday bacon sandwich and a sticky toffee muffin. Come to think of it, everybody else's birthday would be marked by my lunchtime visit to the local sandwich shop where I would buy everyone on my team on the team a birthday bacon sandwich and a sticky toffee muffin. Poor Danny. But there seems to be a slightly more sensible system in place at Microsoft, if a little kooky. On an employee's birthday, he or she is expected to bring in and share a pound of M&Ms for every year they've worked for the mighty multinational technology company. So assuming Bill Gates sticks with his own rules, he would have brought in 38 pounds of M&Ms on his final birthday before stepping down from the company in 2014. Thankfully, that's a whole year after Warner would have stopped trying to grab the royalties for any small public performance of Happy Birthday to You in the office. Good news, Bill can afford it. He can pay for Happy Birthday to be sung, and he can afford however many pounds of M&Ms it was. That was a beast. This has been Business Blaze. If you like this mega long video, let me know in the comments below. If you made it to the end, congratulations. I've got no bonus facts or surprises for you, but thank you. Give it a like, subscribe, comment below. Thank you for watching. I need to sit down. What the f***? Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Business Play. Oh, I should have made some coffee, but I didn't. At some point during this video, I'm sure a coffee will appear in my hands when it all gets too much, and I have to go make one. This video is all about deadly product recalls. Danny wrote, I think we actually did this video before, but Danny actually wrote the whole giant long video script all about the product recall, the process of recalling that was actually deadly. And I was like, Danny, I more meant that the products were deadly, like the cars that crashed and killed everyone. And he was like, oh, yeah, my bad. You should have been more specific. And I'm like, you're right, Danny. You're absolutely right. Do it again! And so he did it again. This video, by the way, is brought to you by Vessi. What is Vessi? Well, they're comfortable, stylish, everyday sneakers that you can even wear. Oh, I'm actually wearing them right now. Do you like a good sneaker? We don't call them sneakers in the UK. Fun fact, we call them trainers. Some other countries call them tennis shoes. And I found that very confusing when I first learned about that, because I'm like, for playing tennis? It's like, no, it's like a shoe that's, you know, it's like for sports. I'm like, oh, a trainer. Who calls it a tennis shoe? I don't think that's a British thing. Let me just look that up. I never heard the word tennis shoe until I was at least in my mid-20s. Other UK people, did I just miss out on this being called a tennis shoe? Because for me, it'd be like a trainer or a plimsoll or something like that. Do you like a good sneaker or trainer? How about a waterproof boot in the fall or winter? Look, it's fall right now. Oh my God, there's so many American words in this. We call it autumn, for f***'s sake. Do you like a waterproof boot in the autumn or the winter? And I'm like, yeah, I do. Of course I do. I need to keep my feet dry. I can't be wearing sneakers. Can't be wearing tennis shoes in the winter. They're not waterproof. Well, I'll tell you what. Vessi is the best of both worlds. When this arrived the other day, I was like, there's no way that's waterproof. So I just take it into the kitchen. I'll show you some footage right now. I just run this under the tap. I'm like just pouring it on there. And it's just splashing off. It's just splashing off. And then you just give it a little tap and it's bone dry. I mean, don't put it on the inside, obviously. That's a bad idea. Yeah, they say don't. Don't show water going inside where the ankle part of the shoe. And I'm like, yeah, well, obviously. When does that ever happen? So in the real world, your foot is in there, isn't it? They say, don't say that they're water resistant. Say they are waterproof. And I'm like, guys, you just saw the video of me running under the tap. There's no water going in there. It's waterproof. It's waterproof like a leather boot, except it's much more comfortable and all of that stuff. It's also easy to clean. It's made from a sustainable material called Dymatex, which sounds very sci-fi. Look, these are legitimately great sneakers. I've been enjoying wearing them. I'm wearing them around the house. I'm wearing them outside. My feet are staying dry. It's very, very comfortable. There's something I have to say. There's an early Black Friday offer. That's pretty great. How do you get that? Click the link below, grab yourself a pair in your size before the upcoming rainy season really gets underway. It's been raining here already, Vessi. I'm glad I got my Vessi shoes ahead of schedule. Even if you missed the sale, don't miss that sale, okay? Don't miss that sale. Get some Vessi. You can use the channel code BLAZE to get $25 off your next pair of shoes. Mwah! Also, it supports the show. They're not going to get recalled because they're awesome. It's just great. Just get it done, guys. Support some business plays. If you're wondering what the is going on, well, Danny will write me a script. I will read the script to you. I will add a little bit of the old banter. And Sam, our resident memologist, will edit said banter into something resembling a YouTube video. Although, as people in the comments point out, what is this nonsense? Why don't you get to the point? What am I doing here? Why haven't I smashed the dislike button? If you could peek behind the curtain at Business Blaze, you might be surprised to glimpse just as much discussion and debate and screaming and plant pot throwing goes into a typical brainstorming session for the next video. Don't you get any ideas, Danny? Oh God. Peter? You're okay. You just go back in there, you'll be absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. And yes, I have named my plants. Ooh, look, a bit of him came off. Let's just pop that in there for effect. Lovely job. Sometimes we stay up all night, poring through encyclopedias, carving pie charts and diagrams onto the stone walls, and arguing over the merits of an 80-minute introduction and 10 minutes of content. Welcome to business. If you're new here, you got to be wondering, what the is going on? At other times, Simon just tosses me a 5-word title and then complains when I take him too literally. Oh, Daddy's giving his side. He's giving his side to this story, which we all know is lies. Okay, I think I might actually need to bump the camera level up just a little bit. Hopefully that's a bit better. I could take these shoes off, but I'm not going to because they're so comfortable. Thank you, Vessi! You know what else is wildly comfortable, by the way? This t-shirt says Certified Legend. It's available in the merch store, purchathemerch.co. We're really getting towards that 80 minutes of introduction right now. Mwah, 3 paragraphs in. I can still remember how much time I wasted when I took a slightly messy misturn on my script idea for the top 50 hacking scandals of all time. In the case of the ambiguously named video, Worst Product Recalls Ever, we covered several stories that where the actual process of recalling a dodgy product went tits up. But it turns out that Simon's original idea was to focus on the worst and most deadliest products to be recalled. He wanted more death and tragedy and loss of innocent life. I always do, Danny. It's why they call me Psycho Simon. I feel like there should be a poll around this. If I asked you to write a video, or dear audience, worst product recalls ever, would you write a video literally about product recalls that were shit? Or would you talk about the products that got recalled being shit? I mean, I feel like it's really obvious. For f***'s sake, Danny. Looking back at that video now, we did cover 7 deaths from the extra strength Tylenol murderer, 80 alleged deaths from Toyota cars, 300,000 poorly babies, and 6 deaths from poisoned Chinese milk, 271 deaths, alleged deaths from, allegedly, from the Ford Explorer cars fitted with Firestone tires, and a bonus amputated child's finger from the Hasbro Easy Bake Oven. Well, it wasn't enough, Danny, was it? 300 sick babies is not enough for me. They need to be... Let's just stop there. This is what we call, in the business, a joke. We clearly need to venture beyond this frothy stuff and get a little bit darker. The body count that prompted the following recalls might not always be as high as our other previous examples, but the toxic potential of these perilous products should be more than enough to take your breath away. And in fact, that's what we do here at Business Place. We take your breath away. And in fact, the final total of dead bodies might even be enough to give anyone a heart attack. I doubt it. I mean, this channel's not big enough for someone to have died watching it. Maybe it is. I wonder what the odds on that are. Can you imagine someone comes home and their, dead friend is in front of the computer and they're just passed out, passed out, they're dead. And it's just, the autoplay on YouTube and they've just watched all the Business Plays and I'm just thinking, at least I'm getting all that watch time. Red hot recall. The New Jersey businessman Walter Kidd scored 2 epic achievements during his celebrated life. Where the first was when he was honored with the Silver Beaver Award, the most prestigious award dished out by the Council of the Boy Scouts of America. That's the dream. Apparently, he helped to finance the first purpose-built Boy Scout camp. Why is that so hard to say? Boy Scout camp in New Jersey or something. I was never in the Boy Scouts. I never wanted to be in the Boy Scouts. So when I got home from school, I didn't want to go and do another activity. I don't know. It's not a topic I can get excited about. I never joined the Cubs or Scouts when I was a kid. I did have a look around once, but I just saw loads of grown-ups in silly hats, shorts, and neckerchiefs shouting at loads of kids in silly hats, shorts, and neckerchiefs. Yeah, isn't it weird, isn't it? It's like, why are the adults wearing shorts? The last time I wore shorts was that when I wasn't on a beach, probably around 1997, I felt that it felt like just going to school again in the evenings, but in different colours. Yeah, Danny, I agree. Like, the last thing I wanted to do when I got home from school was do some bullshit activity where people tell me what to do. I'd rather play video games. Anyway, a far more notable achievement for Walter Kidd is that he invented North America's first portable carbon dioxide fire extinguisher in 1924, following problems with fires breaking out on telephone switchboards, which were difficult to extinguish without destroying everything in sight with chemical foam instead of fire. Oh, I get it. Okay. And for the best part of the century, the Kidd Company has been proudly emblazoned on fire extinguishers around the world, but particularly in North America. Hold on. Okay, I got it. It's heavy. This, oh god. It says I can use it on fires. Great. This thing is heavy, I tell you. The last time it was serviced was 2011. Is it dangerous to have an unserviced fire extinguisher? I mean, is it going to explode? I mean, I'm not particularly worried about it working. The reason I have it, I didn't buy this. I bought this office off a company. Like, I work here alone, and the previous people had like a full office here. There were like desks everywhere. They ran like a proper company in here rather than just me shouting at cameras. And so they have all this like fire safety equipment. They have all these alarms, all of this stuff that I just don't use, and I never get checked out. I'm assuming it's something you have to do if you have employees, which I don't. Or either that, or I'm just admitting to crimes. Let me know, anyone, whether I have to do anything about that fire extinguisher, right? Whether I should just throw it away. I'm just gonna move it away from myself. When I was at university, people went through a bit of a phase of getting drunk and setting off fire extinguishers, like in the halls of residence where I lived. I never did it, because I'm a sensible man. But like, it was like every weekend, it'd be like, yeah, someone set off another fire extinguisher again, didn't they? There's foam everywhere. And at the end of the year, I don't know how many people lived in this sort of residence. It was a few hundred. And at the end of the year, we'd all get a bill because they didn't know who set off the fire extinguisher, so they just divide the cost among everyone. I don't know, it's like about £14 for the whole year per person because so many fire extinguishers set off. And I was like, it's kind of worth it. I mean, it was a bit of a laugh. Like, I wasn't even involved. And I was like, yeah, another fire extinguisher got set off. It's like kind of funny. Yeah, so that's a lot of money. That's thousands of pounds worth of fire extinguishers. But when you divide it among so many people, it's kind of like, worth it. Worth it. What are we talking about? How do we get on this? What goes on here? Why am I talking about fire extinguishers? Oh yeah, the whole point was, it doesn't say Kidd on it. It says some German company's name. So if you were a forward-thinking and ready-for-anything-breeded person back in, let's say, 1973, the chances that you'd have a Kidd fire extinguisher positioned in strategic positions around your house, apartment, castle, or modest woodland dwelling, that is very specific. But if you were the unlucky owner of one of nearly 40 million fire extinguishers happily churned out by Kidd across 134 separate ranges over the next 44 years, there's a big chance you would have experienced problems in putting out the flames in an emergency situation. It's quite staggering that it took well over 4 decades for anyone to notice the problems, but I suppose the interesting thing about fire extinguishers is that you ideally never need to use them. I bloody well hope so, because I'm not sure it's going to work if it's last serviced in 2011. I'm like, I don't even know how to use it. It seemed to say I could use it on fires. Can I use it on electrics if my computer catches fire? I'm like, surely I'm just going to like, step on the fire, like. In that regard, the product is not a million miles away from an exercise bike or a copy of A Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking. You have them in the house, but you're not likely to use them for the purpose of which they were intended. Kidd could have been filling up the fire extinguishers with popcorn, and the overwhelming majority of consumers would have never noticed. One of the problems eventually was picked up by the US Consumer Product Safety Commission, the CPSC, in 2017, when it seemed to be fairly trivial. Apparently, the nozzles had a tendency to go rocketing off the extinguishers and become dangerous projectiles. Oh shit. You don't want to be like, oh, there's a fire, quick, get the fire extinguisher. Oh, I shot Peter. Not my pot plant Peter, colleague Peter. Peter is like Jeff. I have Jeff and Peter, they're my go-to generic names. And Charles. Charles is also another one. I know that you ideally don't want to be taking out everyone's eyeballs while trying to put out a fire, but I expect not many people were hurt by this. The other problem is a bit more significant. The extinguishers could clog up and completely fail to spray anything. This actually cost a life in 2011 when emergency personnel were unable to quickly deal with an explosive car wreck because their Kidd fire extinguishers were all clogged up. There were an additional 391 reports of the products completely failing to work, causing at least 16 injuries from smoke inhalation and burns, and 91 cases of damaged property. Didn't this go on for like 40 years? No, 40 million fire extinguishers. Oh yeah, over the next 44 years. There was only one person who died? That just makes me think, do we really need fire extinguishers? The CPSC ordered a massive recall of nearly 40 million fire extinguishers dating back to 1973, while Kidd responded with a slightly sniffy, customer safety is our first priority. Evidently not, allegedly. Of course, you shouldn't be hanging on to the same fire extinguishers for 40 years anyway. The typical shelf life of a fire extinguisher can range anywhere from 3 to 15 years. But the good news for anyone holding onto antique models in the attic is they could replace them for a brand spanking new model without the need of proof of purchase. Just bear in mind that you might get told in the year 2062 that replacements are bloody useless. But red hot dog. Danny, I swear, like, either I'm just dumb today, I'm having a hard time pronouncing some of this shit. There's been a lot cut out where I'm just stumbling over my own words. And I feel like including an entry called Red Hot Hot Dog is not helping matters. Everybody doesn't like something, but nobody doesn't like Sarah Lee. Who the f*** is Sarah Lee? I've never heard of that apparently famous marketing slogan before. Me neither, Danny. And to be honest, I think it needed a bit more work before it got signed off. Agreed? Who the f*** is Sarah Lee? And I can't say that I was ever familiar with the Sarah Lee brand name. Oh, it's okay, it's a brand. I'm glad Danny's on. Normally Danny's like, Simon, you've never heard of this. He like joins in the commenters. You've never heard of this? Idiots! And to be honest, you've never heard of Mo Farah. You thought Mo Farah was a woman? Oh, no one cares. And I can't say I was familiar with the Sarah Lee brand name, although I very vaguely recognise it from the packaging of cakes and bread and shit. It was probably a much bigger deal in other countries, though, or maybe I just don't buy much in the way of cakes and bread and shit. The American... Okay, Danny. The American Consumer Goods Company actually had a long lineage, stretching all the way back to the Civil War. Yeah, that's old in America. Although it didn't start flogging certain foods under the kitchens of Sarah Lee brand name until 1956, and it didn't fully evolve into the Sarah Lee Corporation until 1985. At its peak, the company sold snacks, beverages, and household products in over 180 countries. That's a lot of countries. But you probably needed to be a bit careful with the Sarah Lee hot dogs in 1998 because they were tainted with the Listeria bacteria.
Allegedly.
A rare bacteria related to Salmonella and E. coli, but far more lethal, often taking up to 70 days to manifest itself.
Allegedly.
At least 15 people died from eating the tainted meat. Bloody hell. And there were a further 6 reported miscarriages and over 100 nasty illnesses. That's pretty grim. On the face of it, Sarah Lee seemed to act swiftly and properly. They took out full-page notices in the press to announce that one of the largest product recalls of its kind, involving over 15 million pounds of hot dogs and other lunch meat, in order to prevent the further spread of the deadly outbreak. In 2001, they also pled guilty to a single misdemeanor charge of selling tainted meat, and they paid out a total of $4.4 million. Bearing in mind how much people have got fined in Business Blaze videos in the past for, crimes of not killing people, this seems pretty light, I have to say. This included the maximum fine allowed, a paltry $200,000, and $3 million generously donated to food safety research at the Michigan State University. Curiously, it also included the $1.2 million settlement of a lawsuit related to tainted meat sold exclusively to the Pentagon. So there didn't seem to be much in the way of compensation for any of the families who had actually lost lives from the meat, but the Pentagon raked in over $1 million because they had felt threatened by a dodgy hot dog.
Allegedly.
Who ate the Sarah Lee? Who ate the piece that I saved for me? Who just couldn't resist? Who ate the Sarah Lee?
What are you doing, Pentagon? Don't you have enough money? You're like the government. I can't remember what agency. 3-letter agency, no doubt. Or maybe it's like the army or something, is in the Pentagon. But you have enough money. How about let some of the relatives of the people who died have some of that money? The financial agreement stressed that Sarah Lee didn't knowingly distribute tainted meat, and legally, that's how things stand today. However, and let's throw in an allegedly right there has previously been reported problems leading up to this crisis, including an occasion when a plant was shut down by the US Department of Agriculture, the USDA, because dirty fluid was dripping from neglected overhead pipes directly onto the merry conveyor belt of hot dogs. That's bad. Don't do that. Following the financial settlements and Pentagon payday, a federal meat inspector later reported that in his view, management had intentionally skirted the law and workers had been aware of the increased levels of listeria for 8 months. The courts appear to have stood by their original decision and no other evidence has been brought forward. But it also has to be said that despite initial appearances, both Sarah Lee and the USDA were both incredibly low-key in their response to the outbreak of this food-borne illness and the first reported deaths. Those full-page advertisements from Sarah Lee made no mention of the deaths, and by the time the USDA got around to publicly announcing them, the news was completely buried by President Clinton's impeachment drama and the bombing of Iraq. It's got to be great when you're a company and you make some major up and it's like, yeah, there was some major terrorism that day, and you're like, oh, thank God. Like, you imagine like, and it's like, we released this car, and we just we just didn't include a foot brake, and millions of people died. Fortunately, the date that news came out was 9/11. Today, Sara Lee is no longer a mighty corporation, having been split up and chewed around for a bit and then spat back out again, but the brand name still lives on, appearing on frozen desserts and bagels and shit. Be careful with the bread though, just if you all know. Just a few years ago, 48,000 packages of Sara Lee bread were recalled across 11 US states following, along with several other brands, because they were found to contain fragments of a broken factory light bulb. Oh my god. 48,000 packages of bread. How much light bulb was in each piece of bread? Like one slightly tiny fragment, like one atom of glass? I know that glass can't be an atom because it's not an element. I know that! Leave me alone! Second chances. There are times when I'm quite happy to go with the cheapest shopping option. When it comes to stuff like sugar or salt, I don't feel inclined to go high end because I know for a fact that I'm not going to be able to taste the slightest bit of difference between the cheapest option and the fancy hipster stuff. Danny, I'm 100% with you. I don't need, although I will get some when it's like sea salt, I like the big chunky stuff with the big flakes. But for table salt, who cares? I don't need to pay 4 times the price for salt on the grounds that it's pink or Himalayan. Original gangster business Blaze joke right there. But although I'm no supermarket snob, I know there are plenty of occasions where the cheap crap really won't do at all. Agreed. I can't drink tea made from cheap tea bags because it doesn't taste like tea. I won't buy cheap washing up liquids or dishwasher tablets because they don't help clean anything. And there's another item that I'd like to add to this luxury shopping list on which only the very best products cut the mustard. Bulletproof vest. No, yeah, what did you get? Tesco Value Bulletproof Vest. It stops some bullets. What's it good for? BB guns. Air rifles. Will it stop a regular? No. Absolutely no way. It goes right through. In fact, it actually speeds it up. I don't know about you, but whenever I'm shopping for a bulletproof vest, I'm really not that interested in saving a few quid on multi-buy deals. It's like something that's like, don't buy the cheap one. Like mattresses. Oh, cheap mattresses are the worst. Just find one that's good. Oh, used tires for cars, safety first. So to be fair, the bulletproof vest supplied by American body armor manufacturing company Second Chance wouldn't have been the cheapest option anyway. They were meant to be the dog's bollocks. And to be fair, the Michigan-based company was founded in 1970 in the garage of a former pizza delivery driver, Richard Davis, who was inspired to launch the company after shooting 3 armed robbers in self-defense while he was just trying to deliver another pepperoni meat feast with extra anchovies. Holy fucking shit. Why did you start the company? I killed 3 people who were trying to kill me. I'm like, bro, you don't need a bulletproof vest, you ninja. You messed with the wrong pizza delivery guy. Richard was happy to demonstrate his new lightweight, concealable bulletproof vest to his potential new clients by shooting himself in the stomach while wearing one. Oh no. Something's going to go horribly wrong.
3, 2, 1.
That's quite a brave move because even when wearing a bulletproof vest, that's going to sting quite a bit afterwards. But it shows how dedicated Richard was to his products. He even became a minor celebrity for a while, regularly appearing on TV to talk about his amazing entrepreneurial life story. And of course, they often got him to perform the whole shooting himself in the stomach thing for an encore.
I think it's 201 times have been shot total.
He's going to shoot himself live on TV, isn't he? And it's not going to work. In 1998, Second Chance had launched a new range of bulletproof vests that made use of a new lightweight material called Xylon, which was supplied by a Japanese company by the name of Toyabu. Hundreds of thousands of these vests were sold to clients, including the US government, military personnel, and law enforcement. Yeah, that's the government, no. President George W. Bush and First Lady Laura Bush even had their own matching bulletproof vests, which is terribly sweet. It's like, oh, Laura, that's looking lovely. Thanks, George. But there was a problem. It turns out Xylon is a bit rubbish, and it degrades very quickly, rendering the vests utterly useless. And I feel like I've heard of this story. The vests all went out of date. And it goes useless in a relatively short period of time. Second Chance became aware of the problems in 2001 when the company's research official sent out an internal memo that warned lives and our credibility are at stake. In a draft letter to the company's board in early 2002, the self-shooting founder, Danny wrote shelf, and I'm like, why is he shooting shelves? Self-shooting founder and president Richard Davis remarked that the undesirable option would continue operating as though nothing is wrong until one of our customers is killed or wounded. Dude, wait, the undesirable option. So that would be an undesirable option, good. Because if you wrote, let's do this, I mean, we've discussed this many times before. Stop writing down your crimes. The amount of times people have written down their crimes. Why? Stop! So what did the company do? They continued operating as though nothing was wrong until June 2003 when one of their customers was killed. Oh, guys, no. This isn't going to go well for you. That customer was a 27-year-old police officer. Guys. His name was Tony Zeppatella, who pulled over a car during a routine traffic stop and was shot by a gang member with a stolen Ruger handgun. Tony later died from his wounds. The gang member had fled the scene in the victim's patrol car, but was later caught and charged with murder. Bro, that is like, wait, so someone pulled you over, you shot him, and then you stole his cop car. What the f*** are you doing? That's the dumbest I've ever heard. One, I'd be like, surely A, they definitely have GPS trackers. B, it's a f***ing cop car. You can't miss it. Oh, I hope he goes to prison forever. Even then, Second Chance didn't bother warning its customers until September 2003 when they recalled 130,000 of the vests. I guess the thing is, if you recall them here, like, yeah, something was wrong. Maybe just don't mention it and everything will be fine. You got so many out there, something's gonna happen, guys. Come on, we talked about this before. You can hire my business advice. Like, I will tell you when you're f***ing up so bad. A further 98,000 vests were recalled shortly afterwards, but Second Chance claimed that they couldn't afford to recall and replace all of its Xylon-based products. Bro, it doesn't matter. You still gotta tell people. Even if you go bankrupt, you gotta f***ing tell people. The company filed for bankruptcy in 2004 and was liquidated. Yeah, not really surprising, is it? Richard Davis finally reached a settlement with the US government, who alleged that not only had Richard been aware of the defects in the Xylon, well, he clearly had, he wrote down his crimes, but that his company had pissed away a $6 million check from the Japanese manufacturing studio to help rectify the problem. Instead of using the money to fix the vests, Second Chance had devoted their time and resources into quickly trying to sell the company to investment bankers before the death of Tony Zeppatella pulled all deals off the table. That is sketchy as allegedly. Richard agreed to forego his frozen assets worth $1.2 million and pay an additional $125,000 to the US government. Ioba, who copped for the biggest loss though, forking out a $66 million settlement to the US government after being accused of knowingly selling the defective fibre. I would say, hang on, so the guy who started the company knew about it, continued to use it, didn't warn anyone. He got away with just his assets frozen, an additional $125,000 fine. Bro, you got off light. The biggest tragedy of all is that Tony Zeppatella had actually been issued a perfectly good standard issue bulletproof vest from the police, but had decided to invest $313 of his own money to upgrade to the fancy new Xylon version. $125,000 fine? We've done business blazes where it was, some guy stole like $500,000 from some other rich guy and he went to prison for like 20 years. What the f***? So maybe it's not always a good idea to go for the most expensive bulletproof vest in the shop after all, and maybe it's worth having another go with those cheap tea bags. It's not, Danny. Cheap tea bags suck. We're both British. We don't need to be promoting that cheap tea nonsense. Get the good stuff. 8,500 hairy deaths on the menu. This is by far, oh my god, 8,500 people died. We've talked about this so many times that I try and fail to make Business Blaze like slightly amusing, slightly light-hearted, but as we've discussed many times, the death of many people is very hard to make funny. This is by far the most devastating and tragic thing we're going to cover ever in a video on deadly product recalls. I know how much Simon loves dogs and feels that they're better than humans, so this one might be tough to get through. Oh no. Yeah, everyone knows my love of dogs. One of the things that follows me around the internet is I said in an early Business Blaze video that humans are a higher life form than dogs, which is objectively and scientifically a fact.
Daddy, chill.
And people are like, Simon, have you the guy jacking off in the corner of the bus? You saying he's like better than a dog? I'm not saying he's better than a dog, but even that fucking idiot could run intellectual circles around your golden retriever, okay? For fuck's sake. I mean, I like dogs. I don't have a problem with dogs. I'm just like, they're obviously not smarter than people. It's just a fucking fact, internet. Jesus Christ. The frankly magnificent Bill Murray once famously said, "I'm suspicious of people who don't like dogs, but I trust a dog when it doesn't like a person." Of course, everyone likes dogs. I mean, dogs are okay. Not everyone likes dogs. Also, the fact that Bill Murray likes dogs makes me like dogs more, because Bill Murray is a fucking legend. And we somehow managed to prove in a very early Business Blaze video on hyperinflation that one dog is worth about 10 Simon Whistlers. Danny, we proved nothing. I can't remember how... Oh, I also said that I'd commit a dog genocide before I killed one person. That did not go over well. I can't remember how we got there, but I'm pretty sure Simon agreed, so let's just assume he's right. No! And it makes this case even more shocking, as we're now talking about the alleged equivalent of 85,000 Simon Whistlers. Oh, Danny, so 8,500 hairy deaths. I thought people were dying because they were eating hair and it was getting clogged in their stomachs and it was actual people who died, but this is just dogs. It's just dogs. So many dogs. Oh, let's make fun of it then. Smash. This is going to have so many dislikes. So many dislikes. At purchasethemerch.co, there's actually a smash the dislike button t-shirt, which I'd encourage you to purchase. Link below. God, I'm such a dick.
Oh yeah, we're the worst, yeah.
The Canadian company Menu Foods is once the biggest supplier of wet dog and cat food in the whole of North America, with their products selling under nearly 100 different brand names. I meant that it was wet food. It wasn't intended for wet dogs and cats. Normally, at this point, I'd make like a bit of bum bum. Ah, that is so weak. But bum bum. Unfortunately, thousands of tins of pet food was swiftly recalled in 2007 when it was discovered that they were killing pets at an alarming rate. The problem came from contaminants found in the food's vegetable proteins, which had been imported from good old China. One of the contaminants was melamine. Who gives a shit? Which is often used as a fertilizer. Another contaminant was cyanuric acid, commonly used to stabilize chlorine in swimming pools. All that good shit that you want in your meals. On their own, neither contaminant should have caused any major health issues in relatively small doses in pet food. Well, good. But when mixed together in a Chinese contaminant cocktail, they found an insoluble crystal which can obstruct the kidneys and ultimately cause kidney failure and death. It's difficult to even get a rough grasp of the numbers of how many dogs and cats died as a direct result of munching on Menu Foods, largely because there's no centralized government database of animal sickness and death in the United States. Menu Foods originally disclosed around 471 sickness causes had been reported, including 104 deaths. Well, that's a bit more than sickness, isn't it? The US Food and Drug Administration put that figure closer to 8,500, along with tens of thousands of sickness cases. This is going to be really hard to litigate because pets are property, legally. So you're going to sue someone, you'd be like, yeah, my dog died. And this is very distressing and all of that, but it's like, oh, this is America, though. So they'll be like, yeah, my pain and suffering, I want more money. And it's like, in the UK, they'll be like, yeah, I mean, how much do you pay for your dog? It's free from the shelter? Then you get nothing. In America, they'll be like, I want $100 million! Give me my money! Following the recall, Menu Foods found themselves facing a class action lawsuit from nearly 100 grief-stricken You killed Fido! But it was tricky. People like myself, Simon and Bill Murray might view dogs as a beloved member of the family. And I suppose that goes for cats too at a push, even though they're inherently evil. All right, Danny. But as I know from watching too many episodes of Judge Judy, pets in the US are traditionally treated as just property, valued at their original sale price. God, I'm a genius. Big brain. Only a few states allowed lawsuits for punitive damages and emotional distress, whilst the Americans aren't, You're not all crazy, allegedly. Menu Foods eventually reached an agreement to create a $24 million fund to reimburse owners of poor, poisoned pets. But about half of this fund actually covered lawyers' fees and expenses, leaving the pet owners with mere crumbs. Several of the recipients complained that the amounts they eventually received covered only a fraction of the vet's bills that they racked up from the mass poisoning. The Menu Foods brand still appears to be around today, but has lost much of its bite after being swallowed up and wolfed down by Simmons Pet Food in 2010. We're not done. I was almost going to end the video there, but we've got 3 more pages. 500,000 dead Americans can't be wrong. Jesus, no, I would have heard of this. Finally, you would have thought that if a single product was alleged to have caused the death of 500,000 Americans at the turn of the 21st century, 20 years ago, it might have generated some pretty heavy global media coverage. What is going on? What have I not heard of? Just to be clear from the beginning, that figure is impossible to confirm, and is probably way too high, but it's estimated the absolute minimum death toll was 55,000, which is probably very conservative. The true figure is...
Allegedly.
What are we talking about? And yet, outside of the United States, the Vioxx scandal went on. Oh no, I've definitely heard of Vioxx. It was in heart that gave people a stroke, and it had one of the largest medical time in it was 100 million. Was this the one because her husband died, she got $1 million because the economic value of your husband's life was, until you get $1 million. And then she also got 29 million in punitive damages to punish the drug company, which is such a bizarre way of doing things. I mean, okay, give her a little bit more, because obviously it sucks, right? But make her square, that's what the million... Then give her, I don't know, 20 million, that's enough. Under 130 million. Stopping this, because that woman doesn't need 17 mansions. Seriously, been gathering that much coverage in the United States. The entry drug, Rothcock, great naming, guys, was developed by a multinational pharmaceutical Merck & Co. By the very end of the decade, the FDA had approved the use Copsid for arthritis, which, as misinformed patients will never stop telling you, it's usually caused by people who spent their childhoods popping knuckles. Business Blaze reference right there. And by OG, I mean this was probably last week. The drug was marketed under a variety of different names, but the most commonly known treatment was called Vioxx. And Vioxx turned out to be a pretty big money spinner for Merck & Co. for a short while at least. By 2003, it's estimated that over 80 million people around the world had been prescribed Vioxx at some point, and Merck had raked in total sales revenue of $2.5 billion. The only slight issue with the new one's treatment is that it was shown to greatly increase the risk of fatal heart attacks and strokes for any of those 80 million people who had popped one of the pills.
Allegedly.
Okay, so it wasn't for heart, but it did give people a stroke or a heart attack. After discovering that thousands of people were dropping dead after taking Vioxx, Merck voluntarily recalled the drug in 2004. It'd be a bit of a dick move if they were like, no, it's cool, voluntarily. But it's alleged that they had left it far too late and had been aware of some of the risks of taking Vioxx for quite some time. One of the reasons why it's so hard to calculate the number of deaths caused by the drug is that it's difficult to pinpoint Vioxx as the sole cause of death for the hundreds of thousands of Vioxx customers who died within the 5-year period it was on sale. To be fair, many of the death cases are related to elderly people who were already very ill. Yeah, they don't count. If they do, that's a joke.
Allegedly.
If an 84-year-old chain-smoking alcoholic suddenly endures a fatal heart attack, it may not necessarily be down to the fact that they just took some Vioxx a few weeks earlier. Some experts have looked at the fluctuating American mortality rate during this period and come to the conclusion that Vioxx killed 500,000 Americans. F***ing hell. That is wild. It was an FDA investigator who claimed in a leading medical journal that the death toll was at least 55,000. And it was this piece that pushed Merck, possibly somewhat reluctantly, into the recall. But both these numbers could be wildly inaccurate. Still, the Martin report, commissioned in 2006, seemed to put Merck's management team in the clear. This report, added by former US District Judge John S. Martin Jr., concluded that management had always acted in good faith and that any mistakes made with the mishandling of clinical trials were natural oversights rather than malicious behavior. The report was slightly more critical of the overzealous sales teams who sometimes appeared to prioritize strong marketing above health warnings, which, if I'm not mistaken, was surely a job they'd been given to do in the first place. It's like, you had one job! You had one job! So a shop opened next to me. Like, this is a basement office space, like, or a semi-basement. There's windows and but it's like, half underground. And the unit next to me was empty for a very long time, and they've just opened up a store there. They open at 11 o'clock in the morning. It's about 9:30 now, and I've basically decided I should probably record all the business places before around 10:30 when the staff get in, because they will definitely hear me shouting. I mean, unquestionably. The walls are thick, but I shout loud. Merck accepted the findings of the report and promised to act on the recommendations, which was decent of them.